Okay, I'm live. Let's do this. Now go to Twitter and see if that's posted. There it is. Okay, I'm going to quote. Let's see. Oh, I didn't save that, did I? Hold on. Yeah, this is very interesting. But hey, got to roll with the punches, man. I'm just hoping that. Is that no? What the hell? Did I not? Oh, what am I doing? Yes, sure. Okay. So, hey, look at that. We got somebody already. Hey, Shane, what's going on? We got Shane right here. Shane, he's on, like I said, you could chat through X, which is good. You can. X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it. Jesus Christ. Hey, what's going on? Asante Gold. Good to see you. So, yeah, thanks, guys. What's going on, Anderson? Good to see you. We got Abel as well. Thank you guys for making the trip to, different things. It's just that we got to roll with the punches right here to keep going. Just because YouTube has stupid. Well, I shouldn't badmouth them, right? Because I'm like, please come back. Come back to me, kind of thing. It's like, oi, but. Hey, what's going on? It's Infinity right there. Watching you in the profile mode is weird. I know. I'm sure it is weird, kind of like this, right? Because I got, Instagram going. I got those two things going. All right. So let's see. Going live. And let me post my little glamour selfie as I do. All right. So we're there. We're good. But this is definitely different. What's going on, RJ? Cheers. Yeah, it's weird for me too, because it's just like send your request to be in your. So Azteca sent me. You just sent a request for me to be here. Effing YouTube, right, Phil? I know. It's ridiculous, guys. I know. It's hopefully it can be resolved. Hopefully, you know what? I'm gonna adjust my camera. It's a little too high. Hold on. Where's it at? Where's the thing at? Jesus Christ. Hold on. Hopefully you guys don't see my okay. Don't see my ass crack right there. Okay, that's better. Anyways, okay, so yeah, this is definitely different. What's going on, Trevino? How's it going? Sorry to hear. Yeah, I know. Appreciate you guys making the the trip over to Twitch and utilizing X as well. Twitter. It's weird calling it X. And then of course we got X Snake right here. So where's the second YouTube channel? Well, the second YouTube channel, I'm not posting on it right now because I'm still kind of wondering what the details when it comes to all this. I mean, it's just Film Junkie. The main channel is The Film Junkie, and the second channel is Film Junkie. And I don't know, like, again, just trying to figure out what's going on when it comes to this situation. Like I said, I got a response twice from Team YouTube, and hopefully that'll help. I don't know if it will help. I don't know. I really don't know exactly what's going on. But like I said, I'm not the only creator. Like I said, I got hit up by somebody who's got a big following on Twitter who got the same exact thing that morning. And then like I said, if you search channel terminated, you'll just see a bunch of people talking about YouTube terminated in their channel. So this is not something that's normal. And that's why I have hopes that everything will be restored, hopefully next week, but I'm hoping that's going to be I just hope that everything gets, because I think it's just might have been a glitch in their system because they changed something and it's just like, okay, what exactly is happening here? So I'm just kind of waiting right now. Obviously there's a lot of thoughts and a lot of like, what do I do? And then somebody recommended, hit up this guy, he'll get your channel back. And then I talked to this person and it just sounded a little shady. And I went, I better not do anything shady. Let me just wait and see if I get a response. But luckily, like I said, we have other means, other platforms, Twitter, Twitch. I'm on Instagram right here. Yeah, you found the Twitch. Thank you. Oh, you're talking about Twitch, Phil. I thought you were talking about the other channel. Yeah. So And Phil, if you watch Rebel Moon, let me know, because that's what we're going to be mainly discussing tonight. If you want to join that, is it channels that cover a variety of different topics, or is it DC? Yeah, variety. It's just like when I was looking at people who got their channels taken down. I mean, it was not all the same stuff. So that's why I'm just going, this has to be some kind of weird glitch. There has to be some kind of weird glitch that happened. It's like I said, they said I violated the community guidelines like severely, and I'm like, what did I? And I read through them. I already knew what they were, but I read through them. I'm like, I'm not spamming. I'm not giving misinformation. I'm giving the information that is out there when it comes to all this stuff, and then giving my opinions. I'm not spamming. I was kind of weird. I was like, was I posting too much? But I'm like, no, there's channels that post like 7-8 times a day. And I post at least 3 times a day, clips or whatever the hell. So it wasn't that either. So, and then I was just like, I'm trying to just remember, like during the live streams, was I cussing too much? Was I dropping too many F-bombs? Is that what's going on here, YouTube? I don't know. I don't know what is happening, but like I said, I'm not the only one affected by this. And even people who don't have channels were even saying like, yeah, YouTube's been weird lately. And I've noticed that other people that I don't even, that I follow, they've got their shit like pulled down too and everything. And it's just like, yeah, okay, so something weird's going on with YouTube, and the way that I look at it is, I mean, there's obviously in the past 24 hours, well, it's been over 24 hours since this happened, but ever since it did happen, I just kind of was like, you know what? I could just give up and be like, and wait, or I could just continue on. And part of me is like, all right, even though I'm optimistic that I'll get my channel back, but I'm also going, well, there's other means of doing this stuff. There really is. There's other platforms, and I appreciate people who have flocked over to Patreon and everything. I'm going to be working out a lot of the stuff when it comes to Patreon, because as of right now, I'm kind of thinking that Patreon might be like the main hub of Film Junkie right now. And I know like you could subscribe for free, and I'm going to work that into the whole thing as well. But of course, I'm going to have the paid tiers. Right now I have $1 tier, a $3 tier, and a $6 tier. And basically I've actually posted newer clips that haven't been up anywhere else. I posted newer videos. I even posted a Snyder video today from one of the streams. I posted that on there. So pretty much what I'm going to be doing with Patreon is the videos are going to get uploaded there first. And I think when it comes to, like, I think tomorrow what I'm going to do is anybody who subscribes to the Patreon for free, you'll get the videos, but I think like, you won't get them at first. So anybody who pays is going to get anybody who's like, supporting the channel is going to get those videos first. And I think I'm going to do something like that. I don't know. That's what I'm kind of like playing with. And then of course do extra stuff. And like and so if you're a part of the dollar tier, you're going to get like the video clips. But I think like the $3 and $6 ones are going to get the stuff that I hear. Like I posted something today about Quentin Tarantino dropping from his movie. I posted something that I heard on there, and I'll give that more to the people who are supporting it. Just, I don't know, trying to figure out the tiers is always a struggle, but I'm trying to do something when it comes to that, and really just kind of figuring out what I want to do when it comes to Instagram. What's going on, Max Wolf? Thank you. I mean, thank you guys for the support. There's been the outpour of support has been just absolutely great. And it does suck. Hey, there's Ruthie. How's it going, Ruthie? Good to see ya. Hey, we got Chris Balga right here too. You can't stop the stream. Just finished. Yes. Okay, cool. Yeah, I just rewatched it again too. As when I got done with work, I put it on. So ahoy, hoy, Mr. Jason McKenzie. Good to see you, buddy. Always great to see you. Yes, total BS. Yeah. Nah, like I said, nothing. Let's see who else we got here. Nate the Great is here, coming through X. We got Scott. What has happened? Can't stop, won't stop. Nah, I mean, that's the thing. It was just like, that's not gonna prevent me from doing what I love doing, which is especially on Friday nights, talking to my buddies about the nerdy shit of the week while I'm, sipping on something. That's just what we do. Definitely not going to stop. And I'm not going to, even if this doesn't get resolved by Monday, I'm still going to have a Film Junkie live. I'm still going to be doing this no matter what. And like I said, even though I'm optimistic that this was just a mistake and the channel will come back, if it doesn't, then guess what? There's just other things that we could utilize. And like I said, I'm going to be pushing for the Patreon, be pushing for, and then just continue to push on all this other stuff too. I mean, it's kind of crazy because I'm looking at the view count ticker, which, it's not like it's live views when it comes to StreamYard, but it counts the just people who have clicked on the stream either on Twitter or on Twitch. We're already at over 300 clicks here. So it just kind of shows you, it's like, wow, that's really quick when it comes to this. Usually it doesn't get up that far. So I'm like, geez, maybe this was a blessing. Maybe YouTube gave me a blessing by terminating the channel. I don't know. It's just pretty crazy. It's just all pretty crazy. But yeah, it's been an interesting 24 hours. Luckily, I slept pretty well last night, regardless, of everything that's happening. Because, like I said, it's one of those things where you just kind of go like, if you're a creator, it's like your worst nightmare is to get that fucking email saying like, hey, guess what? We removed your channel. Good luck. Bye-bye. It's like, Jesus Christ. I don't know. It's just, yeah, it's like one of those things where you don't want that. But I'm just really thinking it's got to be a mistake. What's going on, William? Thank you, sir. And I know you're doing, William is doing his, oh, I think you guys are you guys done doing your streaming right now? I know you guys, I kind of peeked in on the stream, but I think you guys are done at the moment, maybe, or you guys were watching Rebel Moon part 1 and 2. What's going on, Christian? Let's see, anybody else? What's going on? We got DC Film News here. What's up? Marvel is watching Rebel Moon part 2. Do it. Support it. And I'm going to give my review on it, and then we'll get some other people in here. And big mistake. I know. It's just, yeah, it's such a weird thing. Hey, there's even Mom, a Film Junkie. And Mom, I was going to call you and text you and tell you about all this, but, crazy. It's just, I didn't. I know. I feel bad that I didn't well, I figured you might have solved something when it comes to all this, but but love you, Mom. Thank you for showing up. Mama Film Junkie here, everyone. Interesting that Twitch is a few seconds ahead of the Twitter feed. Yeah, I think Twitch is probably because their whole thing is live streaming. So I tried subscribing on Patreon, but it wouldn't let me upgrade the $3 tier. I'm sure. I don't know. So everything's glitching, right? We got Taladia right here. What's up, Dave? Oh, yeah, hopefully they fix it soon. But I just, again, I'm appreciating all you guys working with me here. And like I said, the outpour of people just like reaching out and stuff like that, whether it was on all the platforms. I mean, seriously, you guys, it reminds me of like, hey, yeah, we have been doing something here. We have a good little community here. I got a fan base here, and it's, so as much as sometimes you just kind of there was moments numerous times in the past 24 hours where I was just kind of going like, is this it? Am I just done doing this kind of thing? You start thinking like that. But then I kept on shaking it off. I'm like, no. Just because of this whole thing, it's not, no. There's other means. There's other way, let's just do this. Let's just keep on going here, What's going on, Ryan? Hey, we got Miss Jackson. Sorry, Miss Jackson. We're all here. Everybody's flocking over. So, yeah, I just checked. But really, it says I'm subscribed with, but all the posts are locked. Weird. I don't know. That's very strange. I don't know. I have to look into that. Like I said, I'm really gonna I've been meaning to just totally streamline my Patreon to really kind of get it going pretty good here. So there we go, Sinfinity. Good to see you. And I know we got still people over on the Instagrams, so that's good. I know. I should have let it be known, but What's going on, Mr. Axel? Good to see ya. Be getting a lot of views on X myself. Yeah, no, I mean that's the thing. I mean, there definitely is. I mean, when it comes to Twitter, it's like they like especially with StreamYard when you see the view counter, it's not live views, it's just people who clicked on the actual live stream. So it's just a click. It's a click. Who knows how many people are actually watching? When it comes to YouTube, YouTube actually shows the live ticker, and I think Twitch does as well. Twitch does. There you go. See, how can I mute myself on here? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, see, it's not very much delayed when it comes to there we go, mute. So it's not that much delayed, but, I don't know. Does it have the live counter on there? I don't know. I don't see it. Like I said, I don't know Twitch that well, but who knows? But anyways, well, when it comes to Twitter, at least, it just basically counts, oop, there we go. That's a better one right there. Okay, so 26 live views on Twitch. So there you go. So people are flocking over. I love you guys. You guys are awesome. You guys are awesome for doing that and also following. You just never know. You never know. So, but yeah, we're kicking, we're going, we're good, we're good. But I don't know. Yeah, like I said, we'll see what happens when it comes to YouTube. And I'm gonna try to fight it as much as possible. I'm trying to fight it as much as possible when it comes to YouTube. If they turn me down, I'm gonna make calls, try to make some connections with people. And then if I have to, I'll even drive the fuck down to their offices because I know where the offices are in LA at least. So yeah, I'll see if I can, because this is, I mean, it is bullshit. It is bullshit because there's just, and it does suck too. Like when you could just like wake up any day and just be like, hey, all of a sudden it's just your channel is gone and you don't even know why. Not even a specific reason why. It's like, that's all I want to know is like, how, why? And then why are other people getting the same responses, the same emails on the same day? And then when they hit up Team YouTube on Twitter, even Team YouTube is responding with the exact same message. So it's all automated, which I get it. Automation, sure. But it sounds to me like some automation done some fuckery right here with a lot of people, you know? It's like I read through the community guidelines. I have not been doing anything to violate that. When it comes to copyright, yeah, I get the copyright messages when I show something off, but then I dispute them to see if I can, because it is fair use. I mean, literally copyright fair use guidelines, fair use copyright guidelines. You are able to utilize a piece of footage if you're doing commentary over it, if you're reacting to it, if you're doing parody kind of stuff. It's all, so it wasn't anything with that. They specifically said community guidelines, and that's just bullshit. It's absolute bullshit. Severely. I love how it said severely. We've reviewed your channel. Have you severely violated the community guidelines? I'm like, what is that? Severely? For what? Talking about movies? Talking about dudes flying around in capes and fucking tights? Is that I've severely okay. Interesting. I don't know, man. YouTube, I'm probably gonna. I mean, I might start. I think I'm gonna start a Rumble account this weekend too. So might be doing that because I mean, I don't know. Just trying to just weighing the options right here. Damn, the channel disappeared. That's why I couldn't. It was so funny too. One of the funny things too is like I was getting messages from people. I mean, when it happened, like I said, I was in the grocery store. I was I was getting a couple of things at the grocery store, and I just read that message. Imagine being in the grocery store. I mean, I was getting a couple things, so I had my basket, and just imagine just like seeing that, and I just had immediately thought it was fake. And then I started looking at it and I was like, holy shit. And then I just started power walking through the grocery store just to grab the things that I needed to get. And I just was like, and I power walked right out of there. And I was like, you got to, and then I looked at the email again. I'm like, is that really YouTube? What the hell? Drove home. And then sure enough, when I refreshed, because I always have like my YouTube studio thing where I could see what's going on with the channel, refresh it and it's gone. I get this page from Google saying like, oh yeah, unable to access, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, holy shit. So then of course I submitted the appeal, and it's it's just crazy. It's just absolutely crazy how it all happened. But I appreciate you guys for sticking with me. It's a weird thing. And like I said, I mean, the support, like I said, I'm going to be obviously if continuing on right now, it's streaming on X, Twitter, Twitter X, Twitch. I got, of course, IG happening right now, but I'm gonna probably shut this off when when I start bringing on the panel. I won't be streaming the entire time on Instagram. There's a whole thing when it comes to streaming on Instagram on here, so so it's fine. Rumble's not right wing. It's just deemed that because a lot of people who are right wing go to that. That's all. You're not right wing if you go to Rumble. It's fine. I'm not looking at it through politics. I'm looking at it through, all right, if YouTube is going to cancel me, then I'm going to go over to a service that will not. That's what it all is. Yeah. I mean, don't think politics when it comes to this. Don't think politics. Let's leave politics out of it. I don't know how many times I've been called, certain names when it comes to that because I don't tote the left line. It's not fully right wing. It's a place that doesn't get affected as much as YouTube does. So, but good to see you guys. Yeah, release the Pena channel. I like it. Hey, what's going on, Eric? Sorry, bro, that you have been kicked out. Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, I was getting a rise hack, so that's what happened. Rumble is kind of like Twitch. Okay, yeah, like I said, I got emails from like some kind of recruiter or whatever the hell they sent out, and it's like I started the process of having a Rumble account, but now, yeah, I think this weekend I'm just gonna fully do it. Just see, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens because I was always worried about YouTube, but I never thought. I was like, nah, I'm good when it comes to YouTube. I think it's fine, but and then this happens, and I'm going, okay, maybe YouTube's not a safe place to be. Appreciate it, Shane. We need a new video streaming service to compete with YouTube. Well, apparently that's what Rumble is. There's all kinds. There's other ones too. There's Kick. There's just so many platforms, but it's just trying to figure out what is happening, what's going to happen. It sucks to build all that up on YouTube. It sucks to build all that up on YouTube, and then all of a sudden get it taken away from you without any reason. It's like, Jesus Christ. That's what YouTube definitely needs to let it be known why. Okay. You can't just be vague and then throw some term like, what was the term? I don't even remember what the term was. I can't even remember it right now. But basically saying that I am guilty of working around the system, as in I created another channel to work around the system. I'm like, that's not true. Yeah, circumvention. That's what it was. Thank you, DC Film News. Yes. Thank you, DC Film News. Yeah, circumvention, which is basically like doing a workaround and trying to like beat the system. And I'm just like, no, I'm just totally working within the system. Because like I said, every week, anytime that Scott and I do a fucking DC Fanimated, I always get a copyright thing because we watch a clip. And sometimes we don't, I don't get it turned around where the stream can't get monetized, but I don't get a copyright strike. And they're like, yeah, sorry, you can't be monetized, but that's about it. It's like, yeah, because we're doing commentary over it. And that is fair use copyright. So I'm always working with the system. I'm not trying to do any workaround. I wasn't doing any workaround. Like I said, if it's anything to do with that second channel that I started 9 years ago, that's bullshit because obviously the policies were different then. And then I was utilizing it for clips. And then I stopped doing that about 3.5 years ago. And I was like, nah, I'm not going to use that. And it's just been sitting there and it's still up. That channel is still up. And I was very tempted to just be like, well, I'm just going to stream and post videos on there. But I went, nah, probably shouldn't do that, because while this is, the appeal is being processed or whatever, I probably shouldn't be jumping on the backup channel when that could possibly be the reason why the main channel got fucking terminated. So yeah, it's just, yeah. So I didn't want to take that chance. I'm just kind of going like, you know what? Let's just do it right here. Let's just do other things and let the YouTube thing hopefully work out. Someday there's going to be a class action. Yeah, I think there already has been. What's going on, Jedi MILF? Let's get ready to rumble. Hey, we got Nana right here. Good to see you. I think it's insane YouTube just took your channel down. Like, yeah, hope you can get it back. Other options are cool and all, but I know, and I appreciate that, Nana. And I saw your pictures. I know you were at the you saw Rebel Moon 2 and got to see some familiar faces. Cheers to you. But see, this is crazy. We just passed over 600 clicks, man. I mean, it is interesting that now not on YouTube, but all of a sudden it's like there's already been over 600 clicks on this fucking stream. It's weird. It's weird. It's like, what the hell? Was YouTube just like, I don't know. But then, of course, there's that whole thing. Was told Real Rejects gave you a shout out on one of their streams about your situation. Really? Oh my God. Oh, those guys are awesome, man. Did they really? Oh man, I'm gonna have to search for that stream. Well, like I said, I got the past 24 hours has been great when it comes to people reaching out, and like I said, creators reaching out. Like I got like I said, creators that I look up to reached out to me and saw that and retweeted and did all that. Bigger creators that are just like 5 times, 10 times bigger than me. And that's what's kind of cool about this too. It's like, yeah, I might only have like 40,000 subscribers and, this many Twitter followers and this, that, and this. But the fact that I've made I've made friends with some of these bigger creators, these people that are just doing this for a living, and they're successful at it, and they saw what happened and they reached out. I mean, it's really just been, it's been great. It's been a little overwhelming. It really has. It's been a little over, because I'm just like, wow, like these guys that I look up to, and even guys that I've never even like talked to before. Like one in particular person who I've not talked to before, but I've watched his videos and he does great content. He totally just like fucking DM'd me and was like asking questions and said, "Man, I hope you get it back." It was just like it's just crazy. It's just crazy. I've been, it's been overwhelming. It's been overwhelming with that, with the outpour of, just people reaching out. And if that's the case, that's cool. I have to find that. And, those guys have been on been on the Vodka stream a while back. I hope to get them on again. It'd be great. Let's see who else. Hey, Andrea, what's going on? We got Jimmy right here too. YouTube is so petty. I know. Just kind of wondering. Look, don't touch. See, I mean, now people are getting, getting involved in the Twitter chat. That's pretty cool, What's going on, Kenny? I don't post many videos on YouTube except for posting a collection of, okay. So how do we support you financially on here? Well, I mean, like I said, I mean, it doesn't have to be financially. I know there's probably not. I don't know if you could. I'm sure I don't know Twitch when it comes to doing super chats or anything. I don't understand the all that stuff. I don't know. I think you could just do it. I know there's all kinds of like gifts and stuff like that you could put on here. I don't really know. Okay, honestly, I don't really know. But just you guys being here, it's perfectly fine. Like I said, when it comes to the financial aspect of this, if say the channel doesn't come back, it's really just pushing that the Patreon, I guess you could say. And the tiers on there, like I said, that's just something I'm gonna be working on this weekend. So yeah, they're awesome. You're a mid YouTuber, Dave, but look up people look up. Yeah, no, and I appreciate that. I mean, like I said, we're doing something here, and even with Yeah, we have subscriptions. There you go. And yeah, even if we don't get the YouTube back, we still built something here, and it's still going to continue on, and it's pretty cool. Dave, you could use Streamlabs for Twitch donations. Okay, so there's that aspect too. I only use Streamlabs when I do Film Junkie Live, so I don't do it with here because it's a little bit more of a process that I would have to figure out when it comes to inviting other people on and everything. So, but anyways, all right, all right. So now that we've talked about all that, and I knew that was going to be like a main focus tonight, talking about what's happened in the last 24 hours. And, I wanted to show my appreciation to everybody who migrated over to the different platforms to support and everything. And like I said, in this, whatever happens, nothing's gonna, like I said, I got the Patreon, I got the Twitch, I got Twitter, and I got Instagram, and I got TikTok as well. So we're just gonna utilize as much as we can and everything. So cheers, guys. Now let's talk about some Rebel Moon Part 2. So I just rewatched it again, and I must say, like when it comes to Rebel Moon, watching it for a second time after watching the first, obviously going to the little LA premiere thing and everything, is goddamn is the pacing really good in this version. Like, and Zach even talked about this, and I think I might have talked about it in my first reaction. I don't know if I did, but I know I was thinking it. But when it comes to Rebel Moon Part 2, it's like, yeah, I mean, you still have to have your first act, second act, third act. But I think the first act lasts like it's when Noble comes back. That's pretty much like the first act. It's like Noble, okay, and then all of a sudden you're just like, Part 2 is more like the second half of the second act, and then it goes into the third act because it's very much just building up to this battle, with the farmers, with all that, with them coming back. It's pretty much just building up to this whole battle. So even though we got like in the first one, part one, we got like, act one, act two, act three in that structure, but it was almost like, yeah, okay, but that was, I guess you could, I don't know. It's one of the things that I would like to ask Zach is like, because you have this giant story, it's like you still had to divide it up where you had to have, this first act, second act, third act in the first one where you have this story that's happening, but then it's a two-part movie that you were filming, basically one big giant movie. So how did you decide how to structure that? And then again, we're only seeing the family friendly side of this whole thing. And again, yes, of course, that's being Zack Snyder fans and hearing him talk and watching the movies, we immediately just think, yes, this is not what it's supposed to be. But again, just like with watching the first, I'm just going, oh, what is the director's cut's gonna be? Oh, what he's talking about, there's a lot of just raunchy sex and a lot of crazy violence. I'm like, fuck yeah. I think before definitely before the director's cuts come out, I'm gonna be watching some heavy metal for sure. I'm gonna watch that shit. Absolutely. So definitely gonna be watching some heavy metal because that's what it's all based on. But yeah, like I said, the last 45 minutes, it builds up to those last 45 minutes. And in getting there, yes, it's a little bit of like a okay, and there's I do at the same time, I wish Jimmy was in it a little more, but the build up for him to have his hero moment is so fucking fantastic, and the way that it's shot, and that, well, the whole war sequence, the whole last 45 minutes, cinematography is freaking awesome. But yeah, obviously we wanted more Jimmy. We do get more Jimmy, but maybe not as much as we thought we were going to get. Like after watching the first one, it's like, oh yeah, Jimmy will be very much in the. But then when he has his moment, you go, oh yes. I mean, the whole fucking theater cheered with the when Jimmy has his moments. But other characters have their moments too, and it's pretty great. But at the same time, it's just like I liked this one better, and I thought it flowed a lot. Just the flow of the film was better. Like it just, when I was watching it right now and I was preparing things and I was editing and stuff like that, I kept just watching. I'm like, oh yeah, oh yeah. And then and then all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, we're already getting to the final battle here. This thing is like, it just moves, man. So Yeah, really enjoyed it. Really loved the visuals. You know, Cora, Sophia Patella, she just kicked a lot of ass. And yeah, there's some good, just some really good moments. And cheers. Cheers to Rebel Moon Part 2. I'll probably be watching it one more time over this weekend because I enjoyed it. And I know I'm biased. I'm biased, guys, because I love Zack Snyder. He's one of my favorite directors. I get it. You know, some people don't like what the hell, but at the same time, it's going to be interesting to see the reaction to the director's cuts. That's for damn sure. What's going on, Darren? See you over there on Instagram. We also got DJ Alex right here. You haven't seen the Scar Giver? Well, we're going to be talking about, we're going to be talking spoilers when the panel gets on here. That's for sure. You have a great community. Thank you, man. I appreciate that, dude. You know, and it's been a while since we talked, man, and hope everything's doing well. I know you kind of just like, got off social media, which is always great. But yeah, man, I appreciate you joining right here, and it's good to see you. It's good to see you, man. Yeah. All right. Okay, let's start. Let's start getting some peeps in here. Let's see. Ooh, all right. So get some people in here. I should probably take. I don't even. Oh man, I have to find my glasses again. I didn't put them on my desk. Whoops. Whoops. Let's see. Yeah. See, now I'm scrolling through my DMs like crazy because I got so many DMs after all this. It's like Jesus Christ. So I'm now trying to figure out like where's the certain ones because like I said, so many people reached out. So I'm just like sending. Let's see. Where are we at? Okay. So I was just like, I was trying to find some of like the group chats and stuff. So, but all right, let's see. We got all right. There's that. I said it's not gonna be too hefty tonight, probably. Oh, there's that. There we go. There was that one. All right. Mm. Okay. All right. We got some invites sent out there. Let's see. Hold on a sec. Let me find my glasses. Damn it. I didn't put them up here? See? Where are they at? There they are. Finding the glasses. Anyway, so okay, when it comes to Instagram, I mean, there's only like 3 people watching right now, but Instagram, I'm gonna say goodbye to you. Thank you guys for showing up and commenting and doing all that stuff, and I appreciate your support too. Got a lot of great messages and comments on things when it came to Instagram, so I appreciate you guys. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and say goodbye to you over here. Bye bye. Okay, yes. End. And then share. How dare you, YouTube? That's what I'm going to call it. That's what I'm calling that whole thing right there. Okay, we're good. We're good when it comes to that. All right. Let's go ahead and hey, what's going on, Mick? Good to see you, buddy. And we got Andy right here. Andy, I forgot to ask, did you watch Rebel Moon? Because if you did, I'll invite you in, but I don't know if you did. If you did, because we're going to be talking Rebel Moon, at least for the first part, you know? So just saying, I was just kind of like keeping it, anybody who's watched Rebel Moon to do a Rebel Moon discussion right tonight and stuff. So let's see. Yeah, we're good. But, anybody else who's, I didn't really reach out to too many people when it came to coming on tonight. So anyways, all right, let's chat. All right, let's get the first person in here. Oh, you know him, you love him, and he's my co-host for DC Fan Admitted. Scott. Hello, Scott.
Evening.
Oh, look at you! Look at you with your. Oh, yeah, that's right. You got one of those mugs, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. Thanks, Balga. Love you, man.
Yeah. Cheers to that. Oh, but that's not it. But we also got.
Throw a knife at Steven.
There we go. What? Thank you guys for joining on this weird non-YouTube live stream.
Yeah.
Hey,
all you freeloaders, go subscribe to Dave's Patreon for like a month or whatever. Like if you just watch on YouTube all the time, throw him a bone, subscribe to Patreon for a month until he figures this out. You don't have to do if you've been watching him all this time and haven't been donating or on live streams or aren't already subscribed to his Patreon or whatever. You have no idea how much work he puts into this, how much work it takes to keep this going for like what a decade now,
dude. Pretty much.
So
and how much it costs to run these things.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
there's
seriously,
that kind of stuff. Yeah,
I mean, your YouTube memberships were like $2.17 a month, and you basically get everything you need on your Patreon for $3. I mean, it's a no-brainer. And are you really going to miss $3 a month?
I mean, yeah, it's like always one of those things where it's just like, I mean, I even have the dollar tier, and even when it comes to the dollar tier, I'm like, hey, show some appreciation, and I'm trying to work out exactly how I'm going to structure this. That's what I'm going to be doing this weekend. But like right now, I mean, like I posted clips and posted things on my Patreon just first. I mean, there's videos on there that I have not posted anywhere else. So that's just the way I'm going to be doing. But yeah, thank you, Stephen, for saying that. And yeah, I mean, like I said, there's the tiers. You want to do that? Hey, until we figure all this out, much appreciated. So thank you for joining, gentlemen.
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah, man, I know. Weird last 24 hours. That's for sure.
And all I know is that 2:45 in the morning was a long time ago at this point. So I'm enjoying this beer right now.
Yeah, Jace, I'm sure you are. But yeah, we're gonna be talking about some Rebel Moon. How you guys doing? I know I know work schedules are like pretty crazy when it comes to you guys. Everything okay with all that?
Hey, I was pretty good, got to work at 4 a.m, had overtime to cut, so I had to leave at like 11:20. So I just came home and watched Rebel Moon Part 2. It was quite convenient for me, needless to say.
It worked for you, all right? Stephen, of course you watched it too.
Yeah, I did. It was awesome.
Okay, so how are we feeling? Are we feeling that it's step up from the first one?
Okay, what you said in your review earlier in the stream, the pacing. Here's the thing that
before you start, you're already pixelating, Scott.
Of course I am. It can't be a stream if I'm not.
I can't. Of course. All of a sudden he started glitching. I'm like, that before he goes off on, his yeah. But no, I mean, like, do you feel the same way too? I think he was going to talk about how it does feel like a final act of a like it's like the second half.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I think I was positive on the first one. I think the biggest criticism that I had is that it just can't escape the fact that it is half of it is like half of half a story.
Yeah.
And it's the first half. It's half of the first half of a story. And it looked good, and there was cool action and cool character beats and stuff, but it without that third act to kind of bring it all home, that's a little bit lacking in that one. And then in this one, it's like almost like the opposite, where there's so much action in it that, like, if that's what you want, if you want those Snyder shots, people were complaining about the first one, like there's not enough Snyder shots or whatever. Like this one is like half of the movie is just like printed out, put it on your wall, like there's your Snyder shot.
Dude, the fact that they and I love it because I saw some people on Twitter like going like, when they're doing all the farming, and it's just, and we even heard Zach talk about it. He even said it like during the screening I went to. It was like, because they grew all that wheat, and then when it came to shooting all that, it's like he just wanted to keep shooting, and you could see it. It's like it's just beautiful shots of them just going at it, and it's
yeah.
like.
But
people
you
like,
know exactly how that happened too. Is like you're on set and you're actually harvesting the wheat, and so you've got the stuff floating around, and you've got like if I was on set with that camera, you start saying like, "Oh hey, Bay Duno, why don't you throw some of that up in the air?" And it's like, "Oh, let me catch that." And now that you have it, you're like, "Well, I can't not put it in the movie." Like it's very natural.
But also thematically, I feel like it works because it's about how the farmers are connected to the land, how they are integrated into their environment versus the Imperium showing up, as those colonizers, with the black smoke just belching out of every machine they have. And it lends a dichotomy to, your good guys and your bad guys in the movie. So I felt it was deeper than just, oh, it's a pretty looking shot, because it was a very pretty looking shot.
Well, sure, but like it's also like it is very much Zach gratuitously enjoying some lens porn.
Oh, absolutely.
Like,
oh yeah. But as I was saying before, I started to glitch, because of course it always has to glitch when I'm about to say something profound and exciting.
That's why I wanted to stop you before you were going to go off. I was like, nope, exit out first, buddy.
The thing about part 2 that made me love it so much more than part 1 is that part 1, the entire time, I felt like I could feel where the holes were. And then when I read the novelization, I was like, oh, there they are. Like, because once again, the novelization's based on the R-rated script, and it was like, oh, this feels fuller, this feels more complete. So I'm really excited to see the director's cut of part 1, because the holes won't be there. Part 2, I'm really intrigued to find out where the extra hour is, because I didn't feel it as obviously as I did in part 1. And that lended itself to me very much enjoying part 2 more than part 1. And to your point earlier, I think Stephen was saying this when I was trying to jump back on the stream, and this is something I wanted to, be able to ask Zach about at some point, is he wrote it as one movie, and then when the Netflix deal was going on, they were like, okay, so I'm going to take this one script and I'm going to chop it in half. So when you talk about the act structure, you really do kind of want to look at this and go, and kind of watch it just back to back, because if you just take out like the little Jimmy narration at the beginning of part 2, the movie can just keep on going.
And I can see how part 1 as a 3-hour version will work a lot better. In the cut down versions, I almost think there's an argument to be made that part 1, like you could trim this one for fat just a little bit to make it a little bit shorter, and you can get like between part 1 and this like a 2-hour 45-minute movie that absolves people's criticisms about like both of them. And that's not like I don't know that would necessarily be better, because I'm very fascinated personally by, like, regardless of all of the other conversations, the filmmaking decisions being made in the way that they are like, okay, let's make 2 entirely different products here. This isn't just different cuts of the movie, but like we actually had different scripts, and we shot different lines, and we edited it differently, different tones, like, and so I'm in support of, like, if that means that like the PG-13 version of part 1 is like lesser than it could have been if they had engineered it otherwise, I'm all for that, for the sake of the contrast of like, oh, this is like the palatable version versus the not palatable version, as opposed to like just taking all the footage you have and making the most cohesive PG-13
movie.
And if that makes sense, like as an experimental thing.
Yeah.
But I'm also kind of curious, because there was something that was completely left out of part 1. It shows up as part of part 2, but in the novelization, it was actually like a subplot in part 1. So I'm also curious if there, is that just, liberties with the novelization, or how sometimes there's stuff in the script that you see in the novelization, but then doesn't actually make it to the final cut. Or I'm wondering if stuff gets in the director's cuts, does stuff even get shuffled around between part 1 and part 2 because of the truncated nature of the storytelling? Questions I have. because there's a whole situation with Korra's dropship. Like, there's a whole thing, according to the novelization, like that's a whole thing with Private Eris and Jimmy and the water girl. Unfortunately, dear God, Sam, thank you.
There you go.
Like, it's a whole subplot where when part one is going off about the team building stuff, and we just kind of forgot about the village, the novelization jumps back and forth. And I was wondering if that's something that the directors will actually know is going to happen, because we have all the Jimmy stuff in part one that's cut out of the PG-13 version, but it's going to be in the director's cuts. So I was kind of curious, because there's like this whole thing of them like fixing the drop ship, and then the way the movies are structured, it's like we don't even remember about Korra's ship until
and I think
they
that
bring it up in part two.
If you're going to have these movies be that short, I don't think that that's a like, I don't know. I like it's a cool thing to have in there, but like if the assignment, and that's the weird thing about these movies, is like how there's so many questions about how are we even supposed to talk about them. Like if the assignment here is take this R-rated, over the top Verhoeven-esque concept and translate it into two 2-hour equivalent versions, it's almost like a reverse parody of Zack, like reverse parodying himself of, or like what people want of the movies, then like that makes complete sense to do it that way. But if I don't know, and so like there's a million different ways they could have chosen to do this that I think maybe people would talk about differently. And I'm personally kind of less, as usual, less interested in the like good, bad, better, worse conversation so much as the like, what are they actually like? What is the function of this? Are these supposed to work as like the blockbusters, and those are supposed to, and that's the context you talk about it in, right?
But Zach, Steven, did you watch the Josh Horowitz interview on Happy, Sad, Confused? Because that's kind of what Zach said in that interview, was the director's cuts is the heavy metal deconstruction of the sci-fi genre, while the PG-13 versions is, no, this is like just your straight up sci-fi. Like the PG-13 versions are the kind of movies
like what people say they think they want.
Well, the director's cuts is the deconstructing commentary on this kind of movie. And I thought that was a really interesting way of,
well, it's like the PG-13 cuts are almost more of a commentary than the R-rated movies could even end up being, in a like a reverse satire way. Like the earnestness is satirical in a way.
Because like I remember just like kind of going like, all right. I mean, it just followed the play. It followed the numbers, like the way that
it's paint by numbers.
That's what I was trying to say.
Well, imagine, and I think the way he described it too in the Horowitz interview was great. But he's been using the alternate universe term, and I think that one of the clearest ways to imagine it is like you could say, I mean, you could do it maybe with Watchmen, but I think 300 would be like the most potent example of like, let's say you're going to make a PG-13 cut of 300. And so all of the most extreme stuff immediately gets cut out for content purposes. And so like you lose, a lot of the blood, the sex, the nudity. But so then do you leave like the "this is Sparta" kick? And all of a sudden that seems like that's weirdly out of place in this like relatively tame movie. So then you also include a tamer version of that scene. Maybe you do that a little bit more, like, they've talked about how that wasn't supposed to be so over the top and they really amped it up. So maybe go with one of those takes of that plays it down a little bit, because you have to match the arc of the tone of the rest of the movie. And all of a sudden then 300 turns into like Immortals, right? That's how you get Immortals as opposed to 300, because you tone down all of those curves. And so that's what's fascinating then, is when the R-rated version comes out, you get that full "this is Sparta" kick. You get the full, blood, sex, gore, etc. And And that's why it's like, well, how do you even talk about these? Because like people are like, oh, bad reviews, whatever. It's like that's not even the interesting part. The interesting part is that they took one story, made 2 versions of the script, shot it back to back. It's like an experiment by its nature that we then get to say.
It really is.
Then we get to say like, oh, they made these 2 versions of this same, like that's what they do on like Project Greenlight. They give everyone the same script and have them shoot different.
Didn't even think about that.
Movies in it, right? Like, or it's like any like film competition where everyone's working with the same script and you get to see what different versions there are. And so, I get why people, obviously, like it's Netflix, it's a blockbuster sci-fi movie. Of course, most people watching it are going to be more interested in am I having fun? Am I enjoying this? But I'm just always personally fascinated by that. Like as a project, like forget views, forget budget, forget all of that. That's just a fascinating thing to do.
It'll be studied.
But it's also when you think about that, because when he talks about the alternate universe filming, the idea that it's not just going to be an extended cut, that there are actual like alternate takes, that line delivery is different because of tone and mood shifting between what they're going through the PG-13 version, the R version. It's almost like, old school theater improv games where you're given these words and yet you're given different, but play it like this. And you get that slip of paper with a completely different context to what you're saying and how it changes why and how you're saying the exact same lines.
Well, it's like I need to look up the interview, but whatever Gerard Butler, I think, gave some other examples of the "This is Sparta" line where he was like, it was supposed to be like, "This is Sparta," right?
Yeah.
And like that was kind of, and they just like fed into the energy over and over and over and over until it was just absolute screaming, and that turned into what it is. And you take that iconic moment and you put it in another movie where it's not just balls to the walls volume and just like pushing every area of the content and the story into extremes, then everyone walks out and they're like, that was weird. Why did they do that? Right. And so that's what people need to keep in mind when you go to those R-rated cuts. You're not just amplifying all of the you're not just including blood in the same story. Now you're also talking about like, oh, some of these lines that are like really earnestly delivered are like borderline sarcastic or satirical or whatever in the like really, really heightened version. And you can see how that would really, really change the tone on something that's intended to be like a commentary on genre like that.
For sure. And we got a couple other people joining right now. We got Chris and we got William. What is happening, gentlemen?
Hello.
Ooh.
What's going on? Man, this I just want to first off tell you I'm angered. I am aggravated about how this happened to you. You don't have a built-in Brad that gets us kicked off the internet. Crazy.
I know you guys always give shit to Brad, but yeah.
Yeah, because we got kicked off for Tom Green. If I was going to get kicked off for something, I would want it to be something that I would actually pay 2 cents to see, and he ain't it. So I had to get us put back up for that. We had to delete the scene that he put on there. But at least they tell us, though. They tell us, hey, this is what you did. If you clip this, you're back on.
Yeah,
you just got.
I know that's usually the case too. That's anytime I get a copyright thing, it's always like, oh yeah, the reason why this is blocked or this is, you can't get monetization is because hey, you watched. I mean, like Scott and I, we watch a clip for DC Fan
every week. It's a tradition. It's literally part of our format.
Yeah, it's part of the format. So it always goes, hey, the reason why is this, and then I just dispute it. Does it always come back sometimes they release it, sometimes they don't, and I just kind of look at it as like, hey, long as they don't put a strike on it, they're okay with it, and it's like that's perfectly fine. Long as there was one time though, I remember Scott, there was like a few weeks ago, I told you, I was like, the stream got blocked for a time.
Yes,
and it got blocked for like a half a day. I forgot which one it was. But it got blocked for a day, and I'm like, what the fuck? That doesn't usually happen. But when I submitted the dispute, they just released it. They kept it, where I'm like, oh yeah, I can't monetize, but I'm like, fuck it. Long as we could still see it, I don't care. It wasn't that big of a deal. Yeah. So usually when it comes to all that, they are very transparent. But when it came to this whole thing, I'm like, what? But I do have to say that I got a message from somebody as we were talking right now, a creator who also the very same day got his account pulled down and everything, got the same message and everything. He's got a bigger following. he got his channel reinstated.
Okay,
So positivity right there.
that's good.
Yes, that's there's some light at the end of the tunnel when it comes to that. He just sent me that right now. He goes, he
That's
just
good.
showed
Maybe it's a
that
glitch,
he got
man.
the
Maybe
email.
it's a glitch.
It has to be a glitch
It's
because
just
there's-
had to be like some bot or something that they had just went wholesale and they don't want to admit the mistake. You know, again, like you said,
Yeah,
Of
copyright
course they
strikes.
don't.
Copyright strikes. Like I had my friend get 2 copyright strikes, one on top of the other. Tried to dispute it. Had contracts to say that I'm authorized to display this content. They didn't care. He had to wait. Basically, he was like on pins and needles for 6 months because he had to wait 6 months for those strikes to be removed.
Oh yeah,
I
yeah.
got
You get
one
one
on
more,
Sunday.
that's it. It's game over. You can't dispute
You got
it.
one on Sunday?
I didn't get a strike, but I got hassled by Universal
Oh.
Pictures, right?
Yeah.
As I'm advertising their movie and I'm showing
that-
their trailer.
That they're
They
sending you
kicked me
stuff,
off.
right?
Yes, they but it wasn't them. It was YouTube. And I had to get them to intercede and say, no, we want him to do this. I'm like, I showed the Abigail trailer and I showed the, put the trailer, and but they told me Universal Pictures claims this. I'm like, and then I sent them an email and like, so I was down for like 12 minutes. 12 minutes I was gone, and then they put it back. But at least they told me, and then I could be like,
Yeah.
okay, this is fixable. But with you, they just basically put a sack over your head and threw you into.
Oh
the
yeah,
trunk
they
of a
just
car.
completely. I mean, again, imagine being
He's in a
the
black
grocery
site
store.
right now, which
Yeah.
is.
I mean, just
Yeah,
even,
you're
just
just
even
making-
like you look at the definition of what they gave you, like circumvention. I was like,
What does that mean?
yeah, I mean, we all can look at the definition as just like,
Yeah.
no, that doesn't define you. That defines other people, but that doesn't define you. Like you even brought up, like you have the other channel, but you really haven't used it in so long, and it wasn't meant to.
And he did
circumvent
that's the
anything.
thing is that like I remember the channel after he reminded me about it. Like he hasn't used it in so long
Mhm.
that I was sitting here going, "Oh yeah, that
Yeah.
thing." And
I
then
had that backup
they say
channel.
circumvention. I'm like, you keep using that word. I don't think it means what you think it means.
I
I
thought
read-
you
I
were
was-
back up when I saw that channel.
I read up
I-
on it a little bit, and it was wild because it's like,
Yeah.
really, first of all, it's really nebulously defined
Okay,
as something
very.
that like you could hypothetically suspend like anybody if you just wanted to look at whatever they're doing
Mhm.
enough. Like it's vague, like intentionally so, and then it includes like you also can be guilty of what's the word again of
Circumvention.
circumvention by reposting content from somebody else who has been suspended
Yes.
due to
Yeah,
circumvention.
you're right.
So,
Yep.
for example, you were saying earlier that someone gave you a shout out on their channel. If they had posted a clip from your channel,
They could get
they could have then also gotten suspended for that.
yeah,
Or
which
let's
that
say
was a
somebody-
reject.
let's say
Yeah.
somebody doesn't know that you've been suspended and shares a clip from one of your interviews with Zach while they're talking about Rebel Moon.
Mhm.
And now they have also shared content from someone who has been suspended for circumvention, and they could be suspended for circumvention.
Yeah.
It's like, wow, like great platform you
slippery
got
slope.
there.
But-
Like,
but-
Or
you-
something that I mean, I'll be honest, I offered. It was just like, hey Dave, you want to come over? Like, I've got a YouTube
Yeah.
channel. You want to come over? And then I was thinking, if I had Dave on as a guest on my YouTube channel, would that be considered circumvention and then get me sniped? And it was so it just I was doing the same. Like I was DMing with Dave all night last night. I just had my
Yeah.
iPad, my keyboard there, and I was like, I had tabs open because I was going down the rabbit hole of what the fuck.
Exactly.
and
So was I. Yeah. I mean, it was just like one of those things where, you weren't the only one too that was like, hey, if you want to utilize my channel. But then I'm like, and then I was even tempted to be like, well, I could just go to the backup channel. But I was talking with Steven and it was like, yeah, but that could kind of like with this whole appeal and everything, we don't know exactly what's going on.
Yeah,
That
you
could
gotta-
actually shoot this
That
whole
could
thing
walk
in the
right
foot.
into their trap. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. So I'm like, if I resort to the backup channel, that could fuck me up right there. And I'm like, all right, so I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to utilize the different platforms, which
Yeah,
is what
I
we're
mean,
doing.
when I first saw it, I was like, okay, maybe it's copyright stuff. That's why I said my friend
Yeah.
who literally went after, he's got his own channel, but he said, my best friend's the copyright lawyer who went to war with Disney rewrote a contract 4 times because they were trying to screw me out of a deal. So he said, if you've got copyright issues, I'm sending your friend his way just on your good word.
Yeah.
But the whole thing is you got a whole platform founded on the idea of content creation. Yes, I know they're all about making money and finding new things and like that, but they do everything possible when in these situations to not even listen to the creators and give them a actual legitimate way to really appeal that could actually be good. Like gives you that fair shot because you're just kind of waiting in limbo for an email return.
I know. See, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, just let me. I mean, when you read, you severely violated community guidelines. I'm like, what the fuck?
Specifically, what?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then when I
by the way,
when I
define
read
severely, like that is such a subjective term to use.
Yeah.
That's like because I was reading the guidelines too, and I'm like, no.
What have I done?
What have you done?
Yeah,
Like,
I don't spam.
like-
I don't spam. I don't put out misinformation. I get out the information that's out there and give my opinions. And we do that here too with the Vodka stream.
I don't know, Dave.
Yeah, I know,
You
right?
said all sorts of bullshit about the Snyder cut.
Oh, fucking A. I did, right? I kept
There was
saying,
a lot.
it's not finished.
We're live streaming on Twitter now, right? People got screenshots of all sorts of lies that you told about that.
Really, the flip flopping that you did back then.
You're
My
a traitor,
God.
Dave. Remember,
Right.
you're a traitor. I remember.
You're not even a real
traitor.
fan, and that deserves
I'm not even a real
suspension
fan.
on its own.
Ugh.
You
Why
did.
is-
You
why
you,
is-
you
yeah.
advocated for the cartoon if it was possible.
Oh, I know, right?
I remember that.
I mean, how dare you even say it should be a comic book? Gosh, what kind of Snyder fan are you?
I know. It's got to be
Guess
live
I'm not
action
one
or
then, 'cause
nothing.
I'm for it.
Yeah, nope, William, you're out too. Sorry.
I definitely know that I'm not at all. Not
Yeah,
a
Nope.
fan. Nope.
And
not at all.
you're not a fan of physical media at all, Scott. Like there is absolutely no
know
proof.
what the fuck you're talking about, Chris. I mean,
Dude,
you're
Lee, if
just
you're watching, make a comic book, man. Come on, do it.
ugh.
No, but I mean, like, it was such a. I thought it was bullshit. Like I literally was at the grocery store, walking right past the meat department. I see that, and I just looked at my phone and went, "That's fucking fake. That can't be real." And then I was like, I continued walking, and then I was like, and then I looked at the whole thing. I'm like, and then I was like, holy shit. And then I just started freaking just going through. It was just, I was like a crazy person. I cut like a couple off that were trying to get like out of the store. I like literally sorry. And I just was like, I was just rushing out like my wife was pregnant, like going into labor and at the fucking hospital. I was like, I just freaking started trotting to my car, and I was like, and then
what was in your bag?
what was in my bag? I know, right?
He grabbed like 10 things that wasn't on his list, and then wondered when he got home what happened.
Coffee. I went there for coffee, forgot the coffee, and I was like, that was the main reason why I went there. But I had like cheese and tortillas.
Did you see that guy that bought a 40-pound block of Parmesan?
Yeah, I saw
Yes.
that. It was pretty cool. No, but yeah, so it was just like, because with my two screens, I'm always watching my channel, and when you have your channel, you have the YouTube studio, and you can see live real time stuff. You could see like, okay, what is hitting right now and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
I always have that up. It's almost like watching like the stock market. It's like, it's just that. So I always have that on a screen, and just to like hit the refresh button and get a fucking Google. Guess what? You're not able to use this. Where I was like, Jesus Christ. Like, oh, and then I had to like go back to regular work. You know how hard that was? Like after just going, I just lost my YouTube channel right now. What the fuck? It's like, so then I had to like continue. But then of course I'm like going back and forth, kind of like trying to be, and then of course getting hit up by people. It's been a crazy day, or 24 hours, more than 24 hours now. But yeah. Crazy, but
I like hearing that you got some word from a creator that's gotten theirs back. So
yes,
that is a big glimmer of hope.
Very good. But let's stop talking about that. We're all good. I mean, again, it's kind of weird how we're not on YouTube, and now I'm looking at the view clicker, and we're at over 1,200 views.
Dude,
at
I love it. I love it because
but it's weird.
You don't get the credit, but you're still. I'm hearing back from the people who are watching on that platform, because I thought they were fluff numbers. I'm like, okay, this looks good, but what does it really mean? But then the interaction comes via Twitter messages and stuff, because I told people I did a giveaway last week, because I'm like, I want to see who's actually watching this and who's just passing through. So I gave away some Monkey Man shirts and stuff for people who are actually watching, to verify that they were actually real. And it was kind of cool, man. A little rat channel like mine getting that many people. I was happy.
No, Twitter. I mean, it's interesting because I remember the first time that I saw the
Are we going to get suspended from Twitter now for not calling it X?
fucking Elon.
Knowing that guy, don't tempt him.
I mean, I think he's okay with it. He's like, it's whatever. But yeah, it's hard.
The fact that the web address is still twitter.com. I mean,
that's my excuse saying
Where's
it's still
the
Twitter,
bird?
I'm still calling it.
But no, I mean, I remember like when I remember it was Ben and Garza were doing like a Dune stream, and I saw like their little, because obviously on your main page you could see who's live, and I was like, oh shit, they got over like 100 views going on right now. I'm like, that's pretty cool. I'm like, huh, interesting. And then when Scott and I did a DC Fanimated, I was telling him, I was like, dude, we got like over 100 views on this, like what I'm seeing in the ticker. And then it was just kind of like, wow. And then I was telling Steven about that. And then that vodka stream, we got to 300. And I was like, what the hell? But then I realized, okay, it's not live views, but what StreamYard does is count anybody who clicks on the actual live stream, and it goes a tick up. So it's not live views, but it's people that have actually take the time to click on the actual live stream. So, it's very much
some of them are staying though, because if you look at right now, I'm looking at your live, you have a live chat there. Some of those people do stay. You got a good percentage of them, even if it's about 25%. That's like an additional 25% extra people that weren't on YouTube catching it. So you just grew your audience. And like I said, I just do some beta out there just to see who was hanging around. And like I said, I gave away certain posters, just to see, So I didn't believe in Twitter at the first, as far as that goes, until I saw that little eyeball thing, and it shows you all those people. And and then I'm looking at YouTube, I'm like, dude, there's like 30 people here. That's great, but there's like 300, 400. I'm like, wow. And then I'm like, say something, people.
So, Will, what you're saying is you saw her face. Now you're a believer. Okay, I just wanted to
listen, when dude. I always say, no, I don't get copyrighted. Don't get copyrighted.
I could.
Math is undefeated, man, and that math won me over.
No, I know. It's interesting. It's very interesting when it comes to where Twitter is going. I mean, they have a serious bot problem and a serious links in the bio, tits in the bio, pussy in the bio. There's a serious problem. I know, Chris. I remember you sent me a screenshot.
Yeah, that was interesting. After that, I was like, "Oh, that's your first comment." I see. Film junkie.
I think it was last week's Vodka stream, right? Yeah, and also like Chris sends me a screenshot that says like pussy in the bio or something like that. Yeah, they have a serious bot problem that's gotten way worse. But at the
are you
same
sure
time,
those are bots? Maybe
I don't know. I talked to one. And
have you checked the bio to confirm?
I keep getting. She just turned 18. That's the one I know automatically. Like, that's the last. And then one of our viewers, because my viewers are savages that just live and exist to devour me. He sent in a tip to the charity so that I would read it. So if you go onto our charity, he actually donated money so that I would say she's only 18 and he could clip it.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what it got.
Yeah,
well, we made money off it, so fuck it,
I mean, I know there's things you got. I don't know. It's a wild west when it comes to Twitter. It definitely is a wild west.
Now I got
and but at the same time, I'm like, I'm okay with it. Wild West.
Wild West.
But at the same time, I'm like, hey, you know what? If that's the case, fine. I still, it's my most useful tool. I get why people left. I'm like, all right, I'm not gonna say don't go, but I'm like, it's still my source for a lot of things. And
obviously, it's a big platform, but like we're doing it now, right? Like you're doing the Vodka stream right now. So.
Yeah. and look at, and again, just seeing like the response and everything, it's crazy.
And all of these people are going to go subscribe to your Patreon right now, and that's awesome.
Yeah,
like that's so cool that everyone is going to go to patreon.com.
$3 a month gets you over 400 pieces of exclusive content. Over patreon.com/thefilmjunkie.
Somebody
and new tiers coming.
Somebody put it in the. You can put links in the comments on X, right? Someone put the Patreon in the comments.
So we've got a new Patreon links in the bio, right?
Yeah, Patreon link in bio. Patreon in bio.
And I'll even create another tier where I put my my nudes in there. Anyways, okay. Speaking of
Hey, I'm
nudes,
gonna
we
get
got
people to pay me not to. I'm gonna
speaking
do
of
the
nudes,
reverse
we
one
got
now.
fucking Travis.
I didn't know where that was going, man.
Yeah.
Speaking of that,
You go to Dave's Patreon tier 2. There's some Travis and Dave collab photos we've been
no.
working on. Now's the time to bust
Just a
it
lot
out.
of flexing. A lot of
Yeah,
flexing.
exactly.
Wait, is
Very
that a
very
thing?
artsy though.
If
Very
that's a
artsy.
thing, I've got some fan art to send you guys.
That's
Oh.
definitely. It's
Add
definitely. Like,
tier.
I've never subscribed to a person's OnlyFans, but people do collabs all the time, and then you
Yeah.
got the bots in there. But good on
Yeah,
them.
I've got some Dave and Travis fan art. I'll send you guys.
There you
Good. Oh, good.
I
Yeah.
like it.
Give us the
I
fanfic.
like it.
No
That's
chat
the-
GTP.
that's
I
the new
stuff.
didn't make it. I just commissioned it. So,
did you commission AI?
no.
Yeah, one of
no.
our thumbs is missing.
Yeah.
Well, it's not.
That's
I know where it
really
is.
That's the upcoming $10 tier on the Film Junkie. So
There you
subscribe.
go.
now.
Yeah, exactly. You gotta up the price a little bit more when it comes to that. But hey, thank you, Travis, for joining.
Oh, no, of
Appreciate it.
course, Yeah.
Yeah, I know it's been an interesting 24 hours when it comes.
Yeah,
to this.
I've kind of looked from afar and seen that.
Yeah.
That's just a big man. That sucks. But positive thinking. By time next week, it'll all be fixed, and then it'll just be a funny anecdote that happened a week or two ago. And if not, like Steven said, you're already making work, you're doing stuff. But I put out the positive vibes, and it's just a thing. I think if, like you said, when you searched it, if there wasn't other people, I'd say, you might be a little fucked, man. But I think if other people are having a similar issue, YouTube does shit like this all the time. So positive vibes. It'll be back before you know it.
Yeah, it was just that's what I kept having to convince myself in the past, 24 hours. It was like, it's got to be a glitch. It's got to be. I mean, because it's just like, yeah. I mean, obviously, I'm still thinking ahead and being like, okay, but if it doesn't come
In
back
case, yeah,
for
of
some
course,
reason,
yeah.
I'm like, well, you know what? We're doing great. Like, this was very much the first stream, and then look what's happening. Look at how many clicks it's actually got. I'm like, okay, I'm not saying it's going to be like that all the time, but at the same time, it was reassuring that, this fan base that, I've created and we've all been a part of this community, has flocked to Twitch and Twitter and are commenting. It is weird to see, I mean, we got Andrew right here. He's, from Twitter, we got Anthony right here, it's just, they're now flocking towards that because it wasn't like that before. I didn't really see the engagement through Twitter. And then, we got Steven right here, who's, posting that.
There you go.
Long time listener, first time caller.
Yeah.
No, he's called a lot. A lot.
But now, but back to the Rebel Moon. Travis, did you watch Rebel Moon?
I'm about an hour in. I got
Okay, so you're a little bit in.
to
Okay.
it. Yeah, I got to return to it. So,
Okay, we're
but
gonna be.
you can spoil away if you need to. It's all good with me. It's
We'll
not
wait.
anything.
I mean, it's there's not even like so much that
It's like
there's gonna
Godzilla
be
versus Kong. You
spoilers.
can't really spoil it.
You can't really
Yeah.
because I mean, it's just we already know we already know that Noble is back, and that they established that, of course, right at the beginning, and which I thought was like, okay, cool, start off like that, where it's. But at the same time, it's like, okay, so yeah, we're gonna have another battle. And we know where the battle's gonna be, and then it's just like, okay, so who has the hero moments? I mean, that's pretty much
And who's gonna die because, like in Seven Samurai, they all don't make it. So
Yeah.
It'd be a
So
little
it's just
unrealistic if they all did, kind of like A-Team, like everyone's shooting wrong and somehow they make it all through.
I love it when a mission comes together.
That would have taken away the gravity of the story and the deaths if they'd have done
Yes.
that.
Yeah.
If Murdoch would have came out with the van and said, "Everybody get in," I would have been like, well.
Love it
Yeah,
when a plan comes together.
love it when sucking on that
damn
stogie. Yeah, I even like the movie. I don't care what anybody says. That movie was good. That movie was fucking.
The
movie
trailer,
was
the
fucking
trailer sold me.
crazy.
That trailer was
Rampage.
Dude, I mean, yeah, Rampage happened,
Rampage.
which was very interesting. But you have Liam Neeson, and you got Bradley Cooper, and then of course you got Charlton Copley, which I love that motherfucker. Anytime he shows up in a movie, I'm like, I love that guy. I mean, he was in Monkey Man.
He's
and it's
fantastic
just like,
in Monkey Man.
I
Oh,
totally
my goodness, yeah.
forgot. I was like, oh yeah, he's in this, and I'm like, I just love that fucking guy. I mean, he's always playing like these interesting, crazy characters. So yeah, I mean, the A-Team. I'm like, yeah, who directed that? Was it Brett? Was it McGee or Brett Ratner? Who was it?
No, it's
Wait,
somebody
what?
that has a track record though of doing sim. Who's the guy that did Smoking Aces? I think it's that guy. Why am I not remembering who that is?
Look at. Or
Is
I
it
think
Joe
it's Scott's
Carnahan?
looking it
I'm
up.
Joe
looking it up.
Carnahan, I
Hold on. I'm gonna get you
Directed
there.
by
Carnahan?
Joe
No, if
Car-
it's
Carnahan.
It is Carnahan.
Yeah, Carnahan. Yep.
Okay.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay,
How
good
has she
job.
not popped off more?
I
I know.
mean,
He's made some good fucking movies.
I love Smoking Aces.
I realize
back
I
in the
say that
day.
people are gonna be like, "Are you kidding?" He's made. And I was like, "I'm aware."
No,
but I'm saying
You know
he
what?
hasn't, like,
He
you know
directed
what?
one episode of Last of Us. Steven, didn't you see it? It was the best episode of the series.
You know what I really enjoyed from him lately? I enjoyed Boss Level.
Boss
Yeah.
Level, yes, with
Ah.
Frank Grillo, right?
With Frank Grillo and
Oh,
Mel
I haven't
Gibson.
seen
It
that
was,
yet.
it was on
Okay.
Hulu.
But you know what?
Yeah.
To be fair, because maybe it's best that he just stays. I'm assuming he
Stay
loves
away.
making that stuff. Like
Yeah.
the worst thing that could happen to him is he gets snatched up by a studio who, like, we've seen what they do with guys of
Yeah.
that
Mhm.
caliber.
You want to
Like,
make Aladdin too?
yeah.
You know, I've been always thinking about it. I've got a great pitch.
No, one for me, one for you, and by that I mean none for you ever again.
Oh yeah, no, he's still directing. He has 2 movies in post right now. Not Without a Hope and then Shadow Force. I think he's doing that type of action stuff.
Yeah, no, I
oh,
take it
Cop
back. Let him
Shop. Did
keep
anyone see
on.
Cop Shop? That was
Yeah.
a couple years ago.
Cop Shop was good too. Yeah,
Cop
I haven't seen that
okay.
one.
Frank Grillo.
Cop
yeah.
Shop didn't quite hit me in all the way. Boss Level
Yeah.
was like, I loved the Groundhog Day action aspect of it. It was just the right amount of yes for me.
Okay.
I really
Mhm.
dig that, especially when you get to the final level, and it's like
Yes.
it's just like playing a video game where it's like
It was
you
exactly
die
a
over and
video game.
over again until you figure out the pattern that you're going to win with.
It takes like a half a dozen tropes that normally don't get executed well, and sews them all together in a great, like, yeah, it's phenomenal. It's
Okay.
if you haven't seen
Well,
it, it's on Hulu, right?
yeah, I
That's-
haven't
It's on
seen
Hulu,
it.
yeah.
When it
All
comes
right, guys,
to
go subscribe to Dave's Patreon and subscribe to Hulu to
Yeah.
watch Boss Level.
Make sure
There
you
you
use
go.
100
code Film
patrons tonight.
Junkie
Dave will
to
do
get
live
$2
the
off.
ultimate hype man.
Let
tonight.
them know you're a listener.
Yes,
100
exactly.
patrons, and Dave will do a live watch long of
Yeah.
Boss.
Of
And
Boss
Joe,
Level.
if you see this and your views on Boss Level on Hulu go up, let me know.
They're gonna increase right there.
And,
I
you know,
mean,
and Dave, now that you're on Twitch, you could actually like show it on screen.
I know I
Watch-
could actually stream that. You know, it's
Yeah.
like, oh,
While
watch out.
gaming at the same with your game of
Yeah,
choice,
exactly.
if it's
While
what-
playing like Arkham, like an Arkham game at the
Yeah.
same time. Jeez. Oh man, that's no, but you're right. It's like when it comes to doing the and I still haven't seen the Palm Springs movie. And I know it's the same
That's-
thing.
Oh,
like,
that is
Oh, that's
good.
fun.
I know.
That-
See, I gotta watch that. I'll probably watch it this weekend now that we're talking about it. But like
one of
anytime
my
you
first
take that
pandemic
idea,
movies.
anytime you take that idea of the looping timeline, I mean, you could just approach it as like, oh, it's a loop. But I mean, how hard that has to be to fucking film. I mean, I remember watching Groundhog Day and I was obsessed with it to the point where I was trying to count how many times. I was like, I remember being a kid and my mom was like, how many times? And I was like, oh, he's at like 37 now. And I was like trying to count because of all the cuts and how you're trying to figure it out. But of course, you can't really figure
Well, and
it out.
then he
But I mean,
starts referencing stuff that didn't
Yeah.
happen, and you're like, "Whoa, this has been like thousands of years."
then
I
you
remember-
realize,
I-
oh wait,
I-
we can't see the whole loop, every loop. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember someone had said like it was like something like 33 years and almost another year he was stuck in that loop.
For Groundhog
Well,
Day.
Yeah.
Harold Ramis said that there's been multiple versions, but apparently there was at one point it was supposed to be like 10,000 years, but
Oh.
they scaled it back to like they say it's only like I think 10,000 years because that's like when you reach Nirvana or something like that.
Yeah.
But I think they actually doesn't I don't know the headcanon goes shorter.
Speaking of friend of the show, Dr. Andrea Lamente, they actually did a thing about it, and she actually got very concerned about like she had a number and she just thought about like the psychological damage of, oh dear God,
Yeah.
that movie gets really dark when you think about how long he's been
especially when
Well,
he kills
there's a
himself
whole
over and over again.
montage.
But you know what? You know what's funny is like I don't know if you guys remember if you guys watched X-Files. There was an X-Files episode that actually dealt with that too, but it wasn't Fox or Mulder. It wasn't Scully or Mulder that was reliving the same day. It was somebody else that was reliving the same day that had to do with her boyfriend going into the bank and killing either Fox or Scully. And it's interesting because they weren't reliving it, but like Mulder was like starting to believe her, and then it was like a whole different. It was like it was a different take on it because it was a side character that was reliving the same day over and over again, and then it had to be like Mulder to be the one to be like, I believe her, and I can't, and then of course that had to be the resolution. So it was kind of like a different take, and it was kind of cool because you see Mulder reliving the same, and he was having like his water bed like fucking burst, and he's got like water all in his apartment because he has a water bed, and it was just like a weird thing. But then he started kind of going like thinking like he started feeling deja vu when it came to it, and it was a very interesting episode.
Yeah, it was like one of those required tropes for any like sci-fi show. Like, did Community ever do a Groundhog Day episode? They had to have done a Groundhog Day episode.
Hey, I'll tell you right now. Star Trek Discovery, this recent episode, they actually just did a Groundhog Day episode. No joke. They just did a Groundhog Day episode.
And one of my favorites, of course,
that episode
is Stargate SG-1, Window of Opportunity. That was
the golf when he's hitting the golf ball he keeps hitting the golf ball
in the middle of my backswing. Yes, because it was O'Neill and Teal who get stuck in the loop, and that was a great episode of SG-1.
But speaking of loops, I mean, when it comes to Army of the Dead, and then we see this thing that happens in Rebel Moon Part 2. I mean, like, hey, we can have a connection, right, Steven? There's a connection.
I know.
There's more of a connection in Part 1 with the creature in the cantina. I mean,
I had to bring it back, and I know Steven is not a fan of like the whole connection to Army of the Dead, even though
I'm not a fan of it. I just don't.
I know.
I don't. Yeah. I don't think there's anything to suggest that like it's anything more than like a Easter egg. That, like, the notion that there's like some sort of like a Avengers crossover, and no.
But Dave, there is a 300 connection in Part 2.
Is there?
Yeah, because Titus totally does the Leonidas kick on the bridge during the fight. I was just there going, there it is. Like literally, I was sitting there going, there's this is Sparta kick. Okay,
yeah,
cool.
I think that's something that Zach always wants to put in. He always wants to see
Superman does it to Steppenwolf in Justice League.
Yep.
So it's
he's a fan of the kick. He's a fan of the kick. But when it comes to at least showing that scene, what is it called? The callus? Is that what that creature or whatever, that robotic thing that is like operating the dreadnought kind of thing?
Oh, the Cali.
The Cali, is that? Or I thought it was called the callus. I don't know why. Cali, yeah. But do you think we're gonna get probably more of that in the director's cut and more of a backstory on that whole thing? Because
when we were on set, they had it. We were in the furnace room. They literally had a giant green head up there, and I was walking with just Debbie, and I was like, "Hey, you guys didn't talk about that. What's with that?" And she was like, "Oh, that's not really a thing. It's only." And I was like, it was like casually dismissive in a way where I was like, "Okay, I don't know." Like
it's kind of a thing.
Yeah. But they're doing an animated short about them. Or that's what like the animated thing coming out is about the Cali. But like in the lore though, they're like an interdimensional being that the Imperium captured and enslaved, and they use them to like power their ships, and that's part of why their actual technology is like so stagnant, is because instead of continuing to develop their society, they just kind of enslaved these interdimensional beings, and that's what like the wormhole opening at the beginning of part 1 is.
Can you describe what you just did there?
There
we go.
Yeah.
Has anybody ever witnessed a live birth?
Yeah.
No?
And then in the novelization, it's built into Cora's backstory, because like the little flashback that we see in the PG-13 version of part 1 after Belisarius takes her, there that's one of those things where I'm wondering like how much is just in the novelization, how much is actually in the director's cut of the film, because that sequence of her flashback, when she's telling Gunnar her story, is much more extended, and it involves like her encountering the Kali for the first time. So when the Kali actually looks at her at the end of part 2, when she's setting up the things, I was thinking there might have been like a callback to maybe something that we will see in the director's cut of part 1.
Yeah. Well, and there's also and this is why be factoring more in the later movies. We're just outright spoiling it for Travis.
He knew what he was getting into when he walked into this stream.
I gave the thumbs up, so I
gave
you permission.
Like the astral plane and stuff from the end of the first movie, that kind of technology is all stuff they have because of the Kali.
Yeah.
So there's a lot going on there. So maybe there's a connection to Issa, or I don't know. Like there's a lot of like most of the magical stuff kind of seems to revolve around them somehow.
Well, I think it also kind of goes into what Kurt was talking about in the interview that came out this week about the idea of a trilogy in 6 parts. Which of course always makes me laugh because that's like Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, a trilogy in 5 parts. but the idea that every movie is it's going to be 3 movies, but each movie is going to be so long that it's divided into a part 1 and part 2. So that's how you get a trilogy with 6 movies, which I thought was a very interesting structure, especially when you think of the fact that like the director's cuts of these 2 films, if you look at them as one film, what we're really getting is a 6-hour movie.
Yeah.
And it's also, you look at a lot of the criticism at this point, I really was thinking about this while watching it, is in the idea that I was trying to figure out like what is, you got the people who are just anti-Zack, and then you've got the ones that are just saying, oh, they just think this is a Star Wars movie. It's not Star Wars. Okay. So is it basically at this point like you didn't get the movie you wanted? Like I'm really kind of more sensing in the sense of you wanted a movie that you didn't get, and so therefore it's a bad movie to you.
Well, that's what a lot of film criticism has become these days.
Yep.
This isn't the movie. Like I was just dealing with this, and Travis, I saw your review, and I always love it when you and I just like are simpatico. And Chris, you and I were talking. It's like Alex Garland's Civil War.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, how do I go Moon for Rebel Moon Part 2? And I haven't.
I know. Yeah. I was like, yeah.
Scott's in Groundhog Day right now. He's living it. Yeah. Okay. No. Continue.
No, but
Sorry,
the
Minority Report.
Yeah.
But the idea being that there are so many people who are so pissed at that movie because it wasn't the movie they wanted it.
Mm-hmm.
They wanted a side taken. They wanted.
Yeah,
why
they
didn't
wanted
you-
a side
Why
taken,
didn't you be blue?
It's supposed to be on my side of the political spectrum. It's like, fuck no.
See, for me, it wasn't even that. I think I'd heard by Southwest, most people said, oh, it doesn't really pick a side. For me, I did not know, yes, the main characters are journalists, but I didn't know the Civil War would be the backdrop of the world, and the main takeaway would be about the journalists, not really about the Civil War. And that for me didn't make it a negative. It's just, okay, now I need to go watch this again, because I went in completely thinking, okay, not that it would be about these guys in the front line fighting, but why did the Civil War happen? What are the politics of this person? But it's not really about that. It's the background. The way I describe it is, it's like if you were to watch Lord of the Rings, but only see the Merry and Pippin part of the story. It's still great, and that's still part of the story, but it's not the ring getting destroyed or Aragorn become the king. It's a slice of it, and that's what these journalists are. They're a slice of it. So I still really enjoyed the movie, but it was not what I was expecting at all after I was done with it. I was really thinking, okay, I'm excited to see this a second go around, knowing now, okay, these are the players.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, that's why I described it as like a Black Mirror episode, because like if you look at Black Mirror, it's like okay, we're in the near future, and then you're just following some characters, and there's this backdrop of a future that could
they don't explain the whole world or anything.
They don't
like
explain
that.
it.
Yeah.
It's just there, and luckily
you form your own story about what the heck happened.
Exactly. So when I was seeing all the stuff, when like I was like, I remember before, like Alex Garland, you had the map, the United States
Yeah.
and all that, and people were freaking out about that already. And I was just kind of going like, okay, it seems like there's a lot of, and then when I started reading some of the reviews, I'm like, okay, so this is not going to be a movie where we're just going to be like hand fed of like what's happening. So this is all about these characters. So I luckily already because I saw it Sunday, I didn't see it that Thursday. And I was like, okay, so I'm just gonna go in going, all right, this is about and it made me, I was like, yeah, I get it. This is about these characters. There's no side. And I was trying to even sit there and go, okay, because I'm very like, when it comes to me, I'm homeless when it comes to politics. I don't subscribe, especially nowadays. I at one point I thought I subscribed to certain things, and I'm just like, well, the way things are now, it's like, holy shit, and I'll get that shit, just
If you
from
take the
even,
right side, you'll actually get really promoted by Elon right now.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Maybe,
could be
but
top
there's
page.
like, that's the whole thing. It's like, so I was kind of, when I was watching it, I was going, okay, I want to just sit here and watch, and then go, all right, is this leaning on either side? And I really was going, no. I mean, it really just,
Nobody comes out of that movie smelling like roses.
No,
No.
and I had sent Travis and Scott this from the director, because it always a big kind of, my wife even laughed about it. It's saying, so who are the big sides in this Western Front? I said California, Texas. She just laughed out loud, and what he had said was kind of similar to what I was saying to her. Is just like, there had to have been something that united these two states that are diametrically opposed to mostly everything politically, but something so bad united them to say, we're going to put it on the side, and whatever happened, that's even bigger than what's going on in the country right now.
And to me, that's the movie world. When people go, oh, why don't they explain that? I was completely fine with that because, like we talked about, like Black Mirror, good example. I love San Junipero, right? The whole episode's not about how do we create this tech that people go into a coma and meet love. It's just, that's the world you're in. Now you deal with it. So that's where you just take from, okay, right now, where Texas, California are, they're probably not going to agree on something. That means in this movie in the future, something so bad happens that it brings these nations together, these cities together, these people together. What is it? Oh, they don't need to get into it because that's not the story there. But yeah,
Well,
it's
the point of
movie.
like any concept story at all. I mean, like any classic short story or like most sci-fi, the entire premise is let's think of something that you just have to suspend your like you get past the suspension of disbelief so that you could examine the scenario. Sure, sometimes it's like, especially like hard sci-fi, you'll give the explanation for like, here's how we got here, but 90% of the time in a fictional story like that, like, you don't go to Ray Bradbury and be like, explain exactly how you got to this point in the story. No, you just drop into a scenario that doesn't make any sense and you run with that as an exploration of like how things, like Animal Farm isn't concerned with why animals talk, or actually it is kind of, but
or
like
the Ray Bradbury story, The Veldt. It's like, it doesn't matter why the nursery works that way. It's just, it's about, why are the kids this sick, twisted fucks by the end of the story?
Yeah.
And you look at Rebel Moon in the sense of like, you go into, I definitely like part 2 more than part 1. I felt it was much more of a kind of a smoother kind of story.
I think we're all kind of agreeing with that.
And Scott, I've read the book, so I kind of know the missing pieces and looking forward to kind of seeing that all play out with all the parts together. But it's got a basic kind of through line there. But I mean, okay, I accepted the fact, okay, this is PG-13. I know what I'm going to be getting as much as I did. I'm watching the movie and said, okay, that's a cutaway that I already know kind of where certain things are going to be going. But I accept the movie I get. Am I happy with a PG-13 cut? I am, in the sense that I know I'm going to get something later, but I go into it saying, I got a decent movie. Is it the movie I want? No, the movie I want's coming, in the summer,
But like I said, with part 2, if part 2 was the quote movie I got, part 2 is the one I'd be happy with.
Yeah.
Like the PG-13 version of part 2 works in a way that the PG-13 of part 1 didn't for me.
I think sorry.
And so that's why, I mean, the novelization for part 2 is coming out on Tuesday.
Yep.
So just like when I devoured the novelization of part 1 to go, okay, what am I missing? I'm going to be very interested to see, okay, what am I, because part 1 was, okay, I felt the holes. Tell me what I was missing. Part 2 is I didn't feel any holes. So what am I missing? Like, and those are two completely different feelings that I get as a movie viewer. And that's why part 2 was just so much more satisfying for me as a film. And then you get to the end. Travis, I won't spoil this, but the end definitely inspires people to want a part 3. And
there's more to be told.
There is more to be told.
Yeah.
We knew this going in.
I figured. I saw enough headlines of I got plans for this amount of movies. Usually you leave like a breadcrumb or two to be like, if we were to pick up, you could pick up right here.
Oh yeah,
So-
it definitely does.
But here's a question.
Army-
This is one
Army of
thing.
the
Does
Dead.
it end in a way if you never got another one? Are you satisfied with this? Like, let's say they never do a 3 or that's what I want to ask you guys as the bigger
because-
fans.
No, because I didn't think that we were gonna. One, knew they weren't gonna have wrap everything up, but even if I didn't, like, there was still way too much of the lore on the table
especially with Issa.
Yeah,
right?
especially with Issa, but even the backstories that Zach had said we were getting in this, and we get a lot more of the backstories in this, but there's still more in the sense of like, okay, this is the battle that was won. The war is not won. The war is far from won.
So not to be this guy, but it is like the New Hope ending though, where even with a New Hope, you could end it there, and there's still story to tell, but you could just end it. Where Empire, you have to.
No,
go
that's a good.
forward.
That's
So-
a good comparison.
It's a lot more. 1 and 2 together is a lot more like A New Hope than say like most franchise starting movies where you got the ending and it's like here is a setup for like it
Next
was
time,
way
baby.
more. Yeah, exactly.
I don't know, because the way it ends to me, Travis, the end of part 2 feels more like the end of Empire.
Okay, so more like you need another one to.
Because
they give a big thing
they give a big thing. So
I mean, can we talk about it?
No, I don't want to ruin it for Travis. But you know how Empire tells a story. You know how Empire tells a story, and it has a beginning, a middle, and an end. But Han's still out there in carbonite.
You have to get Han. Like if we didn't get Return the Jedi, let's say for some reason Empire bombs, we never get it. Everyone would still go, man, I wonder what happened to Han Solo, right? Where in New Hope, you don't have that. You can still just say, well, the heroes won the day. They got their medals.
Exactly.
And that's how it ends.
Star's gone.
Yeah, that's how it ends. But you're saying it's more Empire, where there is kind of if this ended, we would not know about X, Y, and Z.
Yes.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
Because I mean, like when it comes to like, there's a cool, and I'm wondering exactly how the director's cut's gonna handle it. Is like there's a cool little like before the battle, the night before the battle, when they're all at the dinner table, and they all
I've gone that
start,
far.
like, yeah. Okay, so you have gone that far. Yeah, when they. The scene where they talk about their backstories, and it's great because then you start learning, and I'm wondering, I'm like, how much do they go more into it?
I was wondering if the backstories are going to be much more extended in the director's
They have to be, right? A little bit. Not
I feel like in
not by
Watchmen he
much,
did
though.
that
I
a
think
lot.
they did a good job with this version, to be honest.
No, and it is very much like, not to get religious, it's very much, Last Supper.
Last Supper.
Yeah, Last Supper. We already got Julius Caesar going on with
we
the king.
do.
Like, as soon as I saw people, we're going Julius Caesar on him at that point. But it was very Last Supper, but it was organic. It's before the big battle. Let's talk about. Let's just kind of sit around, and might be the last time we see each other. We really don't know each other that well. We've heard rumors and ideas, but let's kind of put it on the table.
Do you think that the Last Supper scene was always in this movie, or do you think it was added in the movie when he wanted to do it in JL and it never really happened? And it's kind of
you're talking about like what, like
because that was always the most intriguing thing about that pitch was that conversation between Batman and Joker about the night of, and that's what I thought when I was watching that scene of, not that it's like, oh, you can't do another movie. I just thought, oh, is that like a itch? He
said in Hollywood Reporter in an interview today that was he confirmed that was like inspired by. Like it's similar to the idea that he was going to do in Justice League 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It had those vibes when I was watching.
Here's DNA
no
with it. It's definitely not, because that he described as more like Rashomon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which, like, if you've seen Rashomon, and you can imagine
right. That is. Yeah.
Like that would be wild.
But just more Kurosawa. But there we go.
No, but I mean, like, but you can't say. I mean, like, even, I mean, you can't tell me that you're watching both, even Rebel Moon Part 1 and Part 2, even listening to Junkie's score, that you're kind of going like, there's some things in here that probably could have been like, maybe was in Justice League before he revamped that too. You know what I mean? Like, there's things, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, when it comes to these, filmmakers and even composers, and them just kind of working together to be like, I mean, obviously, if they've worked together so much, you're gonna get like, oh yeah, there's a scene right here that reminds me of this movie right here.
No,
And
there's a track in in Rebel Moon Part 1 soundtrack that I literally went, that's Justice League.
Yeah.
Like, because I was like, oh, it was Middle Mass. It was like, there was a scene with the Imperium that I went, no, that's the Apocalypse theme. Okay.
Yeah.
I see what you did there, Junkie. I've listened to a lot of music in my life.
Always going to be parallels, but I mean, it's nothing against that. I mean, that's just the way it is.
Oh, John
I mean,
Williams borrowed. I mean, you
listen to No Time to
James
Die.
Horner. You know you're listening to James Horner. I've so many times I listened. That's a James Horner. Why? Because that's Star Trek: Wrath of Khan. That's Rocketeer. That that.
Go listen to No Time to
nothing
Die
wrong.
and then listen to Dark Knight Rises, and there are similar drums. There's similar, like almost the exact same beats going on, which I love it. But I'm like, oh, I thought this was so. It happens all the time. They just have things they rely on. So
I mean, that's the thing. It's like you could only do so much, and yeah, there was times where I was like, I mean, even shots where I was like, man, that reminds me of, and it's great. It is great that that's the case. But man, like when it comes to all the backstories, I mean, Nemesis's backstory. I mean, geez. I feel like there's more. I mean, I think there's just going to be more.
I expect in the director's cut to actually see the massacre of her children. Like I expect to see everyone die.
Yeah.
And I expect to see that arm,
getting chopped off. And,
Oh yeah. Especially when she sticks the cybernetic thing and it like drills in. And I'm just like, I just watched like the second episode of Fallout the other day, and I had flashbacks. Not gonna lie,
similarities there.
I know heavy metal is a hard touch point for a lot of people if you didn't know it like at the time, because if you go watch like one of those movies now, you're gonna be like, what? It's like wild, but like a real, like a almost maybe a better or a more modern parallel would be like, imagine the Nemesis arm is going on in like Love, Death, and Robots.
Yeah.
Right. Like how would happen in that? And that's like, there's a lot of moments in here where you're like, oh, I can see them Love, Death, and Robotsing this up. Like,
all right, we got a couple other people coming in. We got Phil, we got Ben. What's happening, gentlemen?
What's going on, guys?
Ooh.
Hey,
I'm just talking some Rebel Moon,
Yeah,
on this non-YouTube live stream. How you guys doing?
I'm all right. Just finished watching it, by the way.
Did you?
Yeah.
Are you okay, Phil? You look a little like disappointed in something.
I've had kind of a Friday. It's been something else, like check engine light came on for the car, just a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, nice shirt.
I did.
I like your shirt.
Thank you. Yeah, I did watch Rebel Moon, but I'm gonna have to watch it again just so I can just get the stuff that I missed over on the first time. But I'm kind of with Scott in that when I was watching the movie, there were certain musical cues where I was like, "Yep, that's Justice League."
Yeah.
Yep, that's Justice League. I think like some of my favorite. I think my favorite scene is probably like that round table Last Supper where they're all kind of going over their stories, and I just was like, this is more or less what I wanted from part one. But now that you have part one and part two, I'm like, okay, I can watch them both. Like,
but Phil, let me ask you this: musically, though, the assassination of the royal family. Dude, I didn't know Junkie could do strings.
Oh, how dare you! I was just about to pee, and I was like, I wanted to talk about this scene right here.
Well, just go.
Okay,
let's do it.
I violent like Junkie has been so drums that when he got like the whole freaking string quartet going on, I'm like, dude, this is the time where I really love when Junkie goes outside his comfort zone and does something different, because the way that they literally have an string orchestra that is actually in the scene, providing the soundtrack for the scene that you are watching. That's commentary. Go back to what Steve and I and you were talking about at the beginning. That's commentary where it's like, oh no, the music we're hearing as the soundtrack is literally happening in the scene.
Dude, that's one of the things that I would love to ask. That I was like, dude, like, This scene right here, instead of just having the music just go over it, you actually had them playing it within the scene. I was like, and even just watching it again, I'm like, this scene is so freaking awesome because the score and everything that's adding to the dramatic level to the scene is them actually playing. You're seeing the people play it. I'm like,
that's a good example of imagining the way that the tone shifts in the R-rated version too, about like as far as like dialogue and like pushing it further, is the turn that scene takes, where all of a sudden he looks at her and he's like, traitor, the off-worlder, and then everybody's like, traitor,
ethnic
traitor.
Yeah.
It's so imagining like, oh, if this is like the version where they actually like they're using alternate takes and alternate dialogue to make it less absurdist or less satirical, like how far does that scene go in that? Because that's like the most Verhoeven thing in both movies combined, probably at this point, is that scene.
You know, I think to that point too, like just how much more gruesome is the death of Issa at that point as well, right? Like
and the royal family, because I'm thinking of like, you know, the way Caesar's death looks in like the season 1 finale of Rome. And,
okay, yeah.
And because I mean, as soon as I walked in and I saw everyone basically wearing togas, I was like, fuck me, they're gonna do Julius Caesar, aren't they? Yeah, they did.
Yep.
They are. Yep.
Yeah, we're gonna see Julius Caesar, Red Wedding, you know.
Yeah, stabby.
I thought about that Red Wedding too.
Yeah.
I immediately thought Ides of March.
I definitely went to Ides of March. I went definitely to Ides of March.
As soon as that first blade came out, I said, "Yep, here we go."
Yep. Yeah, that was.
But the twist,
really well done.
But the twist of the idea, because what they don't talk about in the PG-13 cut of Part 1, that the novelization does just flat out point out, is, at least in the novelization, they point out that Cora is accused of killing the royal family. Like, that's her future status. I thought it was interesting when I actually watched Part 2, because when I rewatched Part 1 last night, I really paid attention really hard and went, no, they never hint that she killed the royal family.
Did you ever read that website that Netflix published that gave like the whole backstory?
No, I did not. I stayed away from that.
It's really like a cool thing. But I will say, like, wow, they put all the spoilers for like the whole. Like, there's probably even like Part 3 spoilers in that thing. It was so deep on some of that, because like it explicitly says there that Belisarius had her do it, but then also pinned it on her. But he groomed her for the job so that it could be pinned on her. And so I was like really surprised that was as much like that they would put it out there. So like it's a full blown spoiler. They probably shouldn't have done that.
Just blatantly throw it out there for the world to see. That's funny.
Yeah. Because like it's not that it was unique in the sense that like it was kind of apparent that that's probably what happened, but that they weren't even cagey about it at all. I was like, oh wow,
that's wild.
There was a scene from the trailer that I was waiting for, and it was the scene when he was getting crowned, and he was yes, that one, and I was waiting for it, and it never came. I guess that ended up in the. I guess it's gonna be in the extended version.
It's gonna be the end.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing, is like when they released that first trailer that had
Part 1 and Part 2 in it.
Yeah, there was a lot of things in there where you're kind of going like, oh, what? Like, what is happening? But it was kind of funny because some of the stuff that was in there ended up being in Part 2, like especially when it came to Noble getting resurrected, and then of course he's just like, fuck this, I don't need to be bedridden, I just want to get back to what I'm doing.
I got Bane vibes from that scene. When he's all hooked up to like all the
I gotta say, he did a really great job. I was hoping for at the very beginning, after he like had them pull him off early, I was hoping for him to be a little bit more unhinged because of that.
Yeah.
They were like, oh, the process isn't complete yet. I was like, oh, we're gonna have a broken Noble.
Yeah.
Well, especially when he goes down into the trenches and just like
he fucks people up.
Goes like T-1000 on everyone.
Yeah. And so like he definitely execute, and I bet we'll get more of that in like the R-rated version. I was just expecting more like like the fire on the village thing. I was expecting to just happen way earlier and way more like flippantly, like, oh wow, he's like, yeah, he did need to go back in the oven for like another hour.
But I wonder, but Stephen, as we've been discussing, I'm curious if when we watch the director's cuts, if that's going to be some of those alternate takes. Like, is there going to be a more unhinged take of him?
yeah, definitely. I think that based on the way that he's played, that seems to fall very much in line with that, like pushing the intensity a lot more.
So, hey Ben, so I'm curious, overall feelings for you, because you were not jived about part 1.
Yes,
at
actually, I heard you say, and you said perfectly how I felt. The first one, I felt there was a lot of missing parts, and that's why. And let me preface by saying this: that I refuse to give I refuse to give it a full review until I see the extended version, because I don't.
I think it's only fair. Yeah.
Yeah, because I feel like there's stuff there that could enhance my experience. So I don't want to give it a review based on the accessible version, quote unquote. But yes, I did feel like this one played a whole lot better than the first one.
Yeah.
I did enjoy it a whole lot better, especially the second act.
How do you feel about the cinematography this time around?
Yeah, much better. And
yeah,
I was, man, when I saw the lightsabers, the blue lightsabers, I couldn't fucking stop thinking about fucking. Hey, you got your wish. It's not everywhere. It's plastered everywhere. It's just there with a sword.
I talked to him about that on set.
I remember you telling that story.
Yeah, I was like, so how do you avoid clipping with that? It's like you do a lot of testing, and I was like, okay, yeah, because I know that's a problem sometimes. He's like, yeah, there's certain shows that might clip a little bit. Yes,
a little bit.
Yeah, no, but he play a whole lot better. To me, it felt like it like Scott said, that it was more about what else is there than what I miss, what's missing from like in the first one. I feel like this stuff missing. The second one is like, I know there's more there, but this is good enough.
Yeah, I mean, I think just like when it comes to the second one, it was like we all knew that going in, it was just like, all right, this is going to be like a pretty big. It's just a showdown and just war. That's going to be happening.
But I do have to say,
I love Jimmy. I love
Jimmy. Here's the thing.
Jimmy,
here's the thing. My two faves finally got some love in this part.
Good old James.
Nemesis. I'm not going to spoil it, of course, but Nemesis is one of those characters that I felt that relationship with her and the kid, that we're gonna get a more spread out story between those two, because
fleshed out.
That's the word. Yeah. Thank you. I feel like there's gonna be a fleshed out story between those two, because when that thing happened almost at the end, I was like, okay, I feel it, but I feel like there's more for me to feel about this moment.
But when she gets her hero moment at the end, what I loved is that, like, because I was there with the people who are like, there's not enough Snyderness in part 1, because I remember looking at her fight with Harmata in part 1 going, this could have been more. And then what she gets in her hero moment in part 2, it's like,
there it is.
That's against Rich Citrone, wasn't it? Is that who that was?
I'm trying to know which. He plays a Kryptonian, but I was trying to figure out which one was Trone, because Korra fights one up in the King's Gaze, and I need to go back and look and see which Kryptonian is Citrone, because he's just credited as lead Kryptonian. And that doesn't help me with like, okay, so which one are you?
No, but she definitely. I mean, yeah, her little fight scene at the end, like Jesus Christ. I mean, it was. I got some Wonder Woman vibes too, like even what Patty Jenkins was doing with Wonder Woman. I was like thinking about like, oh yeah, a little bit of that. But I think Patty Jenkins
Like
was
that
taking a
one,
page
the
out of-
one scene where she like smashes through the window and she's fighting all the
We're
Germans.
side by
Yeah.
sides,
Yes.
right? Yeah, I've seen a
Got
couple.
a lot.
Of
I
those
got a
today,
little bit of that vibes, but at the same time, I mean, I just was like, yeah, Patty Jenkins was like trying to emulate what Zack Snyder has, made his signature. Is like, yeah, you have like fight moments, and then it kind of, you get like the close up shot of like ching ching ching, and then all of a sudden you get the wide shot of just, ooh, ooh, and it's just like she's doing that, and it's like.
I
was like, yes, thank you.
I just needed swords, and
Yes.
this movie gave me swords.
Well, the fact that like before, like the guys come in and she like kind of just like draws like a little like line like with them on the in the ground. She just goes and it's just shh, like that. She's like, all right, I'm gonna fuck you guys up, and then of course. The relationship that she developed with the
kid.
young boy.
The kid,
Yeah, and it was just like, God damn it. Yeah.
That was hard. Like going into the overall story, just Rebel Moon Part 1 or 2, like that was the one character I was really intrigued by, and the fact she got a hero's death, I was like, or they got a hero's death, I was just like, fuck, man, that was good, but man, that one kind of hurt. It was like Ray Fisher's Blood Axe all over again.
See, she was the one that I remember really bugged the crap out of me in Part 1 because she just shows up, and there was no like. There wasn't that intermediate scene of, hey, let's actually meet her. And so I remember because Nemesis and Jimmy were the two characters going into Rebel Moon that I was just like, I'm down for these characters because Jimmy's a robot knight voiced by freaking Anthony Hopkins. I'm there.
Also a knight.
Also, exactly.
Literally, yeah.
Real life.
Yes, Sir Anthony Hopkins.
Yes.
And then you have Nemesis.
That is him?
That's Citron.
That's Richard?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah.
Nice.
And then
But there's
got,
multiple of them with the beard, though. But I'm pretty sure he was the one in the Longhouse.
okay.
Oh, okay.
I'll go back and I'll go back and rewatch because I wanted to know which one was him. Because there was a bearded one that Cora fights. She's the one she gets the sword from.
Yeah, but that's a short beard one.
Yeah, it's a short beard one. Yeah, but I also appreciate the fact that when she goes to pick up the sword, it's like, ow, this
Hot.
this thing is hot.
The way that
What about some of those shot? He almost there was a quasi similar shot to the Justice League Wonder Woman sword shot when it comes around.
Yeah, you saw that coming down.
I
Yes,
noticed
I
that
saw
the
that
second
too.
time. I noticed that the second time. Yes.
Yeah.
Especially, I mean, like, because when you get to that ending and it's awesome with the ship, like, just like obviously crashing, and then you have both of them falling down. And I mean, I just thought that was like, that's a cool way to do like a sword fight where it's like the gravity is taking them both down and they're both just kind of like going at it. And then, of course, obviously gravity is going to win when it comes to all this stuff. So just the way that whole battle like played out, I was like, okay, thank you. That's awesome.
Yeah, that was dope as fuck.
but also in the director's cut, I'm looking forward to it being way more gnarly.
Oh yeah, it's definitely going to be gnarly.
And I think that's what when he says that he cranked the sex and the because I know what sex I'm looking for in Part 1. There's two particular scenes that I know I'm looking for.
There's definitely one in Part 2.
You told me one of them.
I told you one
octopus.
There's the octopus, and there's also Cora and Din bang it hard. Like,
and the
like
second one too. We got shafted. Well, she got shafted. But what I'm trying to say,
pun very much intended.
But like that sex scene, he just went from making out all of a sudden like they tired in bed. I'm like,
yeah, blanket over them, exhausted. Yeah,
yeah, days of our lives type of shit. I was like,
But once again, going back to what Steven and I were talking about, but that's what PG-13 movies do.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
And that's why something I wanted to ask Zach, when Thor revealed last week that there were actually separate scripts between the PG-13 version and the director's cut version, I just really want to dig into the production process of it was one script, it was one movie. one huge ass movie that becomes 2 movies, and then you, in some form of pre-production, plan out the 2 different versions of each movie. Like, I am intrigued by that to no end.
Especially going along with that, like, we know how much he storyboards.
Yeah.
You know?
Yes.
So I would love to see that kind of storyboarding process in the sense of, how this looks, in the sense of how you're filming it and what you're putting up there.
That's one of the things. I mean, like, it's funny because when it came to Justice League, this is where, I mean, that's where he kind of like, when he shot 2 movies even then without the studio knowing it. And that's what's kind of funny is like, and now with this movie, he's literally doing that, but with the studio going, yeah, you have 2 movies, you have 2 scripts, you have 2 versions, go at it, man. And
it's just like that. It's like that gif of, here's the money, go.
Yeah, pretty much.
Check, let's go.
I mean, and that's what's going to be interesting to see when it comes to, this whole outcome. And I know some people are just kind of like, this is dumb. Why do they do this? We want to see his actual version. But I'm like, I mean, I think a lot of us here, would agree. It's like, just because we know what has happened in the past and we're big Zack Snyder fans, is the fact that it's like, well, to have it built into the actual thing, we're just kind of going like, yeah. And even if you don't like the PG-13 cut, you're kind of happy that that there's going to be this other version that you're probably gonna definitely like.
But the thing to the point that also, like, Ben, you keep on calling them extended cuts, but they're not really extended cuts if he's even going to use alternate takes.
Alternate cut, yeah. That's true.
That's the part that makes me go, okay. It's like it's like the Leo gift from Django Unchained. You had my curiosity, but now you have my attention. But it's like, okay, so it isn't just an extended cut. It's not just stuff got cut out. No, you're going to get completely different performances.
Well, yeah. And that's why it gets weird to me to even get into the, like, and obviously, like, I realize it's trite to be like, it doesn't even matter if it's good or bad, because, like, I get that's, people care about that stuff,
right.
But it is so much more interesting to me as a production experiment to see, to say, what can we create? How much of a disparity of different types of this same movie can we make from the same production schedule?
Yeah. I think the closest one for me that feels close enough you can make the comparison to, at least I think, would be Watchmen, because that has 2 different cuts to it. That includes, the Tales of the Black Freighter and then his initial director's.
It's honestly, like, and this is probably the reason that he even had this idea. The closest comparison is what would have been the Justice League that Snyder would have released if he finished it instead of Whedon,
right?
And then
compromise version,
but then still got to do Zack Snyder's Justice League, right?
Yeah,
sure. Those 2 versions. Like Zack Snyder's Justice League exists exactly as it does, and then at the same time, Zack played ball to produce Justice League 2017. That would be the more apt comparison, which makes sense in a cynical way too. Why Netflix would be like, let's try to recapture kind of that magic, like, you can tap into the Snyder Cut stuff, and so.
It's one of those things, like, when he said, like, he did alternate takes at that point, like, people keep on honing in on this whole idea. It's like, oh my gosh, that's innovative. Oh, that's filmmaking. He's just doing it on. It's just part of. It's usually part of the process. But this is really purposeful in his sense of what he's doing with the filming. But that's filmmaking in general. You're gonna take alternate cuts. You're gonna take
multiple
different views and things like that. But this was done. I'm not saying it wasn't done on purpose, but this has a much different purpose.
It was intentional.
Usual.
It was purposely intentional. Yeah.
Well, and it's odd to make that argument to be like, oh no, this sci-fi franchise on Netflix, it's really an experiment. Like, I don't know, that it's weird. It's weird to do, but also that's kind of what Zack does, right? He takes these like, what is the most broad appeal thing I can take and do it in the way that would be like a niche kind of presentation, and can that be packaged at the same time? And that's why he both like is so niche, but also so like triggering on a broad level at the same time, because he's like, oh yeah, let's take a Superman story, but not do it as a broad reaching blockbuster. Or let's take, and so he's always crossing everybody at the wrong like the art house people are like, oh, he's too commercial, and the commercial people are like, he's not commercial enough. Is because he refuses to fit into either of those boxes. And this is the perfect example of like, why does this exist in this way? And it's like, well, because it's kind of a cool experiment. Why is he doing this with like one of Netflix's biggest franchises? Because that's Zack Snyder. Like, that's what he does, right? Let's take the thing that's supposed to be like the frontier thing and do some sort of experimental thing with it. And I think that's fascinating. I can see why a lot of people that just want like blockbuster entertainment, or like executives who just want to like sell tickets and get views, might be frustrated by it. But it's, I think, interesting.
No,
Do
he always
you feel there's a
against the elite.
danger in play on kind of experimenting that way? Because, and the reason why I'm asking, because what Dave said is that, yeah, we know that he's making these films, and there's and he's already doing it with intent to do an alternate version, right? We know this, but what I'm afraid of is that doing this constantly can hurt his brand on the long term. Because
Maybe,
let's say,
I think-
let's say that he wants to put something out in cinemas, and the general audience doesn't know, or is aware that he does these alternate versions that come out, or either on streaming or whatever, and they refuse to go to the movie theaters because they say, hey, you know what? That's not his real version. That's not a good one. I'm gonna wait until he releases his alternate version on streaming or whatever, VOD. Don't you think that could be problematic?
Being made, but I think that the entire argument of like where Zack Snyder belongs in the like pop culture zeitgeist has always been, he's never talked about in the place that he actually belongs. That's part of why people are so frustrated by him. Is people are like, how is this guy still talked about so much when he's not getting the $1 billion movies? He's not getting the high rated Rotten Tomatoes stuff. Why does he have this cult fan base? And it's because he fits in this really niche area that not a lot of people fit in, where like, and this is like the aspect that even his fans, I think, don't get for the most part, is that what he has always excelled at is like the pitch, right? He comes in with this thing fully pitched and like does all the pre-production, and then he goes and he comes in like at or under budget, on time, delivers a solid project, and then makes loads in like after, like he's selling the reason that his extended cuts exist is because he was, getting loads of DVD sales and stuff for like the extended cut of Dawn of the Dead and all those, right? So he's always been lucrative, but not lucrative in the way everybody else is. And so when everybody tries to put him in that box of like, this is how we make money on movies, he doesn't fulfill that role, because he never did. Dawn of the Dead was successful like in the theaters, sure, but also it was like big on home media. 300, obviously huge hit in theaters, but then it gets this, the after boost in on home media, and then also there's merch sales and other stuff that goes into that, but it doesn't check all the same boxes as like that kind of four quadrant entertainment. And so when you talk about something like this movie is being put up there alongside all the other, you're comparing it to Star Wars, you're comparing it to other big Netflix projects, but it costs like less than half as much as Red Notice.
Yep.
And they're getting 4 releases out of it, right? Like when you look at like the proposition, like for Netflix crunching the numbers, and you say, okay, we have original IP, we have 4 movies ready to go within like 4 releases on the platform ready to go within a year for less than the cost of less than half the cost of like our biggest like performers ever. It doesn't even have, it does half the numbers of Red Notice, which is done, more than that. And it makes sense on the balance sheet. And so like that is, but who talks about movies like that, about like, oh, well, either you got these micro budget things that take off, or you have these like absolutely huge blockbusters. But in this operating in that middle space where you're like producing something that looks similar to the big blockbusters, but for like a mid-budget kind of price, like the same thing with Watchmen, that like people always talk about the budget on that. It operates in this really weird space where they made a lot of money on that, especially on home media. But like if you actually look at like the box office mojo versus the budget, people are like, oh, it's a failure. Like that's not the case, obviously, because they keep on giving him stuff. And that's why when people are like, why does he keep on getting work? It's like, well, because he fills that, like he's able to walk into the room and make sense on the balance sheet, but it's not like not in a way that anybody else kind of sets expectations for.
Well, and also something else I'm thinking about with Netflix, because I remember a year ago when Zach was on here, and it was right before Full Circle, and I remember one of the comments I made to Zach was, I got some beef with Netflix, and I hope that they fix it with you with Rebel Moon, was I talked about Netflix's problem with merchandising. I talked about how, unless it was Stranger Things, Netflix has never really like taken full advantage of give me shit I can buy. And yet, between part 1 coming out in December and part 2 coming out, today, and I'm telling you, like, they do, they did speakers and steins and 4-issue comic book
Funko Pops, all
prequels
kinds
and
of
Funko
everything.
Pops and Diamond Select toy action figures and novelizations and T-shirts. It's like, I mean, literally, I've never seen that book. Yes, the photo book,
Oh yeah, the photo book.
which is shipped for me. I'm just waiting on it to arrive, and it's like Netflix has never merchandised like this, like I said, with the exception of Stranger Things. I mean, the only thing else that they could do is actually give Rebel Moon a freaking physical release, because they did that with a couple of seasons of Stranger Things. And so Netflix bought into the concept of we have this original IP and thought, and that was another thing I want to ask Zach, because I'm really curious, like, how much of this was Netflix? How much of this was Stone Quarry? How much of it was an agreement? Because to reach out to Titan Comics and get the tie-in that Zach actually writes the story for, but someone else writes the script, to get an established author to do novelizations, because, I mean, novelizations were like a 90s thing. Like, movie novelizations have not really been a thing, but then the idea of, but we can release the novelizations of the R-rated versions while the PG-13 versions are coming out, and to do the action figures and the T-shirts and all this other stuff. This is the business side where it'd be like, whose ideas were this? Who approached whom about this? Who greenlit all this? Because I've just never seen Netflix go this hard.
Yeah.
Right. Well,
with
and
that IP.
because Zach was able to provide
There's your
them.
experiment.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
not only that, but part of what makes that possible too is because of all the pre-production work Zach does. A lot of this other stuff, they don't have nearly that much available, and so Zach going into production was able to say, like, here's all the designs that I've got, and they were able to front load that stuff ahead of time so that it's ready to coincide with release. And I have no idea what the numbers on those are, but I think, and we'll see if I'm wrong or right, but I feel like there's a lot of, I see it both from, there's a lot of people they're like dancing on the grave of like, oh, it's a flop and and the universe is already over. And then there's a lot of fans who are also hand wringing like, oh, is it going to get more? And I think that neither of those are really fully accounting for kind of what need this fills for Netflix. Like, the bar for success for this is entirely different than most other things that you look, and because also you look at something like, Six Underground is one of the biggest performing movies that Netflix ever has. They didn't want a second of that. And they've got other things that they do renew that had lower views on it also. So people think that, everyone loves to play studio exec and thinks, they do a better job at, but like the bottom line is that the even if like the traditional like pass fail score that they use to kind of greenlight anything, this doesn't belong in that same box. And so I think that a lot of people either hand wringing or grave dancing about the reception or performance or all the above of any of these movies are it's not even the right context of how the performance should be talked about.
Yeah, they're using dinosaur logic. A lot of these guys I talk to, they're using box office dynamics to determine whether something is a rise or fell. But like when we were watching it today for our watch party, as soon as that's over with, there's a lot of associated content that it just runs you through. And they're doing measures about not only who's watching that, who's watching the things that are attached to it, who's watching the things that the demographic is working with. There's a lot of microdynamics that get broken down that a lot of people don't look at, critics don't look at, fans don't look at it, but they trace everything to its logical end as far as what it means to them. And those numbers are things that will be I'll never probably see those numbers, you know?
If you look at Netflix's like their current most popular list, part 1 is already back in that again too. Like that's with these residual releases that the older stuff always pops back up also, in the same way that like when Army of Thieves came out, Army of the Dead popped back into the into the popular list. And so there's all sorts of dynamics here that are like that are entirely different. And then of course, you've got what's his name, Dan Lin.
Dan Lin, yeah.
That's a wild card, obviously.
Good next too, by the way. Anyways, go ahead.
So like that's a fair wild card that can change this. But I think that any kind of concern or fretting in any way over like I'm fairly confident that this is like hard, like far from like the last we're going to see of this universe.
Well, I mean, we got 6 other movies that or not 6. Is it 6? 4.
Four more movies for a total of 6.
Yeah. But the fact that it's like 4 more movies, and the first question I got was like, all right, are all these 4 movies going to be the same structure? Are they going to do like the PG-13? Because it's funny.
That's what I'm really curious about. That'll be the biggest telling thing is if they do the same release structure for additional movies. That will tell you. I'd be less interested in will there be more or not, so much as how they do more. That's what's going to tell you about what they learned from this structure, not about whether or not it gets greenlighted or not.
Yeah, because I remember like during the Q&A with Zach and all. I mean, and it was funny too because I obviously talked about that last week where this whole alternate thing and the alternate takes, and it went fucking viral and people lost their minds on it. And it was so funny because so many people were like, why can't he just make a good movie to begin with? And then I was just like,
that's not subjective first at
off,
all.
Right.
Yeah, it's like, okay, so if you know any history, it's like, well, first off, like previously the studios prevented him from putting out his movie that is always the better one. And then now Netflix was like, well, we're going to build this in. And one of the things that he actually said too was like what they were talking about was the fact that it's like, well, yeah, Debbie was like, hey, and it was a funny thing. And this is what I love about the dynamic between Zach and Debbie. I mean, again, it's just, behind every good man, there's a good woman. And she was like talking about the whole, like, you could have a version that you can show your family. And then Zach like pulled his microphone over and then you have the one that you can't. He just said it in such a way where it's like, he's like, oh, you guys aren't even ready for the fucking R-rated version. I mean, she was full on being the producer and being, that.
She is always so poised and professional, and sometimes going, Zach, stop now.
Yeah.
Slapping the wrist,
like Zach, and she was even like that on that Q&A. I could tell it was a little bit like Zach was like very like amped and just like wanting to talk about things, but she was kind of like, there was times where it was like, hey, Zach, relax and let the wife talk, and
there's even a little bit more going on with this release strategy than just that too, because with like, for example, I think Justice League is a really good example where the Zack Snyder's Justice League is like the purest version of that movie, but even that is after a rewrite. Like there's still things that were lost from the original pure Zack Snyder idea for that movie. So the whole concept here is saying like let's make the most extreme Zack Snyder version possible. Like if they had said let's just make an R-rated version from the beginning, that would have been a tamed down Zack Snyder R-rated version still, right?
Yeah.
There would have been a commercial considerations made to bring that to temper that a little bit. And so what he has said, from interviews that if you watch him actually explain the concept here, he's saying, let's take a version that like hits the commercial needs that you have and get that out there. And then if I deliver that for you, then this R-rated version is not like just what I'm able to get from the table scraps to get close back to whatever my original idea is. This is like the version that would never be allowed to be made in the first place. This is only possible because I delivered the other one also.
So then my question is, when he mentioned at the New York screening that the initial cuts of his director's cuts got NC-17s and he's working to get them down to R, then my question is, and I don't mean this as an ass, I just mean this as a genuine curiosity. Why do they need to be like, why not go for the NC-17? Netflix is really
I think it's a contract thing.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like I said, like what's on Netflix right now? Isn't that Blonde movie?
Blonde is NC-17.
But for a while, it wasn't going to be. Remember, there was a struggle with that they went back and forth, and then they did do the NC-17.
So. Well, and that's a big question too about like why is it NC-17? Right, like that kind of because if you look at like BVS for example, and he says like that was rated R because of the concept of Batman and Superman fighting. For part of it, right? Like the MPAA was like, we just don't like the notion of them fighting very much. And so, there's some things where trimming it for rating is like, compromising on the vision. And there's other things where it's like, you're just trimming a little bit here and there, and it's not really, that big of a deal. And he's willing to play ball on that.
Because at one point, because I remember watching this film has not yet been rated. I remember you could go from an R to an NC-17 if you just depicted a female orgasm. Like that.
It's because it's so rare, man. We're like, that has to be NC-17. You can't put that out there. You're gonna give them expectations. You're supposed to hit it every time. No, don't.
You're like, wait a minute. This is a rare thing.
We're taking this film right now.
We're not familiar with this territory.
No, and I wish I was being sarcastic, but no, I am being dead serious.
Well, that's and it goes back to.
That's too funny.
I've said this before on the show. Like people said, why are they doing this? Why is Zack doing this? It's like, no, this is what he agreed to in order to get his movie made. Like it was worth it to him. Like, yeah, sure, okay, I've got to do this, but then I get the stuff I want to do instead of trying to fight it and then like hashtag release the, Snyder cut of Rebel Moon. No, I don't have to do that anymore.
Well, and I'd be curious.
But I'm willing to play the game.
I'd be curious to be a fly on the wall to know exactly how the conversation took place too, because he is always like getting the pitch and finding a way to make what he wants to do possible has always been like a part of what both him and Debbie are like really good at. So the idea to even do it this way, I wouldn't put that past being part of his offering. Yeah. Saying, hey, look, I want to do this. I know you're not going to let me do it 100% that way. So what if because it's literally this, or not literally, but very close to the same production process he used on Justice League, where he's like, all right, I'll shoot this the way you want me with the rewrite, but then I'll also do my original take. And he was like, oh, look, it takes 5 minutes. I'm exaggerating here, obviously, but it takes 5 more minutes to just shoot these alternate takes. And then you have this like alternate version of the movie at the end. You've already got everyone in costume. You've already got all the pyrotechnics. You've already got all the equipment, all the crew and everything there that, let's just, why not
reset.
Justice League is like the pitch. It's literally it'd be different if he hadn't done that, but it's like, well, look, you can literally see a version of a scene like that, and then you can see a version of a scene like this,
different aspect ratio, different coloring, different take.
Either way, even if it's Zach's pitch at that point, still applies in the sense of he's trying to get his movie made, and like it or not, at that point, he still gets his movie made.
It's true, and even Debbie was even saying like she was emphasizing like when we watched the director's cut of part 1, she was like, oh, the beginning is not going to be the same, and you're going to be fed something different that's going to set a different tone from what you've already seen. So that was another thing that she even talked about was like, or they talked about was like, yeah, when we watch Rebel Moon part 1 again, and we see the director's cut, we're going to get like this whole other thing, and then it's going to set a different tone from what we already have seen, where it's like, oh, okay.
And if it's how the novelization begins, fuck yeah.
There it is. See? And Scott already knows, and I think that
he's not wrong. It's
and Chris, they know. They know, and that's the thing. It's going to be a different kind of tone.
It's
not gonna.
it is not it is not family friendly.
It is
Oh, yeah.
not family friendly.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that Zach was like expressing when it came to the Q&A. He was like, yeah, so yeah, you could have the one version that you show your family, but then there's the one that nope, you can't watch with the kids around. That's for damn sure.
And I even talked to my dad today because after watching part 2, I was like, okay, Dad, you could probably watch part 1 and part 2 and you would probably enjoy it. You like Zach's movies, but the way he talks about the director's cuts, I'm like, I don't know, man. Because my dad is one of those people that can continually surprise me about what he does and does not enjoy. But even I'm like, do I really want to test it this far with my father? I don't know.
Do you want to choose violence tonight?
Well, Rebel Moon can be your experiment as well too. If Zach is experimenting, you get to experiment too.
Hey, you can tell Zach about it. Like you had this fun experiment.
Would you be comfortable doing
User
a live
info.
reading of the noble tentacle scene to him
Yeah.
from the book?
Oh, hail no. Hail.
Okay.
See, it's not just,
Why not?
This is when my
Great.
Southern comes out. It's not just hell no. It's hail no.
Why not?
Dude,
Bless
that
your
would be
heart.
so great.
But
That
why
was-
Bless your
not?
ever-loving heart.
I don't need to watch those kind of scenes. It was uncomfortable enough watching some James Bond movies with my dad when I was growing up. I don't need things going up places and in things and
Jesus
all.
Christ.
Oh God, the
Yeah,
twins.
how many times-
Mm.
Dude, how many times have you watched movies with like your parents ever? So I remember watching Something About Mary with my mom. That was just so just uncomfortable. Holy shit.
That's funny. That's my dad's same experience with that movie. When we saw it, I was older, and he like told me about that. But a friend just told him, "Oh yeah, this is a good movie. Like it's comedy. You should watch it." And oh yeah, you and your mom get some laughs. And she's watched with my grandma, who's not in it. I don't know if I ever watched a rated R movie with my grandma in my life, so I don't know what that experience is like. I think the worst one for me is I saw the first scary movie with my mother, and there's that whole scene where Cindy
Yeah.
hasn't shaven in a while.
Oh, and then she's like,
And at the
yeah.
end, when there's the big explosion, I just remember like, yeah, our relationship has officially changed going forward, you know, because she'd be like, oh, I already watched radar stuff and I like comedy and we like the Scream movies. Like then there's some sensuality in Scream, but not that much. There's not even much nudity in Scream. So it's like, okay, we'll see this parody. She knows her son likes his darker humor and
there was more in that movie than there was in Scream.
yeah, and funny enough, we never watched another scary movie together ever again.
Yeah.
We watched those separately. Even the more tamer ones later on never happened. So that's my worst experience.
But yeah, I mean, like I remember like what, but luckily she had her friend who was there who had like this crazy laugh, and she was like laughing her ass off on all these like
So it made it
crazy
better.
scenes for Something
Yeah.
About Mary. So luckily I had that to help. I was like, yeah, I was like, but what am I doing here? I'm like, I'm a fucking teenager watching this.
Why are we
movie
watching
with-
Caligula with my
Yeah.
grandparents? Why?
Oh man, it was so like Jesus Christ, man. Yeah.
That should be the real rating, not the whole like sex scene. I guess that is, but it's like if you are a parent with a child, this is gonna happen. Just so you know, I don't care about the rest of the stuff, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Has anybody else had any like awkward movie
Yeah.
moments? Okay,
Well,
Ben,
yeah.
come on,
I
Ben.
remember watching Steven Seagal movie. My mom was sitting right next to me. He just went for the tits. I was like, oh,
So
I
this is
remember Under
uncomfortable.
Siege. That was a Steven Seagal
Under
movie.
Siege
It's-
when she popped out of the
when she
cake.
popped out of
Yeah.
the cake. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I don't know about
What was
awkward.
that? That was Erica Alaniak. Oh, I remember that name because come on, she was on
That's a
Baywatch.
porn
She
name
was a
right
playmate.
there.
She was like, of course, yeah. When I was younger, it was like, oh, you knew who she was for sure. But when it came to my dad was like, he was like one of those, like my dad was funny about it. I remember one time, like we were watching something and he like put it on and it was immediately getting to like a part. He goes, you cover your eyes. And then he looked at my brother. He's like, you're fine. Because he was older. He's all, it's fine. It was like, so my dad was funny about that. Like, it was always great because growing up and, when my mom was not around, it was like, what do you want to watch? Aliens, Predator, Terminator, you know, it was always like that. But my dad was always cool. He saw, I know which scenes that you might want to like convert your eyes if it's too gory, or of course if there's something that happens. He was always good on that. But he would always be like, it was always just funny because mom was always, nope, you can't watch this. But when she was not around, dad was like, which one do you want to watch? And I'm going to let you know when you have to divert your eyes, because possibly you might not like this. If there's nudity, he was always like, yeah, divert your eyes and whatever, because, you know, the first Terminator had, you know, a sex scene.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah.
Yeah,
So
we had to get John Connor somehow. You know?
Yeah,
Exactly.
they had to do that. They had to show. So he was like, nope, you got to like, you can watch everything else, but I'm going to be like, nope, you got to like turn your head on this. But he was always very cool at that. And he was like, he was good on, because he knew that I would enjoy the rest of the movie. You know, my mom was like, you can't watch the movie from start to finish. My dad was like, no, you just can't watch this one scene because you're too young to see titties.
My old man turned us loose. My old man turned us loose. Friday the 13th, part 1, Halloween original. We got to see in there. He took us.
Let him grow up with a sense of reality. Why are we censoring this?
Yeah.
He didn't divert our eyes from anything. He just said, "There you go."
My dad either.
I mean, it was like, you know, violence. It didn't matter, but he always told us that, you know, that this is a movie. This is what happens on the screen. It's just like the dog didn't really die. You don't have to cry about that. You can't do this stuff that you're watching. You can't put on a hockey mask and go, you know, split somebody's head with an axe. So he didn't mind taking us to the movie as long as we didn't like go crazy and like go to school and beat the hell out of somebody and say, well, I saw that on a movie.
You don't become a serial killer or anything like that.
Yeah.
You know, as long as you don't do that, we're good.
I still
He's
remember.
like, yeah, I killed him years later, but you know, I loved my father.
My adulthood, that's different. But, you know.
I still remember in middle school, my dad would read books. Like that's why my entire middle school reading experience was basically boiled down to Tom Clancy, Michael Crichton, and John Grisham.
Yeah.
And but I still remember in 7th grade, he letting me read Disclosure by Michael Crichton.
Oh man.
And if you've
wow.
ever seen the movie, it doesn't
Yep.
touch what happens in that scene in the book. I mean, they're describing things. It's like a 4-page sex scene that they're describing things that I didn't even like.
That was the first time you were processing said motion.
Exactly. And
you're turning the book in different ways, but it's not the way you think.
It's just like, why would someone do that? And then because it's like I didn't understand. And all my dad said when he handed me the book was like, if you have questions, let me know. And then I never asked a single question. I just rolled with it.
You were just reading it. This is porn. Oh.
You should come back years later and be like, I'm finally ready to talk about Disclosure.
Can you disclose what happened?
And then return the favor. So I'm going to read you this, and then read him the Rebel Moon thing. See, you can make a whole circle back moment.
If you have questions, Dad, I don't actually have the answers.
You can catch it on Netflix this summer.
I remember my dad and I always bonded over South Park, but then the bigger, longer uncut came out. And that was a whole experience.
Okay, so when I was 11, me and my brother and my stepsister all went to Best Buy, and my dad was like, all right, all three of you can buy one movie. And me and my brother were like, okay, fine. So we're traversing through Best Buy, and we come across the movie section. My stepsister picks out like 13 or something, I don't remember. But like me and my brother looked at South Park and went, oh, we watched this on Comedy Central. This should be fine. So we went home, pop in South Park Big Long Uncut. My dad and my stepmom on the couch, and we're watching the movie. It gets to, you know, Terrence and Phillip and their sequence in the movie. Yeah. And my dad audibly just goes, what the fuck did you pick and why? And he's laughing throughout the rest of the movie, right? Like we make it through the end of the movie. So me and my brother go to watch it like a week later, and we're like, Dad, what happened to the movie? He's like, I threw that trash out. What the fuck's wrong with you?
I mean, that's the thing. It's like, back then you just didn't know. Like I've always said, like when it came to me being obsessed with The Mask, and then my mom bought like the comic book of The Mask, and The Mask Strikes Back, which was a little more tame. But then when we went to Universal Studios and we went on the Universal City Walk, I bought the original graphic novel that it was like a 5-part, like, the whole thing when it came to The Mask, and it was gory and just super, super gory, so gory. And I was like, oh my God. And my mom had no idea. She just thought I was buying The Mask, and she saw the movie and she's all, it's got to be something like that.
It's got
Nope.
the cute little dog in it. Come on.
Yeah, you know, he's wearing a zoot suit. He's zany. He's like just a cartoon character. No, you
Cabana.
actually read the actual book. He's a full-on wearing a leather jacket with spikes on it, and he's killing motherfuckers like crazy.
Some of the covers.
I still love when my
should have
aunt
warned
bought
you.
me that
Yeah,
leather
the cover. I'm surprised, William.
Yeah.
I know what you said. I mean, the cover is like him holding like a pie with a bomb in it.
Yeah, I mean, the covers of that miniseries in question should have,
so bloody.
Yeah,
but she was just totally like, yeah, okay, But that's the thing. But at the same time, it's like, did it fuck me up? No, it just made me want that version of the mask.
That's subjective.
You never know.
Okay, whatever. Okay,
the jury's voted and it fucked you up. So
I know. Apparently, YouTube thinks that, right?
Well,
yeah.
Dark Knight Returns fucked me up. Is the reason when my aunt
yeah.
gives it to me when I'm 7. Because
you read that book at 7?
Yes, I read that book.
Holy shit! That's
because
awesome.
for
I read it at 12. I read it at 12.
Yeah, but 12 is different than 7, and because
it's a couple more numbers ahead of it.
Yeah,
stuff it, Chris. But no, because for Christmas of '89, my aunt got me the Longmeadow Press leather bound. At that point, what was the complete Frank Miller Batman? So it had Year One, Santa Claus Wanted, Dead or Alive, and The Dark Knight Returns.
Oh wow!
And it's not. It wasn't it wasn't printed in the book in publication order. It was more published like in chronological order. So it starts with Year One, it goes to Santa Claus Wanted, Dead or Alive, and then it ends with The Dark Knight Returns. And so already in Year One, you've got Selena, who's a dominatrix in leather,
questionable attire at the age of 7.
Yes, right.
Got a mortgage to pay.
Yeah. And then I get to The Dark Knight Returns. I literally read that book. So many emotional scarring moments in that book for a 7-year-old, culminating in the batarang lodged in Joker's.
Oh yeah,
panels. Oh, that was nightmare fuel. And I remember, I closed the book. I put it on top of my dresser.
Went into a corner and then rocked back and forth.
Yes. And I literally, and I've told this story before, but I literally never read that book again until the year I turned 30.
Yeah.
It was,
you had a Ray experience like you had with Batman.
With Nicholson, yeah. But because I remember right when Jael Leva's animated adaptation was coming out, everyone talked about how great The Dark Knight Returns was, how it was a great Batman story. I remember going, why? Because all I had was 7-year-old Scott's version of
Damaged, right across
of Damaged, reading that book. And then I read it again when I'm 30, and I get all the Cold War stuff. I get all the Letterman and Reagan, and I get the satire. I get what Miller was going for. And as a 30-year-old reading the book, I go, this is a fucking masterpiece. This is amazing. Because it was about context. And it was about being not 7 when I freaking read that book. And it was so funny. It's because my aunt never understood anything. My parents, because for everyone, it was it's a Batman book. And all I know is that I was just like,
bam, zoom, pow.
Yeah. And then all I know is that I was sitting there going, what did I just read?
The woman with the swastikas on her boobs didn't traumatize you?
Swastika boobs.
Do they all look like that?
The Superman after the Soviet nuke goes on.
Like skeleton.
Yes. So much nightmare fuel in that book.
There really is.
Hilarious.
There really is.
I don't think I've ever heard you tell this story. That's interesting.
You've never heard me tell that story?
No,
I haven't.
Neither have I.
That's interesting. Yeah.
Oh no!
He's told it. He's told a little bit.
I've told it. I remember when I did a comic book club at my first school when I was a teacher. I told the class, because there were books that, depending on what grade level you were in, I was like, no, I'm not going to let you.
Yeah.
I'm not going to let you check this out. I'm just not. I will censor it so much going, and it wasn't a censor as in this is bad for you. It's you're not going to appreciate it and get it.
So what you did put in their hands was All-Star Batman and Robin by Jim Lee and Miller.
Absolutely.
And Disclosure.
Absolutely.
Here, try this one
Batman
instead.
getting it on with Black Canary on the roof, that's perfectly okay. You know.
Steven,
Robin
I know
eating
I know
rats,
you
you
gotta go.
know.
I know Steven's got to go right now. So
Yeah, nice talking to you guys.
always.
All right. Take it easy, buddy.
I don't have anything to plug right now, so just go to Dave's Patreon and subscribe to Dave's
There we
Plug
go.
Dave.
Yeah.
I appreciate it, Steven. You're
Bye.
awesome.
Later,
Have
Steve.
a good
right.
weekend,
Take it easy,
Talk to
buddy.
you soon.
Yep, you
Bye,
guys.
Steven.
Talk to you later, man. Oh man. But yes, subscribe to the Patreon, guys. Who knows what's gonna be happening with the YouTube? Hopefully it's good news. But hey, Patreon's there, and Patreon's always,
You and I were just talking about that 2 weekends ago.
Yes,
about
we
it. So
were, because
we-
you were like going like, should I go do the membership or the Patreon? And I was trying to, you were asking me about it. I'm like, well, I try to do a Patreon pod, and I like post things that I hear about on there before.
He's got an answer for you now, though. Which
I
one
know,
to
yeah.
subscribe to?
I know, right? Yeah. And then I was
Clear
like, yeah,
answer.
the members, I do a members only stream once a week. I know it's one of the hardest things, and we've all, being creators, we always try to be like, how can we amplify the viewership, our fans? How can we add more to it? If they're gonna like spend some money and be like, hey, even though it's like, not a ton, it's like $1, $2, $3, where the fuck, and you just want to go like, yeah, but I want to give you something extra. And I'm just like, it's very hard to figure that out. But now that I don't have a YouTube channel, I'm going, well, this kind of makes
Well,
it a little
it's
easier.
something else, Chris, because I remember you were very sweet when Squadcast Media, when we kind of shut our Patreon down, because we felt bad about the fact that we weren't producing that much content, either free or paid. And so we just didn't feel right taking people's money. But there's also an aspect you got to realize that Patreon now reports your earnings to the IRS. And so you've got to keep in mind that if you end up making a certain amount over the course of the year, you've also got to consider tax liability.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
True.
Yep.
It's fun.
That's the thing. I mean,
And considering that this past Monday was tax day, I am paying. And funny enough, Travis, to your point, that was when I saw Civil War. I saw Civil War on tax day.
On tax day? Yeah.
On
there you
tax
go.
day. Yeah.
Yeah.
Appropriate.
Great timing.
I never
day.
forget tax season because we get to just take all our earnings for the first few months and just pay our accountants and everything. It's always a fun time. It's great because they catch things that I would never, especially between us. There's we have our 4 separate taxes, and then we have the business tax. So there's 5 taxes in total. So I'm happy not to do that because there's people like Kirkland who will 2 months in a row forget to submit his invoice and he's missing $500 or something like that. But, so that's why I'm very happy to have accountants, but it is like but yeah, that was a certain thing. It was after Endgame, because that was our biggest episode, and that's when we got to that point. I was like, I don't think we feel comfortable not like saying anything anymore, because I did never want to get dinged. Before I was like, okay, you're making a little bit, but once you have a good growth, and it's like also what Dave you were talking about, that's a tough thing too. Like when we do like a yearly thing at Geekverse, but it's tough because we have stuff like with patrons, half them love commentary tracks and half them like, oh, I never listen to that, and that's always the tough thing, right? With your fan base, listener base, whatever. I think there's usually a couple things they can all agree on, but then specific things are like, hey, we want to do something extra. What should we do? Well, I want this. Well, I want this. I want this. And it's like, okay.
20 different answers.
Yeah. How do you find a
don't know
balance
who
of
to
that,
please.
right? Yeah. Because then it sucks because we've done that before where it's like, okay, we're not going to do that. But then the people go, well, I really enjoyed that. So it's like, and you only have so much bandwidth in the time because all this is kind of like hobbies or part-time jobs for all of us, right?
Yeah,
None of them are full-time, right?
We're not doing this full-time.
Yeah, if it's full-time, I'd answer all your inquiries and say, yeah, we'll do this. But that's where it's like you got to kind of balance it and stuff. But
if we were doing this full-time, we could just totally just be 100% being like, all right, we can craft this. But we all have day jobs. That's the thing. It's like
with schedules that fuck up our ability.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
And we haven't done DC Fanimator in a bit. We're gonna do something
like in 3 weeks. And
I know it's been a little bit, but we're shooting for Tuesday, right, Scott?
For the next couple of weeks, we're shooting for Tuesday because that fits with my. I'm the one, I'm the one who is fucking up going forward because Well, when I have to be
No,
at
no,
work
no.
at 4 in the morning,
Just the way
No,
you put
he-
that, yeah.
dude. But the fact of the matter is, this is the thing. Is like, I mean, this past year, I mean, both Scott and I have gone through just like, whoa, crazy things when it comes to day jobs. He was like going through some things last year, and then now things are better. And then when it comes to me this year, it's the same thing. It's like it started off bad, now it's getting better. But even though this whole YouTube thing, of course, was like, hey, guess what? 2024 is still here to kick you in the fucking nuts. Jesus Christ. I was like, God damn it. I was like, things were getting better. And then all of a sudden I get that. Yeah, anyway.
You walk around the corner, get hit with a baseball bat. Bam.
Pretty much. It was like that. I was like, oh, yeah, wait, 2024 is still going. Nope. Yeah, no. But anyways, when it comes to scheduling, it's like, yeah, we're trying to figure it out, and we still want to like talk because we love talking about these. And yeah, we're gonna do it on Tuesday, but then we're gonna figure out an actual day where we can do it consistently and we can have it, But at the same time, it's just fucking real life just gets just
at
hits
this point, it's going to be we'll let you know when.
Pretty much.
We'll let you know what night to watch us talk about cartoons.
Yeah.
Subscribe,
and I'll change the banner accordingly, because I said banner. Yeah, I know.
Banner.
But I'll change the banner that I have like accordingly. I was like, okay, so we'll figure out a day, and yeah, we just got to figure it out because it's like, all right, it's either going to be this or this, and I'm like, okay, but Tuesday we're gonna fucking come back and we're gonna talk about some shit.
Prototype. Superman the Animated Series. We're finally going to talk about this episode that we've been waiting. Like, I literally watched it like 3 weeks ago, and Dave went, "Oh, you could have streamed tonight?" I'm like, oh,
I know that was my bad. That was my bad. That was my fault. Because when he was talking about schedule changes, I thought he meant that night.
Because I just got my promotion.
Yes,
and
congratulations.
It had a massive effect on my work schedule.
Yeah.
And so it was
I thought he meant that night. And then I got home from whatever movie I watched that night. And then I remember going, wait, did Scott mean future or tonight? I was like, oh shit. And then I like tested him. I was like, wait, did you mean tonight? And I was like, oh, I fucked up because I was totally like going, oh, okay, we're not going to be doing it. Well, we're going to have to like figure this out. And I didn't think it was going to be that night. Yeah, that was totally my mistake, right?
But it was kind of funny though, because as soon as he said I can't do it, I went, great, I'm watching more Ripley. This is good.
Because it was funny because when we were talking, he was like, oh, I've been watching this, and I'm like, I'm perfectly okay with continuing. I was like, yeah, that's fine. So yeah, we've had some struggles with that, but yeah, we're gonna talk about the next episode Tuesday, and then we'll figure out the next day, the next time when we talk about it. But that's just the way it is. We're all just kind of doing.
We're adults, and adulting sucks.
We're adulting, and adulting.
Yeah, that sucks, man. You finished Ripley, by the way?
Yes.
Your review made me. You and another Geek First listener, both you guys gave 5, and I liked both your reviews, so it's bumped up. I think I'm gonna do it next week. I've been wanting to rewatch the movie again because I meant to after Saltburn. I didn't, so I think I'm gonna do the movie and then the show because I did my binge this week because I did Baby Reindeer, which was fantastic.
I've been hearing so much buzz about that.
Me too. Yeah. I started watching it today and I stopped because I wanted to watch Rebel Moon, but.
Travis,
same thing.
Yes, Phil. Yeah,
I feel like every time we're on the Vodka stream, you make it a point to mention Saltburn. I'm curious, how often do you watch that movie now?
I actually watched it since like January. It's just because it's similar to Ripley. Ripley because it's kind of like someone obsessed with someone else. Yeah, chess game. So that's why it was like a cliff note where I was like, okay, I'm gonna watch this because I haven't seen Talented Mr. Ripley in probably at least 5 years, but with the show, and I keep hearing good things, so that's why I want to watch them both. But yeah, Baby Reindeer, really good. It kind of tricks you. The first 3 episodes are very much like almost like a British dark comedy, and then episode 4 and 5 it gets very graphic and very dramatic. Both episodes have like a warning on them of whether it's sexual assault, sexual abuse, sexual harassment, violence, and it is some bad stuff in there. So be warned if you are just looking for a dark comedy and you don't want to get that serious, but it's really good. And I had no idea that the guy that stars in it and wrote it, it's about his story about dealing with this stalker in real life following him. He's this comedian. He's nice to a lady one night at a bar, and that just changes his life at least for like a year. And it's like some really heavy, intense, heartbreaking stuff. But even in those big episodes where they give you the warning, there's some really dry, dark comedy. It's dark at times, but it's really, really good. Did anyone ever watch Hello Ladies by Stephen Merchant? No. So I would describe the show as that, Stephen Merchant, but like much darker. But yeah, it was great. I watched it in 2 days, and that guy's Richard Gadd. He's gonna be my radar now. He's not done much, but he wrote it, and it was a fascinating show. So
yeah, Ripley's up next for me.
Yeah, same here. Yeah. And also, I recommend for you guys in America. I'm not sure if it's on Hulu, but you guys should watch The Greatest Hits with David Cornsweet. He's not in there too much, but he's very charming. That is it's a semi-time travel movie where it's taking the literal expression where it's what's her first name? It's Lucy Boynton. She was in Bohemian and Sing Street. But anyway, so she's dating, and this is not a spoiler. It happens the first 5 minutes. She's dating David Cornsweet's character. He dies, but every time she hears a song that's tied to the relationship, she gets pulled back in time and is reliving moments with him, and she's trying to find a way to save him. And I've never seen, other than Pearl, I've only seen one movie with him. That was it. And I thought, man, he's going to be really charming. He has that kind of what you'd want, almost like a good boy, like just like that howdy do, which I know some people are like, oh no, we're getting classic Superman. No, it's just like very charming, which I feel like Cavill has that, but he didn't do that as much. It feels like it could be something else. So I think you're going to get a very, very boyish type of Superman, because he's very charismatic in this movie. So, and he's not into that much.
If you just seen him talk, and even just, and you see how much of a big dork he is. Like,
yes.
he has, who knows? I always love it when people say like, oh, nobody will ever top this or top that. And I hate that when people like fans just go like, no, this will never be topped. I'm like, well, why not? I always root for the next version to be better.
I think when they say that, they should say it's never going to be topped for me. But when they say it like, it'll never be topped, they try and make this exclamation of like, oh, this is the greatest of all time, no matter what my opinion. It's not
objectively,
exactly, and like
it's subjectively,
And Travis, just a quick side note, I want you to know how much it means to me. Like, I had several people who read my Letterboxd review of Ripley say, dude, after reading that, it's like, I had one guy said, I was on the fence until I read your review, and now it's on the list. And for someone who, like, I spent a lot, like, it was a long review. I spent time on that one because that's just how passionate I was about the show. But to hear people say that my review actually like influenced them or like pushed them over the edge, like, that's what you want. And it just, it means a lot that, like, even for someone like you, that like it meant that much, and I appreciate that. I want.
Netflix should thank you. It's like, because it was on my list, but when I hear enough buzz and stuff, like, because we don't always have the same likes, but it was enough where, okay, in general, I think I'm going to enjoy a lot of aspects of this. And I always forget the guy's name. He was in Fleabag. Who's the guy that starred?
Andrew Scott.
Yeah, Andrew Scott's great. Yeah, there's that movie he did last year with Paul Mescal. I haven't watched
all of the strangers.
It's on Disney Plus, so maybe I'll do a Scott week next week and just watch all that stuff. But
you need to watch. Of course, for me, the first time I saw him was Sherlock, because he was Moriarty.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Yep.
There it is. William, I know you got to go.
Yeah. That's been I've streamed all day today, and I might do it a little bit later on tonight.
Jesus Christ, dude, you're pushing
the machine.
So much.
Well, we raised $750 today in that 6 hours.
Very nice.
So
okay,
there you go.
That's awesome.
There you go.
Yeah, but thank you for joining, man.
All right, man. Thanks. Have a good night. Hey, I hope this stuff gets sorted out, man. I hope next time we see each other, it's on your damn channel again. So I'll start the hashtag. What's the hashtag? Release the junkie, or
release the junkie cut, or release the junkie channel?
Yeah, don't say release the junk.
Don't say release the junk.
Yeah, they're not bringing your channel back then.
I'll figure out.
Why you
something.
voted?
Shouldn't it be restore the junkie?
That's
channel?
true. Yeah,
should be that.
Restore the
All
junkie
right, guys.
channel.
Thanks a lot.
See you. Have a good weekend.
All right, thanks,
Sell
William.
the junkie to Twitch.
Yeah.
I had to.
You had to do that one. Oh man, I tell you.
It's what
But
a couple
hey,
of
you know what?
Guinnesses do to me. What can I say?
Yeah, right. But
Brilliant.
we did have the
That's really
anniversary
brilliant.
of Superman like that happened this week.
Yeah.
86, right?
And I always
86?
can. I always know I can remember it because Liam's birthday was this week, and I always remember that Liam was born the same week that Action Comics #1 came out. It's always it's a great thing. So I'm trying to remember, how old is Superman now?
86.
86.
Jesus Christ.
Doesn't look like a day over 20.
Yeah, it looks great. Yeah.
He's not aged, it seems.
Yeah.
But of course, James Gunn had to post something, and what did he post?
I love that so many people were so hell-bent on this idea. Oh, it's the 18th. Oh, it's this first appearance. Oh, James Gunn's totally going to reveal the suit.
100%. Yeah.
And I was just like, where are you getting this information from?
And this is where it all comes crashing down. He's going to sell it back to Zach, and everything's going to go right.
And then we just get that, which is fun. It's a good image. It's like, all right, you got them.
Superman #1. You got All-Star #1.
And Brandon Davis is saying, "Hey, he's stealing my shtick."
Stole the gimmick from him. Yeah.
No, but it's
a fun, safe photo that's like good to do. You're not spoiling everything.
I will never argue about seeing more Rachel. Never gonna argue that.
And then she's reading All-Star.
Yeah, I was just like, she just got infinitely more hotter. What can I say?
Dude,
yeah.
I'm just saying. I'm like, anytime that I see her, I'm just like, I just do this, I just do one of those because she is just so goddamn like beautiful, adorable, everything. Where I'm just
the first episode of seeing Marvelous Miss Maisel.
I still haven't seen it.
I just said yes, she's Lois. I mean, I remember her from House of Cards, but like first episode, I was like, nope, that's Lois. Yep, I'm sold.
Like I even said this on one of the Film Junkie lives. It's like, I mean, like when it comes to Corn Sweat, I mean, yeah, he very well could be my next favorite Superman. He could overpower Cavill, which I'm totally all about. I'm okay with that. I'm one of those
fake
people.
Snyder fan now.
How dare I? Right?
Canceled.
Now you're gonna get canceled on Twitch too.
Yeah. He's violated terms of agreement. There's that secret clause in Twitch.
I'm not on YouTube. No, but I mean, but I've said, I was like, dude, like, but it's not even so much him. It's Rachel Brosnan. I'm already seeing that she might be the best Lois ever, and I'm like, as much as I love Amy Adams, I'm just going, eesh, this one's already selling it to me just because of things I've seen with her, and I'm like, I've been falling in love with her with every little fucking little things that she posts.
And trust me, I'm telling you, man, if you just give yourself a Maisel binge, you are going to fall so far down the rabbit hole, you will never claw your way out. I
know, yeah, and that's the thing, and I love that.
Yeah, we just wrapped up watching it about a month ago, so it's great.
I don't know. I watched Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare last Saturday, and I'm still like, yep, Henry Cavill's my Superman. I'm still kind of on that. I'm not,
No, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. I even said that too. Like when I was on, I think it was on Wednesday's show. It was like when he obviously, hey, congratulations, Henry Cavill's gonna be a dad. Good for him, you know. And when he talked about it, it's just like, I'm like, God damn, this guy is just too good looking. He's too good looking. And that's fucking Superman right there. And I'm like, he's all clean shaven and he's talking. And I'm just like, Jesus Christ.
And then also the funny thing is, did you guys hear the story that because the Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare is based on a true story about a real British operation during World War II?
Yes.
That was managed, by the way, by Ian Fleming.
Yes.
The character, the real life person that Henry Cavill is portraying is noted as being one of the major inspirations for James Bond.
Yeah. There you go.
And technically, you got to pay James Bond.
You got to pay James Bond backwards.
That was actually the joke that was being made during the interview. But also, Carrie Elwes is in this movie. And the historical person that he's playing is the inspiration for M.
Yes.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, I've seen Carrie Elwes twice now in the same week in 2 different movies.
I like that he's popping up again more. I just felt like he went away for a little bit and was doing his own thing. And the only thing I'd seen him in was like Saw for a while, but I'm happy he's back.
That's right.
Dr. Gordon.
Right.
And then he was gone for like 8 years, and that was the biggest Reddit was a thing. IMDb boards I was on, and that was the biggest post every year in a Saw movie was coming out. Was when's Carrie coming back to Saw? Because they left his fate unknown for like a decade,
And then it was Saw 6, right, when he came back?
No, Saw 7 because 6 bombed, and then they said we're gonna because they're gonna do 7. They're gonna do 7, 8 back to back, but 6 bombs. Like we're just gonna do it, and then he came back for like because apparently there was something with Saw 1 where he was promised a certain pay amount, and he did not get said pay amount, so he was not coming back to Saw till he got that paid out, and I think they did eventually, but it was like a whole almost decade long dispute over this like independent movie in someone's locker of like, I need this $500. I know, of course, it's more than that, but still, that's what it was. So, but
wild.
no, I'm for Superman. I'm excited. I'm not the person that I don't need it to be topped. What I just want is another flavor, and what I talk about is like I love blizzards, and I love that my whole life. It was Oreos. The entire time it was just Oreo. And then one day I had a Reese's. I went, you know what? This is just as good. And now I got s'mores and cotton candies. And me and Taylor, we're going to do a podcast on this once because we're going to do like a whole like ranking of the blizzards because me and him both love those. But the thing is like, I don't actively have a number one anymore. And that's the good thing where for me, it's like I can never really pick right now with Bale and Pattinson. Like I know for you guys it's Apple, but for me it's those two, and I have different reasons. But I don't need to have a top one. It's just like, hey, today I want vanilla ice cream, and today I want chocolate. You know, when I want that big bombastic epic movie, I'll go watch Nolan's. When I want that like very depressing detective, slow, unnerving movie, I'll go watch the Batmans. It's the same thing with Superman. Like I guess I would say it's Christopher Reeve, but like I don't love the Superman movies. I've appreciated more as I've gotten older. But him and Cavill, they're kind of in the same route. So if Corn Sweat can kind of be that route, great. Like I don't even be number one, just in the pack, you know, and that's all I'm happy.
Well, and Travis, to your point, what I just don't want is I'm so sick and tired of everyone just trying to copy Donner's homework that just give me something that's not Donner.
Yeah.
Like it's literally like because Superman existed before Donner made that movie.
Right.
No.
I know, right? But then why does everything have to be so? Why do we have to keep on going back to that?
Because for a lot of people, he didn't exist, though. Like he did, but he didn't exist because that movie was what made them fall in love with that character, right? So that's where I think it's almost just like it's like if you fall in love with a person, they may have been alive for 30 years, but you met them at the age of 30. So it's just like, oh, I know them from that point. So I think that's the Donner thing where that movie captured so many people's imagination or their spirits. That's where this is how Superman's supposed to be, even though there's a whole lineage before that. So you're right, but that's why I think it is that timing of many people, that was their first exposure to that character, and that's the character now forever. That's who. I
just feel lucky enough that while I have my favorite interpretations of characters, like I don't see them as the one and only. It's like for me, Batman is always going to be Kevin Conroy. Kevin is Batman for me. When he passed away, and I was sitting there doing that pod on Patreon, and I started to break down because I realized, damn it, he has literally mathematically has been Batman for 3/4 of my life. It was just that moment. No, I have other Batmans that I love. But he's my Batman. Kevin Conroy's my Batman.
Well, that's the thing. It's like anytime you read a Batman comic, whose voice are you hearing?
Oh, yeah.
Kevin Conroy.
Well, I mean,
more often than
till
not,
the day I
Kevin
die,
Conroy.
it'll be Kevin Conroy's voice.
Yeah. One of the favorite gifts a friend got me was the last con that Kevin Conroy did. He got me an autograph thing of Phantasm, and on it he wrote, his famous saying, "I'm vengeance, I am the night, I am Batman," and it just always treasured because shortly thereafter, I mean, I never got to meet him, but yeah, kind of like what you said, Scott, he's my Batman. You know, he's every time I read a comic, that's the voice I hear. You know.
And funny enough, when I read a Superman comic, I'm hearing Tim Daly. I just am.
And one of the things that I've always said on here, and I've said many times, is like I was hoping that he would be Jonathan Kent. How are we feeling about the casting of Jonathan and Martha?
You know what? I don't know these people.
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah.
just so it's
Sorry,
like
this man. I don't know this.
I mean,
man.
they're gonna be in the movie for like 6 minutes, maybe.
Yes,
if
that's what
it.
it tells me. Is they don't have the biggest role. They have 1 to 2 scenes,
Yeah.
and that's what
Yeah.
it is. Yeah.
but you know what? It's like, but you don't have to be a name. Like there's some people who are shitting on the idea because it's like they're not named, so that means that they're not.
Mhm.
They are lesser
Oh,
than.
so you're basically saying they're not good enough?
Yeah, they're
You know,
not
it's like-
Diane Lane and
Kevin
Kevin
Costner.
Costner,
Costner.
which of course are like the sexiest Jonathan Kent.
John
and
Wayne.
That's a
good
good.
job.
That's a good multiverse.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Thomas and
Yeah,
John
No, but I'm
Wayne.
just saying, like, I mean, when you look at what Snyder cast, yeah, it's like, oh yeah, you cast 2 very good-looking parents for Jonathan and Martha Kent.
And especially even like Costner, you're getting like a big actor because like Costner,
Yeah.
Costner
Yeah.
carries a lot of that movie. A lot of that. If those scenes with him and the young Clark don't work, most of that film does not work to me because for me, these all are, I'm not the biggest Man of Steel fans, but those are the best scenes of the movie is with Costner. So for it's like if you were to get, and I'm not saying these people are lesser than because there's many people that are in these roles that are great. It's just like it's become a thing where now we think of all these movies where you have to have every role has to be an A-lister,
It
has to be in these,
is, yeah.
but it doesn't have to be. There's many great actors out there that have never gotten to shine that are. I'm pretty sure this guy has like an Emmy. I think it's like a guest supporting Emmy on a small show, but
He's
still
a
like
good character
yeah,
actor.
like it doesn't matter. He's not the biggest name in there, so it's like
Yeah.
okay, sure. Again, and it doesn't matter. They could get out. They could get Daniel Day-Lewis to come back. If the script sucks, the script sucks, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter
Yeah.
who's playing Paul Kent if the movie's not good.
It's one of the
So-
things like exactly what you said, Travis. Like some of the best scenes in Man of Steel are between young Clark and Jonathan.
Yeah.
And what I need from Ma and Pa Kent are kind of those scenes. I want to see that kind of either going back in time or currently talking with Clark, you know, a la Lois and Clark, The New Adventures of Superman, you know. Those were some great scenes in that show.
And I loved the actor Casey Callan and I forgot who played Paw in Lois and Clark, but I loved them because
Yeah,
once
so did I, but especially when he would like call and they
Yep.
would both be on the
they
phone.
both be on the phone.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you know, and it was great. And you know, the fact that obviously that was back in the 90s, obviously it's, you know, it's like, yeah, that's the way it was. It's like, yeah, they could be both. And I love the fact that it's like, okay, is Jonathan going to be alive? It sounds like that's
Or
gonna
either
be
one of
it.
them.
Both of
You
them.
know?
I think
Yeah.
they are. And the
think
fact
so.
of the matter is like when it comes to these two, I mean, obviously there was that video of Neva Howell that where she goes, I like books. And it's like, all right. I'm just kind of going like, all right, you're wholesome. There's something, you know, you saw that video, right? You guys saw that video?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I saw actually
No.
because of your video.
I didn't see
With
it.
Yeah.
Donna. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, because there was like a video roaming around of her just going like, "Hey, you know, I'm just, you know," it was just very wholesome. When it comes to Pruitt, Vince, Taylor, Vince, whatever the hell is, I forget how I know his first name's Pruitt. The first time I mean, he's always been that guy that had the crazy eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He always does like a villain, killer, something.
Yeah, the first time I remember
yeah.
seeing him was in Identity, which is a great
Yeah.
fucking
Yes.
movie.
Mhm.
I love that movie. Great psychological, twisty movie.
Oh boy.
But
yeah.
like he was also in Constantine as well.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
Yes, because he's the guy. He's the guy who's like
Yes.
going.
Who got
Yeah.
possessed.
Getting a little
Yes.
crazy.
He's the one that
But
can
but
kinda-
he does this thing with his eyes where he like shifts his eyes back and forth. And I'm like, good God. I was like, I mean, there's always like that aspect of him when it came to certain characters, especially like when I've seen him in like those kind of roles, is like he just had. So I'm going, all right, that's an interesting choice for her. I'm like, I get him. I'm
Yeah.
like, whoa, that's a little weird.
Yeah.
But he
I'm
also looks
okay-
like a
I'm o-
Kansas farmer. Like
Yeah,
like-
he-
Yeah,
yeah.
100%.
It's
I
he's
wasn't a-
bald. He's bald too,
Yeah.
and I'm like, okay, so we're getting a Jonathan Kent. That's, you know, it seems like James Gunn's really trying to be like, hey, let's do something a little bit different. I see something in this guy,
Yeah.
and I'll accept it. But I was a little like when it came to him, I was like, oh, that to me, I was like, that's a little weird.
Yeah.
Her, I was like, okay, it's fine. And I know some people were like, Jesus Christ. No Diane Lane. I'm like, well, why?
Really?
Because
It-
you,
yeah.
because you wanted to bone Diane Lane, but you
Yeah.
know you don't want to
yeah,
bone this
I
one.
mean,
Yeah,
yes, but
But
I wasn't
I
I wasn't a fan of Jonathan Kent's casting. But then
Yeah.
again, I want to preface this by saying that I'll wait until what he does with the character, because there's how many casting announcements we heard, like, I don't see that guy
Heath Ledger.
Never, ever.
Yeah,
They've all been perfect. We've
so
all liked them
exactly.
all.
So I'm like, okay, I think
but,
I have the right
Ben,
to say,
that's
I don't think
that's
I
the
like
rational
this.
that you are a rational fan at that point. I just it's always like we're real. People are doing pitchforks of Ma and Pa Kent with these castings. Really,
Yeah.
really, this
Yeah,
is the
it's
line for
Mom,
you.
This is the hill
That's
you're
the
gonna die
line for the
on.
James
Yeah.
Gunn thing. Ma and Pa Kent. All right, get out. Go.
I put this in the same category as people getting up in arms as Jimmy Olsen getting off in Batman vs Superman. I'm just like, this is a nothing burger to get mad about. If I'm being brutally honest, just absolute nothing burger to get
That's a
so up in arms
different
about.
thing. Like I understand. I understand.
Ben's getting up in arms.
No. I wasn't. But I understand those who were, though, because of the what that character means to Superman.
Well, when is
But
he been relevant in the last 30 years, though?
But have you been reading any of the comics lately?
Seriously, when has Jimmy Olsen been relevant to a general audience in the last 30
Well,
years?
okay, to the general audience, I get that. But I'm talking about the character of Superman and the universe of Superman that's around him. Jimmy Olsen is a huge part of who he is.
I think that's questionable, but go on.
I do, however,
I don't think
would
that's
say
questionable.
that
Listen, I understand Zack Snyder's take and vision. I respect it, and I jive with it too. But I understand those who do not subscribe to him not doing. I also understand those who feel some type of way that he killed them off in the movie. I'm not saying that he's relevant or not relevant. That's completely irrelevant to even speak about.
but I will say, if you want a really fun, interesting version of Jimmy, My Adventures with Superman. That
Yes,
was
it's perfect.
Yeah, that's probably the most relevant he's been in the last 30 years.
I mean,
truthfully.
Superman in the animated series, he's been pretty
yes.
relevant. I would
True.
say, but I think he's more active in My Adventures of Superman. I think more than Superman the animated series, because I mean, obviously we talked about it and we always kind of get excited. It's like, oh yeah, Jimmy's here. He's like he's relevant in this episode, and it's always kind of cool to see that, especially when it came to that multiverse episode where he had like the crazy fucking mullet.
Oh yeah, Brave New Metropolis.
That was a fun one, but it's gonna be interesting to see how. So not only does James Gunn need to nail the chemistry between Clark and Lois and Superman and Lois,
which I think that's going to happen. The two of them seem to be really.
They seem like they're going to be great when you hear them talk. But then you're going to have that Clark and especially Clark and Jimmy. I'm wondering like that chemistry between those two. That's like almost. It's like even if he's not as relevant, but it needs to be something that's going to be. Oh yeah, like these we have to have, of course, Clark and Lois, Superman and Lois, which is two kind of different things when it comes to chemistry. But you're going to have that chemistry between Clark and Jimmy if he's pretty relevant to the story. And I think that's one of the things that James Gunn is like kind of looking at and going like, yeah, we got to have that as well. And hopefully with Skylar and David Cornsweet, I think there could be something there. It just seems like David Cornsweet's just such a likable dude. My God.
And I don't think, to me, that's been an issue in really any James Gunn movie, is the chemistry with cast. You could question like story or writing, but all like the Suicide Squad cast and the Guardians cast, they all had. There was not these characters didn't really mesh. So for me, I'm not really worried about any chemistry. I'm not worried about Dave with anybody. I'm not worried about the side characters. For me, it's just like what's in the actual movie. But no, I think they got all cast for a particular reason and a set of skills. And yeah, David, from what I've seen so far, just in Pearl and then the movie I watched this week, like it just seems like he's kind of like a Clay, like he could kind of go with almost anybody. So yeah, I'm not worried about the chemistry. I think they got that down pat. I think that'll be good.
I'm not worried about it either. Like just how wholesome he seems to, like, just some of the videos that we've seen previous, I'm like, all right, this guy's a dork. I love it. You know, he loves Star Wars and shit like that. And then, of course, what we saw this week too was the fact that he was out and about showing off, hey, I'm not covered up. I'm wearing a tank top. Look at my muscles. Look at my hair. And everybody was like, there's Superman. You guys saw all that, right?
Yeah.
And
I mean, of course, I saw the people having to like have a hissy fit about it. It's just like, dude's more jacked than I'll ever be. So I got to really talk.
He's still weak for me, living in my parents' basement.
Yeah, I know. But that's the thing is like they compare. I mean, I had so many people say like, "Oh, when Cavill was bigger." I'm like, yeah, because Cavill's just built like that. Yeah, Cavill has bigger shoulders. This Superman is going to be
like progressively got built, because if you remember the Immortals movie, he was lean, ripped, and then Superman, he was a little bit bigger. Then BVS, he was jacked, and then Justice League, he was a monster. So I think it's a.
I think he was actually more lean in Justice League.
Oh, that's true. That's true. That is true.
I think that Cavill was at his biggest in BVS.
BVS, yeah.
Because when you see that shot of him, like when he's in the,
he couldn't even close his arms,
dude. It's like his shoulders are just like, Jesus Christ. Like his shoulders can't even fit the frame. I'm like, I want to ask Zach, like, how did you fit his shoulders in there? You know, I think that was when he was at his biggest. And I think when it came to Justice League, he was a little bit more lean when it came to that. When you saw him in his, you know, but I mean, again, it's different body types. I mean, Corn Sweat's like 4 inches taller, first off.
And he'll be in a suit most of the time.
4 inches make a lot of difference, my friend.
I mean, again, even
Ben, are you saying that size matters?
My wife says it does, but I don't believe her.
I mean, you look at him even before you saw him in the tank top, like him wearing that the sweater and the sweatpants and doing the movie surprise at that point. It's like, dude looks jacked even there.
Yeah.
And
for a taller guy, it's even harder to put on muscle. Yeah, so he's 6'4".
You know, I mean, obviously it's Hollywood, so they could take liberties.
Yeah, that is true. But I think they're going for a body type like closer to Christopher Reeves.
Well, and that's what I was going to say. It all depends what Gunn wants, right? Because it's the same way you look at what I imagine what Nolan and Reeves want for their Batman. Pattinson got in shape, but he didn't get bulked up like Bale did, right? But I don't think that's what he was going for. He wanted like a Neil Adams, like slimmer type of Batman, where Bale got so big to the point where Nolan's like, you got to stop. Like, you're getting too big. Like, I don't want you that big.
Fit in. Yeah, I remember that.
Well, so that's where it's just like, if Gunn's like, get in shape, but don't go crazy. Okay, he's still in good shape. The guy, like, he has like fucking shoulder dimples. Like, you can see, like, I don't know, man. Like, and like I said, most of the time he's in a suit. Half these movies, I always hate this. Like, Kumail Nanjiani, like, great, he got in shape, but half those Eternals didn't need to be fucking jacked with an 8-pack.
I
like,
see him
so many of these movies.
Some
of them call for it, sure, but so many of them don't. If you're just playing so and so, it's like, man, you don't need to get in this ripped of shape.
It's almost like it's an excuse to just get like that. And I'm like, why? I mean, so I'll give you an instance. Why did Nicolas Cage need to get fucking ripped for Ghost Rider, where he plays a skeleton?
Yeah.
There's no reason why he needed to get like super ripped, but they had to have that scene where he's like walking around in his towel all oiled up. And you see him, he's all shaved, because we know that Nicolas Cage has chest hair, but he didn't have chest hair. And then he's all ripped and he's all oiled up and he's walking, he's in the mirror, like scaring himself. It's like, okay. And I remember even seeing an interview, he's like, well, you know, superheroes need to be like in a certain body type. I was like, dude, you're playing a hero that turns into a fucking skeleton that has no skin or muscle.
Your power has nothing to do with your physique.
Do that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's an excuse for these actors to be like, hey, I'm going to get in super shredded.
And that's
I get a free trainer for 6 months. Come on.
But that's where, for me, when it comes down to Corn Sweat versus Cavill, when that conversation happens, it's never going to come down, okay, well, let me see what their bodies look like, you know? That's going to be like the last thing. Same as the costume. You can tell about the costume, but really it's going to come down, and I'm not going to say, oh, you have to pick a favorite, but it's not going to come down to, well, I like Cavill more because, you know what, his biceps were a bit bigger, and, you know, Cavill's greater than Corn Sweat. It's like, no, that doesn't matter. You can get someone massive to play the role.
Well, and by the way, no one ever realizes, because of the way the costume was made, no one ever appreciates how built Christopher Reeve got.
Yeah, he was a big
Yeah.
guy. Yeah.
Because he was tall
gained.
and he did the weight muscle, and like you see him working out,
There's
and you're
before
like,
and afters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
dude, you got some muscle, but you look at him in that costume and you don't see it
Yeah,
It shows
all-
nothing.
at all.
Yeah.
Nope.
It's just
Yeah.
clean sheet. It's just a smooth. That's all
It's,
it is.
it's Superman jammies.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's why
But
the
at the
suits
same
they gotta
time-
get padded purposely because you cannot
Yeah,
get
you can't show
definition.
that, yeah.
On
Yeah.
Unless you're the
fabric.
Rock and Black Adam's like, I didn't
I
pad
mean-
that. This is just
Yeah,
me.
get the
and-
fuck out of here, Black
I
Adam.
mean, Reeve
He's
did
full
his
of
best.
shit.
Reeve did his best to like gain that muscle, and and he did a good job. But at the same time, it wasn't like it wasn't Cavill status for sure. Because,
But
like,
also,
again,
that wasn't the way the man was being drawn at the
No.
time.
Yeah.
yes,
I mean, it really wasn't until, I think John Byrne in Post Crisis, like that's when Superman. When I'm talking about what Ed McGuinness did to him in,
That's
like,
what I was about to say. I said, Ed McGuinness is just like, Batman's more bulked up than he was in Dark Knight Returns.
but it's like, but we forget that the way these characters were drawn in the books, they didn't look like Schwarzenegger.
Yes.
Yeah, it was
for
because
Stallone.
Like, does he
it-
need to be? He flies. He shoots lasers.
And
Ice
his
breath. He's
strength
an
is
That's
alien.
the
based on-
argument right there.
and his strength is based on yellow sun radiation. It's
Yeah.
not because he actually has big muscles,
That's
but also the idea of, like, I said this when I went back and watched Temple of Doom right before I saw Dial of Destiny, and I looked at Harrison Ford, and he was toned, he was in good shape,
Mhm.
but dude, his arms were small.
Yeah, he's
like
just
See, that's
toned
the
up.
thing.
he just
That's the thing.
toned.
Like when it came, and it was funny too because recently I watched Rambo 2 and 3, and and I also I remember even going back to both Arnold Schwarzenegger's Doc and his and Stallone's Doc. Why do I keep saying Zoc?
I have
Jeez.
no idea, man. You're having
That's the
some
wine.
issues
That's the
here.
wine.
Zoc.
That's the wine. That's the wine. But at the same time, they were competing, and it was funny because when I was watching, I mean, this was recently because I don't have cable TV. I think I put on Pluto TV and Rambo was on. I was just watching. I'm like, yeah, fucking Stallone got super ripped. But he wasn't huge, but he was ripped. And then I was thinking about Rocky, and I was like, he was ripped. Schwarzenegger was jacked.
Yes.
And they weren't big dudes. They weren't like Dwayne Johnson. They're not as tall as Dwayne Johnson. Both Stallone and Schwarzenegger are not tall dudes. They are not tall dudes, but they were like the what is that noise?
He's watching cartoons in the background.
Yeah.
I know, right?
There you go.
Final
Phil.
Fantasy 7 actually. It's Final Fantasy 7, but
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
I was like, why am I hearing this? Somebody's like ringtone.
I thought it was low
Anyway.
enough. No, that was my bad. Sorry.
It's all good. It's all good. But I was like thinking about that. I was like, okay, so Schwarzenegger was more just like bigger. I think he was bigger than Stallone. Stallone was more ripped, I would say.
Mhm.
And so when it comes to that whole aspect, when it comes to the physique, and I'm like, but at the same time, I'm like, okay, so when I'm watching Rambo 3 and he's off in this,
Afghanistan.
yeah, and he's just in this village and he's doing this. I'm like, where does he find time to get like that? It's does it? And when it came to the 80s, it was all about that. It was like that. It was Jean-Claude Van Damme. But then who broke the mold? Fucking Bruce Willis with Die Hard. It was like, hey, I'm an everyman. I'm in shape, but I'm not ripped. I'm not
I
jacked.
jog.
But
Yeah.
it's like I keep shape, but I'm not. I'm still kind of like a dad. I'm a dad. I look like a dad.
Well,
and where I can be a
that's-
dad. And it was and that was changed the mold. And I was like, and it was like, yeah, that was good. That's what it needed because we didn't need the super jacked, oiled up, and and it's always been kind of we've teeter-tottered between that. There's still the super jacked, ripped, but I don't know. It's
I love that scene in Rocky Balboa where they're training him and saying, "All right, speed, you don't got it. We're gonna build blunt force trauma." And I said, "Yes, he is built for blunt force trauma. This ain't Rocky in the sense of the old movies. That was such a realistic kind of thing. Nope, we're just gonna hit really hard for knocking him down."
Yeah.
Well,
It's
funny
also
that-
it reminds me of like the joke because how many of you have watched Reacher on Amazon?
Oh yeah.
No.
Not yet. No, I've only.
Okay.
just
I
all
watched the
out.
first season. You know, I have
But
to
there's
watch.
a running gag, especially in the second season, of his one of his buddies just going, "You're too damn slow,"
Yeah.
because he's so
Big.
He's
big.
massive.
Yeah.
Alan's huge, man.
Alan is huge, and
I
so
don't
the
even think he
joke.
can turn his neck without like moving his whole body.
Yeah, he's like the
And-
Batman A9 costume.
But that was actually a joke in the show. It's like, yeah, you're big, but you're too damn slow.
yeah. He's a
No,
That's funny.
but it makes. I mean, yeah, and then of course he's been trying to get like, hey, I'll be the DCU Batman, but I'm like,
no,
No.
Alan.
No.
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 I just don't
But-
see it.
but-
I don't
I
see
You
don't
can
it.
I don't
voice
see it
him in
either.
an
But I
anime
like,
thing,
but I
sure.
like in the sense of yes, I'm glad you're a fan. I'm glad you're
So
a
am
fan.
I.
Right?
So am I.
Yeah.
I'm okay with it, but I would see him more as a Booster Gold or a
I could buy
Shazam.
that. I could buy
Like,
Yeah.
that.
like
Either
don't
one.
get me wrong.
Yeah.
If he got cast, I wouldn't be like, "Oh, it's the end of the world." There's worse
No.
people you could
Yeah.
cast,
Nope.
but it's not my. Like, if I have a top 50 list, I don't think he's even there right now.
Well,
you know,
I know it
but-
just seems like it's between him and Jake Gyllenhaal, and of course Jake Gyllenhaal when he was promoting
Jensen
Roadhouse,
Ackles.
they were asking him about that, and I'm like, I'm over the whole Jake Gyllenhaal. I've never been
after
on
all those
board.
behind
I've
the
never
scenes
been on
stuff,
that
yeah,
either.
no.
I'm
Yeah.
surprised how like
good.
open, like how he's like, yeah, I'd love to. He must just want that big payday too. Because I thought he'd kind of like,
think
oh
he's just
yeah, I don't know,
saying
but
it.
he's just like, oh yeah, I'd totally be down. But yeah, I am like, who knows? Because with the Batman 2 being delayed, that's always the thing, right? Like, does that affect Braver Bold or not? And I will be curious, but it's I think we're a little bit ways off. But because that's the same thing. If it doesn't get cast in 2 years, there could be a whole slew of new actors. So that's why when I'll try to trust Gunn when he says, hey, the scripts aren't even written yet. That's why I try not to fan cast right now, because if they're not cast for another 2 to 3 years, there could be some other actors like, oh, perfect, that we don't even know their name yet, you know, or they go a no-name route. So that's why I'm interested. But yeah, so far I haven't heard my choice from like, oh yeah, that'd be it. Like I'm not like Jake's fine, Alan's fine. I'm not on the Jensen Ackles bandwagon. I think that's a very like
No.
Really?
that-
Okay.
no, I think that's
No.
very
Who do you
stunt
have
casting.
anyway?
It's too
If
If you,
cliche,
if you
right?
had to pick
Too
somebody,
easy. That's way too easy.
That's the thing,
Too
Ben. I
easy.
don't have like that's why for me, I don't say full on no other than Ackles. I don't have that. Usually there's some like right now, for example, like with X-Men coming up, I am full on the Austin Butler needs to be Gambit bandwagon. I'm number one fan club. I think that's perfect. He could pull off. So that's my default answer. I don't have a default answer right now, Batman, and maybe it's because here's the other thing, Ben. It might sound bad. I don't really care because as long as the Batman 2 happens, I got my Batman. You like anybody else can do the other Batman. It's the same thing as like when we got Joker. I loved that movie, and then when they announced Leto was coming back, Leto. I do not like that Joker at all, but I didn't care because I just got a full 2.5 hour movie of a Joker that I really like. So it's like, yeah, sure, have him come back. That's fine with me. So it's the same thing.
Nice.
If the Batman 2 doesn't happen, and for some reason we're in an area where that goes away, then I'll be probably a bit more keen on, okay, who's playing Batman? But as long as Pattinson's around for me, I don't really care as long as it's a good actor and they got chemistry with like their Alfred or even Corn Sweat, right? Like I'd love it if they did something. It's not the same, but the way Tom Holland had to screen test with Downey and Chris Evans, like all those actors did, I'd love it if they know they're going to do a Justice League at some point if it all goes well, right? So I'd love it that, hey, maybe Corn Sweat's there for a day and they just say, hey, who does he like? Who would be a good Clark and Bruce even connection, right? Who could vibe a little bit? And, you know, I think we've only got that once, and Affleck and Cavill did for the most part. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see them be like the team up. Like we had to see them at odds. Like, and not saying like shots against your guys' movie. I just mean like I would have loved to seen more of them together as a unit, right? So they had chemistry
Right,
in a different
all we
way,
really,
right?
just to your point, like the best we got was at the end of Justice League
Yes.
when he was like, "How'd you get the house back?"
I bought the
I
bank.
bought the bank.
And that
Yeah,
was
that's pretty
great.
much
And to
it.
me,
Yeah,
you can see at Comic Cons in real life, like they had real life chemistry. So that to me was
Yeah.
always disappointing. Of man, I won, even if it was World's Finest. Of I could have loved a 2-hander of those two, right?
Yeah,
so I think that
sure.
chemistry
It
was
would've been
important
great.
too.
But even I love the banter when they first meet at Lex's party in BVS.
Yeah,
It-
it's really good
If it's
stuff,
like
yeah.
the back and forth is saying like, well, maybe it's like Gotham City and me that we just have a bad history of freaks dressed like clowns. And even before that, when he says, "What's your opinion on the Bat Vigilante?" guys, you just see that smirk on his face. And, oh, we're gonna play now. Okay, I'm choosing violence.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, but that's
oh,
a
wait,
polar,
Daily
they
Planet,
show
do I
a
own this
polar
one, or is that
opposite
the other guy?
there.
Yeah.
Like it would have been nice to see them in a World's Finest where they have to collaborate with each
Yeah.
other.
Mhm.
That's
Well, because once again, my bar for a World's Finest has always been Jess Loeb's Superman Batman book.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh,
like
yeah.
the
Yeah,
dueling inner monologues between like what does
that'd be
Clark
fun.
think about the situation and what does
Well,
Bruce
what would
think
he
about the
do?
situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's always been my, because like I love it, like right after there's that scene in that first arc where Metallo shot Superman with the kryptonite bullet and
Yep.
Batman's having to drag him through the sewers and they get to like a secret entrance to the Batcave and Alfred's there with a shotgun and Superman's like, the entrance to your lair is guarded by your butler with a shotgun, and Batman goes, yours is guarded by a dog. And Superman
And a
goes,
really big key.
and a really big key. And Superman just goes, fair point. It's like that is such a great Public Enemies is such a great
yeah.
story.
It's a great story. Yeah, you know, it's
for
funny
those
you
two.
mentioned that. It's funny you mentioned that, Scott, because I was thinking about like how you could reintroduce or revamp Batman and Superman in a World's Finest S setting, and I think it'd be fun to do a version of Public Enemies, but the twist is Batman and Superman haven't exactly met for the first time, but their first meeting is them having to clear their names by way of Lex Luthor as president, pinning crimes on them and making them both public enemy number one.
That would be interesting, but I think what Public Enemies works so well is that you've got the established Batman, Superman,
Mhm.
and
Oh,
so
yeah.
you've got that relationship where they can like dig at each like
I see what you're saying. Yeah,
Yeah,
It-
they're
yeah.
buddies, so
Shot.
they can throw shots at each other, and they know it's not going to be
Yeah.
offensive or anything.
Yeah.
Ben,
Yeah.
you asked me, do you have a front runner right now that you're somebody that you're muling of like, oh, this should be the person?
Gregory Peck's grandson, what's his name?
Whoa.
Ethan Peck.
Ethan
Wow.
Peck.
Yeah,
Ethan
they want
Peck.
to play
Okay, let
Spock
me-
on
Really, the guy who
Strange New
played
Worlds.
Spock?
Ethan Peck, yes.
Okay,
Hey,
different.
that guy.
Yes. I thought
See,
it,
and that to me also
'cause-
would be
Okay.
a route
He's-
that I'm not opposed to. Is I'm going Devin Cornsweat route where the Batman is someone you've seen in a few things, but he's not a big name yet.
Big name,
We've talked
yeah.
about that
Mhm.
on so many Vodka streams that other than Bale was probably the least established. Batman's have always been a name like
Yes.
Clooney, Keaton, Kilmer, Affleck. Bale even he was a rising star. He wasn't even a name yet, right? That's the only
Bale
Had
time.
American
has
Psycho,
been
that's
around
it.
for
You're right. You
a
go the
while.
American
Yeah.
Psycho guy. That's
Yeah, but
Yeah.
people would know him,
He-
right? They wouldn't
he
now
had
it's
been
oh
around
Christian
since
Bale.
he was a
you know?
kid, of course.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
everybody
he's been
else
active,
has
yeah.
already was a name, so that's what it's like. I'd be fine with them doing another. Let's get someone like Cornsweat status, where he seems right for a role, good actor, has some credits, has a good head on his shoulders, and hey, it saves on the budget a little bit too. Like that's
Yeah.
not always a bad
Yeah.
thing. So
I-
No.
I-
No.
No.
You son of a
Yeah.
bitch.
no,
a dark horse I've thought of for Bruce Wayne
I saw
Batman.
that in the chat. I was
he
like,
can be Condiment
oh,
King. You make him
Yeah.
be Condiment King.
Kite
yeah.
Man,
Yeah.
Kite
Yeah,
Man.
Kite Man. Yeah, and then have
Yeah.
Batman be the shit
Kite
out of him.
Man.
Sure, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the ones that I've kind of thought about, Theo James.
I keep seeing him
You
come
know-
up.
Yes!
Yeah. He's,
Yeah.
he's getting a lot
That's
of heat.
easy, yeah.
I don't know. I
I
feel
ride
like
with that.
I feel
Hey,
like
you know what's funny about that, Chris? Is like
Mhm.
I thought Theo James would have been a good Harvey Two-Face.
Oh,
Ooh.
yep, I can see that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So like,
Yeah.
well, like when we were talking about like especially in Matt Reeves' Batman, I was like, man, I'm like, obviously we're gonna need a Harvey Dent. I was like, man, Theo James being in that version of it, I was like, ooh,
He's
But
done
I
a
see
good
him
job playing good guys and villains.
Yes,
I still need to watch the Gentleman series on Netflix.
Mhm.
yeah, I haven't watched
yeah.
it either.
I haven't watched
Yeah.
that. I loved him in the one season we got of The Time Traveler's Wife, and that was more of a streetwise, because if you know the story of that is the one where whenever he goes back in time, he's always
Mhm.
naked, so he has to learn
Yeah.
how to like steal and scrounge and like,
Yeah.
and so I like that. I like that casting.
Well, even in he did great, and I was a huge fan. Another one season thing that Aaron and I were very disappointed that didn't continue on Golden Boy on CBS, and his newest when he was in the latest season of White Lotus.
Oh
That's
yeah,
right, he
yeah.
was.
See,
Oh,
okay. I'm
yeah.
excited to
yeah.
watch
Lot
that
of
thing
things.
because I've heard him for other people bring up for Gambit. People are like talking about him for stuff. He's probably playing Captain America in a few weeks, I imagine. So,
You
yeah.
know,
I mean, the first time I saw him was in the Hunger Games series, right? He showed up in that. It was in Hunger Games?
Did
No,
Ooh.
Divergent.
Divergent.
yeah.
That's what it was.
They all mix
Wrong-
together.
wrong-
That
they do,
wrong-
yeah.
YA
Wrong,
era.
young adults.
Yeah.
Fucking
Yeah.
Post-apocalyptic.
The young
yeah.
adult universe,
Yes.
share
yes.
universe.
Yeah.
I was
You
like,
know,
I knew it was one
They
of them.
should have
I was
ended
like,
it with a
was
big
it Hunger
Endgame
Games?
movie.
Divergent.
Get Katniss, get Bella, get the Divergent people.
Yeah.
They should just blew it all up. It would have been huge. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
No,
Dave.
I was like, I knew it was one of them, but I was like, oh shit, not Hunger Games. Yeah, Divergent, which they canceled before they finished
Yeah,
that
they
one
did
out.
And then they turned the
Yeah.
last movie into a TV series, and that got canceled too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they weren't.
tough.
They didn't really work with
That
Divergent,
was not good.
which I thought it was. You know, it was fine. You know,
I think
when
just
I
the
watched it.
tide was over at that point. Like the YA
Yeah.
things
the
were
book, and
dying.
the books were
you know?
already knockoffs of like it was
Hunger
riding the
Games.
wave that the Hunger Games start, because that's the trick in YA is that one thing hits it big.
Yep.
And
Everybody
then
It's
started
the
copying.
trend.
and then it's a trend until it's not.
Yeah.
And it crashes hard.
And it
No,
wasn't a
it
trend for
crashed really.
Divergent. That's what
Yeah.
happened, right? They got the tail end. They'd already done Twilight, Hunger Games. What else is there? That was why that was big at the time.
Well, yeah, but I'm even saying like Twilight doesn't fit into that because like Twilight launched all the YA vampire monster kind of series. Hunger Games
Yeah.
launched all the YA
And 50
dystopian.
Shades.
Wasn't
It's
Harry
no
Potter
good.
kind of self setting it up for everybody else? Because I feel like everything started with Harry Potter.
Well, but Harry Potter would set up like Lightning Thief and like because it established, because I even read like the Young James Bond series, and they established the idea of you got you have a male main character who has a female friend and a male friend.
Right.
How many of those books have the three protagonist structure because of Harry, Hermione, and Ron?
Yeah.
So but once again, like I said, Harry Potter gave us, Percy Jackson and other magical, but once again, it's about the genres. Like the YA always launches. So, Harry Potter gives you magic, Twilight gives you vampires and monsters, Hunger Games gave us years of dystopian.
You know what's funny is like the first Twilight, I will give it a pass as it's not a bad movie. There's some cheesy shit that happens in it.
That's a take
Where
I
I
was
just
not
like,
expecting tonight from Dave.
I know, right? But
wow.
No.
That's a shit movie, Dave.
I'm sure. I'm sure. And I'm
Yeah.
sure. Yeah. Just, because, I have everything that's happened in the past 24 hours.
Yeah.
No,
You're not getting your channel back now.
Yeah,
It's
you're
a
right.
Twilight movie.
Cancel. I'm unsubscribing at this point. You like Twilight? How dare the film junkie have an opinion?
Even if the channel comes
but I'm
back,
just
I'm
saying.
out.
Let me reevaluate my whole license.
I've always said this. I even did a live watch.
You did live watch with Meg.
Yeah, with Meg, like 2.5 years ago, and I
this.
was shitting on it. But I think I even said during that live watch, I'm like, you know what? One of the things I do appreciate about that is the tone of this movie works, because it is very it's especially
gloomy
I live
English.
in Washington, and very much like, oh yeah, up there, yeah, of course vampires would live up there where the sun doesn't shine that much. It's gloomy, it's dark. So I've always appreciated the tone of that. Yeah, there's some I could totally talk shit about the whole fact of the matter is like when Bella walks in, Bella, right? Like
Bella,
Bella.
yeah.
Don't act like
and
you
like
don't
the
know.
fan is behind her, so it's blowing the scent to Edward, and he goes, "Oh, I can't smell you because I want to eat you, but I love
He
you." I
has
was
like an on-screen orgasm in this
he
PG
does
movie.
this whole thing where he covers his nose, and I'm like,
What the fucking baseball scene?
stupid.
My
The
God.
baseball scene.
Oh,
is-
the
Baseball
baseball
scene is
yeah.
offensive.
Stupid.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. No. But I appreciate the tone. That's all I can appreciate
The
when it
tone.
comes to that, because I think they nailed the tone. They nailed the
happy for you.
tone of that. See, I could say that. I could say that.
Aaron and I had a bet in the sense of I had to watch all the Twilights and she had to watch all Star Wars. I still win in the end because she still has to watch more of those movies. So
Oh, yeah,
That's
exactly,
fair.
Hey,
yeah.
I just remember I was dating Heather at the time, and we were engaged by that point. and the first Twilight movie was coming out, and I'm just that person. It's like, I gotta read the book before I see the movie.
Oh no,
Oh,
Scott!
God.
No.
Not the
And
English
so-
teacher reading the book.
You suck.
Just go to
And
Cliff
so-
Notes.
Hey,
No,
you know
no.
what? Scott's not alone. I read the books in high school because of a girl. Okay, I get
Of
you,
course.
Scott. Of course.
Dude,
So-
even like I was out of high school, just out of high school when that happened.
Sorry, not
and
doing that.
All my in all my, like, there was like not all, but most of my female friends, they were like, "Oh my god, did you read it?" And they were passing the book like back and forth, and I'm just like, "What the fuck is?"
And then that's when you slipped into. How about you read this book?
Yeah,
And-
exactly.
The
How
one
about
that
you
it was
read this
the
book?
Have you
the
heard
man-
of Dark
the
Knight
act-
Returns?
No,
Yeah.
no, you
There's
read
more
the, you read
nudity
the
in this
actual
book.
thing that the fanfic was based off of. Slip them that book and see what happens.
Interview with the
yeah.
vamp, yeah, or something. I don't know. Yeah, I know. It was a weird time because I remember like my female friends were like, "Oh my god." And I was like, I saw the cover. I'm like, there's an apple on it. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
Like, it's a
they were
vampire
weird.
book?
Yeah, it was.
No, I
weird
was talking
covers,
about 50
but-
Shades of Grey. Ship them that
Oh,
book
yeah.
and say,
Yeah. Because
Oh no, that also got tossed around. I'm like, really, guy? Like, what?
No,
what do
I
you
just
want?
watched the movies of that.
Oh,
I
what's
didn't
got you?
know.
I thought you had to read the book. What's going on here? Why didn't you
No,
read the
no,
book?
because
before the
my
movies?
wife read all the books, and all she did was complain
Oh.
about how piece of trash they were.
oh yeah, they're absolute trash.
Most cliterature is, as my wife is a big connoisseur this past
What did
year.
you call it?
It's cliterature. It's pretty much just porn
Lord.
for females.
was
That's
told.
what it
It
is.
was-
Yeah.
Porn for women.
And
I love it.
there's like
I'm asking Aaron about that
There's-
tomorrow.
Yeah.
That-
There's
There's
smut. There's smut,
Yeah,
and then there's
smut.
cliterature.
yeah, smut
Wow.
cliterature. Yeah, and there's like
Yeah.
Akatar and Throne of Glass. Like there's these big
Heather
novels
just
right
read
now.
Akatar. Oh
Oh,
my god!
it was weird. It was like it's like a women's period cycle. They all synced up, but it was for this book because Emily read it, and then I bumped
All right.
into 5 other females that had also read this.
What's-
Significant others, my friends, girlfriends, they're all reading this book at the same time. They all got together, and then since then, because that it's like a almost female like Lord of the Rings, Game of Thrones-ish, but then has lots of smut in it. So
Yes.
that
Yes,
inspired
okay,
a bunch
so-
of more like kind of spin-offs of
Heather
medieval.
called it fairy porn.
Yeah, they have fairies and they fuck. Some of them are dragons they fuck. Like there's all this stuff.
Holy
But hey, Michael B.
shit.
Jordan's group, he bought the rights to, and they're gonna make an Amazon series or something. But yeah, it's the rage. But so that's inspired a bunch of kids to read my
and by the way,
household.
just so you guys know, ACOTAR is the acronym. It's A Court of Thorn and Roses.
yes,
Okay.
yes, there you go.
I think
Yeah,
that's
there's
what
a-
that-
You guys are
like-
selling me being single now.
I
Are
think
you so
that's
happy?
Yeah. Wow.
Ben, I'm sorry, Chris. What were you trying to say?
I think that's it's got to be the book that Aaron said. The deal is, I read that book over the summer. I get to choose whatever graphic novel that she's going to read at that point. I'm still trying to figure that out.
See,
Old man Logan.
After
No, it's not. I got to pick that actually she's gonna actually like, not something
sex
that's gonna.
criminals. Sex criminals. It's in the same.
Oh, you know
vein.
what?
Ooh,
That's a solid one.
yes.
Yeah, sex criminals.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
see, now
I've
that
told her
she's
about
read-
that, and it is an intriguing concept to her.
There
See,
you go.
I'm trying to, since she got into ACOTAR and she was telling me all about it, I'm trying to use that to get her to read the Dresden Files, because she's made fun of me because I've gotten my dad to read them and I've gotten her mother to read them, and we're all obsessed with it. I'm just like, Heather, it has all the things you're talking about, except for you got a cool, sarcastic wizard as a private eye. Come on.
Well, like I'm debating right now. The 2 books I'm debating with for her are either Day Tripper or Silver Surfer by Dan Slott.
I'm only laughing because those are two complete.
Oh yeah, no, but she's read weird books and then books that want to make her cry. So
Okay, yeah, for sure.
Okay.
There you go.
It's just that one just caught me so off guard. I was like, "Fuck, Dan Slott's Silver Surfer. That's not only like some of his best work, but just so again different.
But
from
it's
the-
but it's
the
a,
first-
but it's a love story though.
this is
it's a
true.
love
There
story.
you go.
It
Very
is a
true,
love
very
story.
true, Very true. Very true.
Dude, I know how many.
What's the worst book you've read because a female told you to read?
That's never happened to me. I've never read a book for a female. I've seen a movie, but never a book. I would not
All right,
break that chain.
book of film.
It probably was Twilight. I've only
Yeah.
seen Twilight 1 and
You're
then
gonna-
the 4th one, because the 4th one I saw with my current wife and the first one I saw just on a date. And I think that was pretty much. And I had to rewatch it because on Patreon we have this tier where if you subscribe to it, you can pick
Yeah.
any movie. And they picked Twilight, and it was fucking sorry, it was brutal. I watched it 2 months ago, and it was one of the longest experiences of my life. It went on for. I had to pause, and I was like, "Oh my god, there's an hour left." It felt like I'd watched 3 Lord of the Rings movies already. It goes and. Pattinson is like, now I understand why people were so fucking worried, because I hadn't seen that movie in years. He is actively a terrible actor in that movie. It's so crazy to see where he's come
so
from
bad.
there to now.
So
like they're both and the chemistry's not there. Like I get why people like glommed onto, especially that age group and everything, but it's just slow. So that probably Twilight would be the one because, and I think for her probably when I brought her to Morbius because Morbius.
I remember going to the movie theater with my girlfriend at the time to see Twilight 2, the second one.
New Moon.
New Moon.
Twilight harder.
Thank you guys.
Harder.
But I remember
Twilight
like
with a
watching that,
vengeance.
and I remember like at one point I was like, I have to pee, and then it got to a point where I was like, this is getting so ridiculous, where I went, all right, I'm going. And I said that, and me and my girlfriend on the drive home, because I was trying to be the good boyfriend. I'm like, yeah, let's go see it. Let's do it. On the drive home, I was tearing that movie apart, and she was like going back. We had like a big fight on the drive home.
Oh God!
Because of that. Because I was like, this movie sucks. I'm like, what the fuck is even this and this, you know? And she was, oh yeah. I mean, it's safe to say that obviously we didn't, last.
So for me, I remember it was Heather's and my third date. And it was the same time when Juno came out, and I wanted to see Juno.
Oh, Juno.
Yeah, I love Juno. But we didn't go see Juno. The problem is we didn't go see Juno. I forgot how it landed, but we ended up to go see Atonement.
Oh.
And I
don't get that film.
I don't get that movie either, Ben.
I don't either.
But the entire time we were watching the movie, which is funny because everything else Joe Wright has made, I have really enjoyed, but not that movie.
Yeah.
And the entire time we're seeing the movie, I remember Heather and I were leaning to each other. Remember, we're on our third date. I just met her brother because we went to the restaurant where he was a waiter. It was really funny because he was afraid I was gay. And
he loves theater.
I love theater, and we were talking about musical. No, okay. I'm going to take a tangent here because I love this story. My mother-in-law is embarrassed as hell, and I think it's funny as hell. So he was auditioning for Sweeney Todd. I had done it in college. I was talking about it. My brother-in-law is gay and doesn't have really good gaydar, so he didn't know if I was gay or not, and was really concerned about if his sister was dating like a closeted gay man or not. So
because you like theater,
because I was talking way too much about musical theater.
Yeah, so he was like, "Are you?
So he acts. The funny story is that he gets his friend who is very effeminate, very stereotypical, like what you think of when you think of like a very gay man, to come over. Because basically it was like, would you please check out this guy that's on a date with my sister?
Not check him out, but this guy.
And find out if he's gay.
Mine's broken. Mine doesn't work.
So he sends his friend over. Apparently, all his friend had to do was shake my hand. Went back to my brother-in-law. Went, he's straight, dude. Your sister's fine. It is.
That's great.
Wow. I love the story because that's how I met my brother-in-law, and I'm just like, and it's just like set the tone for our relationship, and it's great.
That's hilarious.
It was fun. And when my mother-in-law found the story, she was so appalled, and I'm like, no, this was hilarious. I think this is funny as all hell. This is great. And then we went on Atonement, and then the entire time we're watching this movie, my Heather and I, remember, we're on our third date, and we're just kind of leaning each other, going, "Is it? Do we leave? Is this over? It's like it's gotta be ending soon, right? An hour goes by. It's gotta be ending soon, right? And we end up sitting through the entire movie because we were convinced that at some point the movie had to end.
It was only 2 hours and 3 minutes too. So it wasn't
What?
Yeah, I have
Oh,
it on
God.
IMDb right now. Only 2 hours and 3 minutes. So.
That is the longest fucking 2 hours and 3 minutes
Yeah.
I have ever sat through. Oh.
Jesus Christ.
I think the longest movie I sat through with an ex was that Nicolas Cage movie, Knowing.
Oh, I remember.
God.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Knowing.
this was like circa 2009, I think. is when that
Yeah,
movie
that's
came
where
out, right?
he could see the future and
Yeah.
That's
the
where he could see
posters
the
like the
future,
world's
right?
on fire or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
World's
that,
End.
and it's like, he's got a page with like all the dates of like all these travesties on it happening, and it's just like, I remember walking out of that movie and
Jessica
just,
Biel was the girl? No.
No, I don't think
I
so. I
think
think
it
it's
was
like a
different
no
one.
name. I'll find out.
Yeah,
was-
look it up because I was like, there was like a couple of Nicolas Cage movies that were like, what?
Yeah.
Because there was Knowing that there was like where
Rose
he was-
Byrne was the girl. Rose
Rose
Byrne. Before
Byrne.
she was like
Yeah.
in Get Him the Greek and all the Rogan movies, the neighbors.
Yeah,
So Rose
yeah.
Byrne was the girl. yeah.
Damages.
yeah.
Wait. Okay, so there was the movie where Nicolas Cage was like about knowing the end of the world, but wasn't there one that Next? That's
Next.
what it was called.
Yeah.
There was
What a
another
fucking
movie where he
sling of
knew the
movies he
future,
did.
where he knew the future, and I think that's the one with Jessica Biel,
You're
where
right.
where he knew like he always like knew, and it was actually not a bad. It's cheesy. but
Julian
it was, like,
Moore. Julian Moore.
Julian
is the
Moore.
girl
Julian
that's
Moore?
in
It
Oh
wasn't
no, and
Jessica
Jessica
Biel.
Biel. Look at that. Stacked
There you
little
go.
cast
Thank
there.
you.
Yeah.
I knew Jessica Biel was in that, but like he knew like the instant future where because he would like go to like casinos and know
A
then-
magician who can see the future.
there
He's
it is.
pursued by the
He's a
FBI,
magician.
seeking to use his abilities to stop a nuclear terrorism.
Yes.
And that's the pitch, my friends.
Hey, you know what?
Yeah,
though?
That made
I
it
love
through.
when-
That made it through.
I love it when Nicolas Cage went into like his B movie phase because
Yeah.
I've gone and watched, was it Willy's Wonderland or
Oh,
something?
yeah.
Yeah.
And that just feels like, okay, what came first? That or Five Nights at
it.
Freddy's, like the game?
Five Nights, but that was definitely riffing on it. That was like,
Yeah.
we want to do Five Nights, but we can't get those right, so we're gonna do Willie's. So it's definitely inspired by sort
Yeah.
of deal. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
What's
Yeah, that's still Bringing Out the Dead in movie theaters. That was awful. Is it Bringing Out the Dead or something like that? He's
Yeah,
He's the like the not the
mortician.
Undertaker.
yeah,
mortician, there we
yes,
go.
that's it. I was like,
I'm-
oh my god.
I'm very happy with the Cage we're getting now. Dream scenario, massive talent.
Yeah.
I wish he was
Yeah.
in the vampire movie more last year. I thought that was all right.
Oh,
but he was
yeah,
great as Dracula.
Renfield.
Yeah,
Renfield.
Renfield. Yeah,
he was
I'm
pretty
happy.
good. That was
I'm
pretty
happy
good.
he's doing a bit more of these like critically acclaimed things. I
I still
love
need
Dream
to. I
Scenario.
still need to
last night.
watch Dream
Or last-
Scenario, but I know
Oh,
it's on Max because they got the A24 deal. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's good. Very lots of a little trippy, but then just lots of like uncomfortable humor and sort of as far as like, oh, you'll feel awkward skin crawling sort of way. And Cage plays it very, very well. There's one middle portion that's done very well, and he's very good at playing a very awkward kind of doubtful, insecure person, but he's still trying to like he's getting this level of fame. And he's going, oh, this is nice, and it's like it feels kind of like Cage is perfect for it. You could almost not see anybody else in it. So I recommend Dream Scenario. I like that one a lot.
I want to see it. When I saw the trailer, I was like, all right, that's intriguing. And it's on Max right now, right?
yeah, it's on Max. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Iron Claw apparently is going to be coming to Max.
Oh, I love that movie.
No,
I
once
still
again,
have not
all those
watched that.
A24 movies are going
Yeah,
to
that
Max.
Good.
Mhm.
Good. But, you know, speaking of A24, I mean, when it comes to Civil War, they are really trying to sell that as more of the movie than it actually is. We already kind of talked about this.
Yeah.
But I just kind of like when it came to those the whole like controversy with the AI posters showing like landmarks that are all fucked up, and I'm
Mhm.
like, that's not the movie. It's not a Roland Emmerich movie where you're seeing fucking
They
landmarks.
want that
getting
money though,
destroyed.
you know.
That's the
50
thing.
They cost $50 million. That's a lot for A24.
That it's a lot for A24, but it's also it's beating out Godzilla. It's beating out it's being number one in the box office. So
I get that, but at the same time, it's like when we're going back to what we said is like people wanted it to lean to a side.
That's
of the
actually,
political
but I
spectrum.
think it's interesting is that I'm actually selling it to people because it doesn't like.
Yeah, I love it. I
I
love
got
it.
people who were intrigued by it when they find out. Oh, it doesn't preach to me. Oh, it doesn't
Yep,
take a
that's-
side.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That sells it to. That's
Yeah.
actually selling it to people.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that is helping because when people see it, I'm like, they're just kind of going like, oh yeah, it wasn't like preaching from either the right or the left. It wasn't preaching like, oh yeah, it was just, again, it's like you have this landscape. You're not going to get an explanation of why this landscape has happened, but you're going to follow these journalists and you're going to see their journeys to go from point A to point B. And it's like, that is what it is. That's why I compared it to a Black Mirror episode. And I'm like, and I love that. And I'm like, it's Alex Garland. What the fuck do you guys think that was going to happen?
Well, it's also great because he's just saying it doesn't matter why the Civil War is happening. By the way, if we had a Civil War in America, it would suck so hard.
well, if you think about it like this, I'll even go one step further. Hitchcock, Rear Window. You're getting a voyeuristic view of what is going on in America.
Yeah,
at that time.
Very true.
See, that's the thing. It's like, I mean, but I know they're trying to sell it like that. And when I saw the AI posters thing, and I was like, yeah, it's not a good look. And I'm like, they are really trying to sell it like, hey, look at the Las Vegas Sphere. It's all fucked up in this poster. And then it's like, yeah, but you're not going to see that in the movie. I'm like, you really are selling like this disaster movie, and it's not that. And I'm sure even Alex Garland's like going, what the fuck? Why are you guys doing this? It's like, I'm selling this story, and it's going to be divisive, which it is, which it totally is. And even when I totally, and I said that in my review, was like, yeah, I get why people are like, what the fuck? I'm like, yeah, it wasn't what you were expecting. And then the way it ends, you're kind of going like, Jesus Christ. But I can't wait to see it again. It's one of those, it's not like his previous movie, Men, where I don't want to watch that anytime soon. When it comes to this, I'm like, I want to watch this again because, man, you really
it makes you
did
think
something
a lot
here, and you just like you saw like the grossness, even in this world, the gross of journalism, where it's like you build up this, and then when you see the ending, you kind of go like, oh man, this is a callback to when these two characters had this conversation of this happening, but it's reversed.
Yeah.
And it was like, oh shit. And Kirsten Dunst did everybody did a fantastic job. Even discount Pedro Pascal, whatever his name is. I mean,
Wagner Moura. Moura.
He played in Narcos. He played
he was Pablo Escobar.
Yeah, Pablo Escobar. I know. I just say discount, but he looks like Pedro Pascal, doesn't he?
You're right. You're not wrong.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's discount Pedro Pascal, but at the same time, I'm like, they need to have like a movie released to our brothers, because Jesus Christ,
I'll tell you what, I really want to know who the actor is going to be besides Jesse Plemons, because Jesse Plemons just does such a good job. Like really, it's like, I want to know who this quote unquote big time actor that turned it down, because I can't see anyone but Jesse Plemons doing this. And I absolutely think, without a shadow of a doubt, the red glasses was his choice last minute. That was not there. He sold that.
He's wearing these crazy red glasses. That's something that fucking Elton John would be wearing.
What kind of American are you?
Yeah. And
but I also love how it's just Plemons it's like, but he does it like when he's like, okay. I just love it when when people make like these, they make choices. And he's just like scratching the beard on my face as I'm talking.
Dude, and it's so uncomfortable. Like that whole scene, I was just like on the edge of my seat going, Jesus fucking Christ. Like I'm
with what's his face. They say, we're going to go over there. No, you're going to get killed.
Yes.
I'm with you. I'm staying over here. It's not because I can't run because I'm too big. No, I'm smart. Stay away.
That whole scene is probably the best scene. Might be the best scene in the movie, because
that's where that movie just like picks up, and it does not let go.
It does not let go, because you're like, okay, it's already intense, like in the start, and then in the middle of it, you're going, Jesus Christ, and then the way that it fucking ends, you go, gee, what? Oh my God. What?
The assault on DC is like,
yeah, I've heard the last 45 minutes of that movie is just
dude.
Dude.
when you see like, because like I said, it's about them from getting to point A to point B,
B,
and when
yeah.
they get to that point B and how intense it is, I mean, and that's where I think a lot of people are like, "Oh, it didn't pick up until the final act." It's like, well, no, it was a journey to like get to that. Did you not enjoy any of the tension that was in the previous? Okay,
Drama,
but yeah, when you see like that final
character development.
character development, I mean, it was literally like, I mean, Alex Garland is a, you know, he's a filmmaker that is he slow burn. Watch.
I mean,
any
have
of
you
his
not seen his
movies.
previous movie? I mean, watch Ex Machina, watch
Watch Ex
Annihilation.
Machina. Jesus Christ, that's one of my all-time favorite movies is Ex Machina. That movie is so fucking good, and it's such a slow burn throughout, but it's so just like, like, can you imagine? Jesus Christ. Anytime I watch something Alex Garland, I just go, can you imagine? That's the way I look at it. Can you imagine? And that's the way I looked at it at Civil War. So, I mean, when it came to like I said, his previous movie, Men, I was like, whoa, you went for it here. And this is like a movie I won't revisit anytime soon because it's so fucked up. But this one, I'm like, you know what? I can't wait to watch this again, to be honest. And it really just, it was so well acted, so well crafted, and
very well paced. Absolutely
very well paced.
And I liked the needle drops were very well.
Yes.
It felt it just
there
felt
were
like
interesting choices because it would transition to like, you know, oh yeah, we're seeing this, but we're gonna put this happy kind of song.
It just felt American. Like that like they picked music that just felt like, because they're also like when they're doing the road trip, like I'm sitting here going, I feel like I've driven down this road before.
Yes.
I've gone through this town. You know, I think that's what makes it like even creepier in the movie.
And
really
even more, I would love to see, like, you know, we got the actors taking the shots at that point. Which ones are the actors really taking? Which ones were still shots that they used? I think that's a fascinating kind of look.
See, that's the thing is like, and I was even telling, I don't know if Steven has seen it. But he, you know, he's very into photography, and I told him, I was like, dude, you're gonna like this movie. I asked him, I was like, have you seen it? He's like, yeah, I'm gonna try to catch it. And I'm like, I understand why it's like there's a discourse out there because it doesn't subscribe to either side of the political spectrum, and at the same time, it doesn't just spoon feed you why all this is happening. This is like a totally different thing. And I'm like, what it does for photography, and I love that when shit's happening, and all of a sudden you get. You know, you see like still shots, and it's like, yeah, because it's all about these characters and them taking pictures, and they're like, Alex Garland was really trying to emphasize like it's about this during all of this, and it's like, yes, thank you, I like it, I like what you did here. So I don't know, Alex Garland, good job. That's all I have to say.
Well, guys, I gotta head out.
You know what? We're gonna end this right now because it's 4 hours in, and I think this is a good spot to end it. But well, you know what? We'll do a send off for you, Scott. I know you gotta like work probably soon, like a couple hours.
I have to be up in like 5 hours.
Yeah. Okay. So not too bad.
Ooh,
so.
Yeah, that was me last night. I get you, Scott.
Yeah. But yeah, we'll go ahead and end this. We've talked about, you know, enough Rebel Moon. We talked talked about Superman and stuff like that. And again, you know, appreciate everybody. Yeah, and YouTube. And again, thank you to everybody with the support when it comes to this madness that's happening. But
subscribe to Patreon.
Yeah, the Patreon is there, you know.
Link down below somewhere.
somewhere. It's somewhere maybe in the chat or something like that. But let's go around the horn. Scott, you can go first.
Well, of course, you can find me on Twitter at ScottDC27, on Instagram at McMerlin, and on Vero at Scott McClellan. You can find my podcast, the DC Squadcast, wherever podcasts can be found. And of course, at least this coming week, join us at wherever you're going to watch Film Junkie content. Not sure where that's going to be, Twitch, Twitter, but you know, Tuesday night we're going to finally pick back up with the DC Fanimated stream with the Superman the Animated Series Season 2 prototype.
There it is. All right, thanks, Scott.
Bye, guys.
Love talking to you, man.
Yeah.
All right, have a good night. And Chris, you can go next.
All right, you can follow me on all the lovely socials at Chris Valga, part of the Geek Ultimate Alliance Network, 2 shows, World's Finest True Believers, and Marvel Alliance at Marvel A Podcast and at Finest Believers.
There it is. All right, Phil.
Once again, my friend, thank you for the invite. It's always a blast getting to chat with you guys about anything and all film related. If anyone wants to follow me, it's pretty much everywhere except for TikTok and Twitter, just at Unfiltered. You can listen to my podcast, The Eternal Night. We got a new episode coming about the second entry in the DCEU retrospective. We're going over Batman v Superman Ultimate Edition. So that'll be a fun time. I'm going to try and get that up tomorrow. And then you can catch me on the 4 Nerds at pretty much every Wednesday.
Nice. All right, guys. Well, thank everybody for making the transition to either Twitch, Twitter, and all that stuff. We'll see what happens when it comes to the whole YouTube thing. I mean, it's pretty crazy. It is pretty crazy, but hopefully it gets resolved. But no matter what, even if it still can't get the YouTube channel back, we're still going to be doing this stream and all the streams and everything. I'm still going to be pushing out the content. So love you guys and everybody on the panel. Steven, William, Travis. I know Travis had to go. He's like, I'll be right back. But he's not going to be right back. Obviously, we're ending right now, but I know he had to deal with like some of the kids stuff. So, thank you to everybody who joined the panel, and we will talk to you guys later.